The firelight danced across the warrior maiden's cool face as she carved a path through the raging battle. Years before, our heroine was born the first princess of the Kingdom of Berry. She had a younger sister and a younger brother who was destined to become king, to live up to her precious family's expectations, and most importantly, for her people, she had to give it everything she had. Her parents, worried sick about her, wanted to keep her out of the public eye. Her mother said it was because they cherished her so much, and her father thought high society should be left to the younger kids. All the heroine could do was be grateful that her family cared so much about her. Besides all that, she had tons of duties she performed every day, under the watchful eye of the royal butler. Being part of the royal family, she was naturally involved in politics and diplomacy, and she spent her free time learning magic. Because of all this, she felt like her life was happy and full. But everything flipped when the war with the Chariot Empire kicked off. That's when the king and queen came to the hero, heads bowed in humility. Her little sister, Nicole, was taken hostage, and regular folks were dying by the hundreds of thousands on the battlefield. Their only hope was the girl's insane magical power. Without even a second thought, she decided that as royalty, she had to step up and fight. Her parents' faces lit up with joy, but her younger brother, standing behind them, kept a stone-cold expression. So once she hit the war zone, the hero immediately blew both sides away with her colossal power. The allies were super impressed, figuring that's what you'd expect from a royal. Meanwhile, the girl kept seeing all the death and the eyes of those who'd lost loved ones. But as soon as she looked away, she'd see hordes of enemy soldiers getting devoured by the flames she created. This battle was a pointless meat grinder, and every second she just wanted the madness to end. But the allies were screaming at her back, demanding she wipe out the enemy ASAP. So, burying her compassion deep down, she decided to become a killing machine for her family's sake. Ignoring the screams of the wounded enemies, she ruthlessly mowed down everything in her path. Still, the Chariot Empire, famed for its massive military power, seemed impossible to defeat. At one point, the Berry Kingdom conceded defeat, but for some reason the fighting didn't stop. During the war, the first princess of the Berry Kingdom, named Lars, earned the nickname the Bat. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat, the aftermath of which was pure hell. Like many others, she was captured and thrown into solitary confinement in a dungeon. Even though she was a princess, they wouldn't let her return to the Berry Kingdom. Turns out, this was the condition for Princess Nicole's return. She was Emperor Zephon's slave. In other words, her own family sold Lars out to get her younger sister back. Hearing that, the girl couldn't believe her ears. It just seemed impossible. She thought getting captured meant marriage, and if it was Nicole, she'd definitely become empress. Lars remembered her father's words. As the older sister, she had to save their poor little sister. But according to the prison guards, this proved her own country abandoned her. Screaming, she grabbed the cold iron bars. She couldn't believe a single word. These were the days her pride as a royal was completely crushed. Coming to her, the young emperor wondered, was this really the Princess Berry who used to wipe the floor with their army? Deciding to make her his plaything, the hero wanted to offer the girl a deal. But all he got was a flat-out no, because she absolutely refused to betray her kingdom. Emperor Zephon sighed, bummed, thinking she was a fool to turn down his offer. Sometime later, 3 guys walked into her cell, and one of them was holding a knife. They mocked and insulted the dirty bat, saying she wasn't even worthy of His Majesty's gaze. From then on, and for a long time after, she suffered countless tortures, her clothes soaked in blood. When Zephon came to her cell again, he decided things weren't looking that bad. Though, in his opinion, it would all be way better if Lars just became his mistress. But the girl knew he only wanted information from her, and nothing else. Taking the bloody bandage off her eyes, the Emperor clarified that it was just a suggestion. Staring intently into her eyes, he could confidently say his intentions were completely genuine. Still, He knew the princess needed to see it all for herself. He absolutely had to use someone with that kind of massive magical power. Zephon wanted to wipe out anyone who bought into that ridiculous idea, once and for all. Right after that, the emperor suddenly ordered them to set the girl free. He sighed, heavy-hearted, and just prayed she'd understand where he was coming from. Because no matter what, he and Princess Lars were two sides of the same coin. So, after 10 years in captivity, our girl finally made it back home. People recognized her in the street, and some angry dude dumped a bucket of garbage on her head. Everyone thought she was the reason Barry was stuck in this war, that she was to blame for everything. Throwing rotten eggs, people were screaming, "Why hasn't this bat been executed yet?" They were all screaming insults and curses at her, calling her a traitor to the country. The royal family turned their backs on her too, branding the heroine as the ultimate evil. Her own younger brother and sister personally threw her into the dungeon after sentencing her to death. Lars didn't understand what any of it meant, especially since she started the war to save Nicole. But that just made the heroes laugh even harder, and the prince was shocked at how clueless and naive she was. She was always a scapegoat, and neither he nor Nicole ever considered Lars part of their family. She was always just trash, and her dark hair was proof of that. Before the current queen, the king had a wife who had nothing but magic, and the heroine was her brother's daughter. The prince hated them both, and her monstrous magical power could be explained by her relation to that woman. Remembering their uncle with horror, the girl sincerely believed that incident was long in the past. The prince remembered the king only took her in to grab the throne. Laughing, she and her sister figured Lars would never get it anyway. Long before she went to war, all the kingdom's decisions were on her. In that war, the princess led the soldiers just to show off her magic and decided to go against Chariot. Besides, when you think about it, did the heroine ever even consider the royal family? Before she left, her brother wanted to give her one last message from their father. A necessary evil is what it is, because it's necessary, no explanation needed. After that, he and Nicole safely left the dungeon, leaving the girl in deep despair. Then the butler came and brought her a slice of bread and a couple of meatballs. Kneeling down, Lars heard him set the plate on the floor right in front of her. It hit her. Working in the palace, he had to have known everything. The heroine still didn't get what she'd done wrong, so she needed to hear everything that went down over the years. The last thing she wanted to believe was that what she'd heard before was true. So, not wanting to die clueless, she was ready to beg the butler to spill it all. He paused for a moment, then leaned in and told her everything in detail. Soon after, a guard led the heroine to the scaffold as even the sky cried for her, sending a downpour. Lars knew now that from the moment she arrived at the castle, she had caused all her own misery. And her biggest mistake was throwing herself completely into her work and family for nothing. Right now, the royal family was looking at her with undisguised disgust, like she was dirt. The image of Prince Chariot flashed before her eyes, and his words echoed in her ears. She needed to see it for herself. For the sake of her people, the heroine mercilessly burned and destroyed hordes of innocent lives. And now, those very people stood below, screaming like mad, calling her a rat and demanding her death. She sacrificed everything for them, and all she got in return was rotten tomatoes thrown in her face. Suddenly grabbing her by the head, the executioner forced her down onto the wooden block, a massive blade hanging above. She saw the face of that prince from Chariot again, the one who desperately wanted to exploit someone with her kind of magical power. Meanwhile, the crowd was going wild, and the king and queen were smiling down at Lars. Giving them a broken look, the girl also remembered that she had to finish off those who believed in this ridiculous idea. Feeling a surge of rage ignite inside her like an explosion, she decided she would never forgive them. Mentally demanding her life back, she heard the guillotine hurtling towards her neck at full speed. Opening her eyes, Lars saw her reflection in the mirror, peacefully brushing her hair. Totally freaking out, she went to the mirror, not believing what she was seeing. She frantically looked around, then realized she was back in her own chambers. The butler was standing nearby, and two maids were tidying up in the corner. She remembered their last meeting in the dungeon when he filled her in on everything. But now he looked way younger than even when she left for the war. Seeing her lady's weird state, one of the maids poured her some tea, thinking she was just tired from Nicole's birthday party. Time was flying by so fast, it was hard to believe she was already 16. Stunned by what she heard, she decided to ask what the date was according to the continental calendar. When she heard it was March 4th, 654, she knew she'd gone back more than 10 years. Now, she was curious about that letter that arrived from the Chariot Empire this morning. The maids, like everyone else, weren't sure, but figured it was a marriage proposal to Lady Nicole. Totally freaking out even more, Lars frantically started trying to remember that letter. She was certain it didn't specifically mention the second princess, Nicole, but Princess Barry. But later, it'd all turn out to be just a pretext that would lead to horrifying consequences. Just remembering that, the smell of burning and the stench of 1,000 corpses hit her. Deeply confused, she turned back to the mirror and started examining herself closely again. There was no doubt about it. She'd definitely gotten younger, and the wounds on her body were gone too. Her neck and arms, places that used to be covered in deep scars from all the torture, were now flawless, clean skin. Feeling her legs, Lars confirmed that they were fine too. But her head was a total mess. She had no idea how or why she was back, or what the hell just happened. The butler and servants were totally bewildered by their mistress's expression, frozen in shock. A bleak dungeon, offering nothing but pain, despair, and the occasional scurrying rat. The smug faces of her brother Eric and sister Nicole, who thought of her as absolutely worthless. The metallic screech of the guillotine sliding down, promising only death in the middle of this hell. Whatever the case, the heroine knew for damn sure that this was really happening to her. Just then, she sat defeated in the chair, covering her face with her hands, which really worried the maids. In an instant, the fear and pain vanished, replaced by an unquenchable, vengeful rage. Frozen in place by the raging fury, the girl slowly raised her head and looked in the mirror again. This time, she saw a memory from the past, herself with a bloody bandage over her eye. Insane malice and bitter resentment merged into a single dance, shaking every fiber of Lars's being. She let out a blood-curdling scream and smashed the glass with her fist, freaking everyone out. The hit was so powerful that the whole dresser collapsed onto the floor right in front of the butler. Gasping for air and shaking like a leaf, she was dragged back into those memories again. She could still see it. 2 guys holding her down while a third one played with a knife all over her body. Another time, one dude was kicking her while the other was going at her with this huge, spiked iron club. And through it all, she couldn't shake the looks from the royal family, their faces twisted with disgust and contempt. Now, standing there like everything was normal, she knew she wasn't the same, and all that stuff was still inside her. Just then, royal guards busted into her room, wanting to know what all the racket was about. Her parents always pretended she was their perfect daughter, and Lars, like an idiot, totally bought it. In the end, their fake love led to betrayal, suffering, and death. From now on, the heroine can't forgive her so-called parents who did nothing but use her, and she sure as hell can't forgive that idiot Eric who got all the glory, and forget about forgiving that snake Nicole who was just kicking back, enjoying the show behind their backs. The girl decided she wouldn't forgive any of these bastards who played games with her life. Pulling herself together, she apologized for her behavior, saying she'd been having a rough time lately. She also decided there was no need to bother her parents with this, wouldn't want to inconvenience them. They must already have their hands full dealing with that letter from Chariot. Hearing their agreement, the heroine sincerely thanked everyone for understanding. She couldn't let herself be used like that again. She put up with everything for the sake of her family and her country, believing it was for the best. Meanwhile, Eric and Nicole were cashing in on their royal kid privileges, making a name for themselves in high society. And right now, Lars was seriously confused. Did they really think she was the villain? Suddenly, a maid burst into her room, announcing the king's order for the whole family to assemble. Seeing the mess in the room, she froze in the doorway, totally shocked. The heroine figured her dad wanted to make an announcement about the letter from the Chariot Empire, hence the family meeting. The maid practically echoed her thoughts word for word, which was almost kind of funny. Agreeing to attend the gathering, Lars wondered, what family were they even talking about? Even all the servants here probably know the truth and are just playing along. Deciding to play their game, the heroine asked them to clean up her room in the meantime. Getting their okay, she hurried off to the family powwow. Any doubts about her actually traveling back in time? Pretty much gone. And if that's the case, the king's gonna announce what's in that letter from the Chariot Empire real soon. Inside, the emperor wants Princess Berry to be his empress, and this country's got two princesses, Lars and Nicole. Long story short, the younger sister, our girl here, ends up becoming empress and moves to Chariot. At the time, nobody's gonna realize it's all a big freaking trap. Turns out, the emperor's just taking a royal family member hostage to force them to surrender. Suddenly, she's seeing the emperor's face, knowing he thinks she'll fall too. Meanwhile, Lars becomes world famous, but as Bat Princess of all things. The very people she fought to protect will see her as a traitor, a sellout to the homeland. And her own damn family? They'll use her like a pawn, then toss her aside like yesterday's garbage. If they were all so desperate to see her as the villain, Lars wasn't about to disappoint them anymore. Instead, she decided to give them what they wanted and become the evil bitch they were craving. Once everyone was gathered, the head of the family apologized for the suddenness of the meeting. Seeing how young her parents looked, the heroine was reminded once again that she'd gone back in time. With a heavy heart, the king was forced to announce that Emperor Zephon wanted Princess Berry for his wife. Hearing this, Eric jumped out of his seat, totally shocked and devastated. Frozen in horror, Nicole was completely blindsided that the rumors were actually true. Lars knew that the final choice would fall on her younger sister, who had only recently come of age. Technically, they should have picked the first princess, but at that moment, the girl had zero doubts. In her past life, she was just happy for Nicole, figuring she was a perfect candidate. She just wanted to support her, like a big sister should, but now it was clear they were never gonna pick a hero. Unlike the baby, who everyone adored, she was just a nobody. Nothing more, nothing less. Lara realized she should have seen it coming when they tossed her onto the battlefield to save Nicole, who'd been taken hostage. For her family, this girl went on killing sprees without a second thought. She constantly put herself in danger, and in the end, they dumped her like yesterday's trash. Suddenly, she overheard Eric agreeing with their dad's plan to marry off their youngest to the emperor. Her brother was convinced Nicole would be an awesome empress and build a bridge between Berry and Chariot. Calmly looking at him, Lars figured Eric still thought the same way he always had. And the youngest sister's face? Darker than night when she heard the news. Smiling, the hero couldn't believe anyone would pass up an opportunity like that. Sorry for butting in, but there's no way Nicole is marrying Zephon. Totally thrown by that, her sister stared at her, genuinely shocked. Meanwhile, Eric, who usually ignored the main character, was now practically gnashing his teeth at her. The queen, for her part, didn't get what Lars was on about. As the older sister, she had to support Nicole. Blown away by her nerve, the main character shot up, determined that her little sister would be a great empress. But if her fiancé is that tyrant, there's no telling how things will turn out. Zephon Barb Verbena was the emperor of Chariot, a man infamous for his cruelty and cold blood. No wonder Nicole, who was raised with love and care, would be terrified of him. Dad's definitely heard the rumors about this guy, and you can't count the people he's had executed on a whim. Even if she's his wife, there's no guarantee he won't draw his sword on her. On top of everything else, Zephon murdered his own father, the previous emperor, with his bare hands. Rumor has it, this dangerous dude personally takes care of anyone who gets on his nerves. Lars knew all that crap was true, and you could tell by the way he waged war. His soldiers strapped explosives to themselves and bunched together like maniacs. Then one of them would light a fuse, and the whole suicide squad would charge right into a crowd of enemy soldiers. In other words, the emperor didn't even treat his own people like human beings. Besides all that, he also had 6 concubines who were totally obsessed with him. They say they even tried to kill each other to cut down on the competition. The heroine knew that was true too, and she could already see where they'd be directing their jealousy once the Empress showed up. Nicole's gonna have to deal with all that crap in a foreign land and all alone. My parents' and brother's expressions changed, and they couldn't argue anymore. Lars hugged her little sister, deciding as the older sibling she couldn't just stand by and let this happen. Truth is, in her past life, after ending up in Sheriolt, Nicole was ready to ditch that place at the first chance she got. Less than a month after the wedding, letters started pouring in, detailing the abuse she was suffering every single day. She even confessed she spent her wedding night alone, even though it's considered a disgrace. It was all way too much for such a delicate little thing from the start, and the main character was absolutely positive that in her case, things would play out a little differently. That's why she decided to go to the Empire instead of Nicole, saving her in the process. Right now, they definitely weren't in a position to ignore the Empire's demands. As for their little sister, they'd definitely find her a more suitable partner. For her beloved sister, Lars was willing to be a stand-in and marry a tyrant. She knew all along that Nicole wasn't picked to be the Emperor's wife because she was actually a better fit. It was just that their parents didn't want the heroine, being their non-biological daughter, to become empress of a huge country. Way more than that, they're worried about the safety of their precious little baby. While the king and queen were lost in thought, Lars noticed Nicole. She realized that she really had been ready to give up her life for this young lady, but everything changed when the heroine saw that smirk on her face. With a lot of effort and his wife's support, the king was able to make this tough decision. He figured a necessary evil is what it is because it has to be, and even though it pained him to send Lars to a place like that, he respected her decision and was ready to roll with it. Thanking him for his trust, she secretly knew he'd regret it. Big time. She remembered her father's last words before her execution were the same as these. Clapping her hands with relief and joy, Nicole decided Lars would make an amazing empress. Smiling back, all she felt was disgust for that vile little brat. Eric figured if that was his father's decision, he couldn't say a damn thing. Thinking of Lars as the pride of their family, the queen realized she already missed her like crazy. Smiling brightly at everyone, the girl barely held back the urge to hurl. This time, as unfortunate as it is, they're the ones getting thrown out. A couple of months later, the wedding day finally arrived for Emperor Zephon and Princess Lars. Walking regally in her wedding dress, she held her new husband's hand while the butler trailed behind, holding up her veil. As the priest droned on with the vows, she stared at the hero and decided this was her fresh start. The royal family was front and center, all smiles as they watched their daughter get hitched. But at the same time, you could feel the complete contempt and indifference hanging in the air. What was this weird vibe, and where the hell was it coming from? She couldn't figure it out. Compared to the last 10 years, though, this was total BS, not even worth a second thought. After vowing to love the Emperor forever, the heroine decided to conquer Barry herself. Then, she and Zephon turned to face each other, ready to exchange rings. Instantly, she remembered seeing him in that damp, dark dungeon and his last words to her. Gently touching her chin, the Emperor leaned in to kiss his bride. Lars was sure that with this guy, she could definitely achieve her goal. The Chariot Empire was a huge country, freezing cold, and it had been thriving by swallowing up other nations since way back. Every country had a specific type of magic that was passed down through bloodlines. In the main character's homeland, that magic was all about raging flames. Now, the Chariot Empire, their magic was all about healing. What's more, in every country, the ruling family members were always the most gifted magic users. In Barry, the king and Eric were the purebreds, and Nicole took after her mom, also packing a serious punch compared to regular folks. Lars had extraordinary magical abilities, even by her family's standards, thanks to her connection to the second prince's blood. Mom, who had guys lining up for her, was actually engaged to the second prince, the one with the strongest magic in Barry. But she ended up marrying the crown prince, who later became king. Meanwhile, Emperor Zephon Barb Verbena of Zephon had his own backstory too. The old emperor had 10 concubines, so yeah, he had a ton of kids. But out of all of them, he was born with the most insane magical abilities. Zephon became emperor less than a year after being named heir, and the rumor is he iced his own dad to do it. Once he took the throne, he expanded the country even more and grabbed himself 6 concubines who live in the palace and wield serious power. That's not going to change even after the emperor gets himself an empress. Nicole, who hasn't lived at all, just wouldn't stand a chance in that kind of environment. Once they got to the imperial palace, Zephon made it clear right away he wasn't about to help his wife out. Smirking, he hoped the heroine would just ignore the concubine's pathetic jealousy. After saying that, he turned and walked off to do his own thing, showing his wife zero respect. The only person who was definitely on the girl's side was Shin, the butler who came with her. Honestly, it would have been smarter to bring a maid, but I could only bring one person with me. Last life, he wasn't the one who saved Lars, but we weren't exactly enemies either. While I was locked up, he's the one who told me everything that happened in 10 years. So as thanks, I brought him here. I can't totally trust him, obviously, but I still thought I had to get him out of Barry. Remembering I forgot to ask his opinion, I figured I'd check if Shin was against coming here. The answer came back cold and clear instantly, and turns out he wasn't against it because it was an order. I never thought about it before, but the more I talk to him, the more he seems not human. Shin Fenivores was a servant in the palace, and he was amazing at his job, but super unsociable. He carried out every single aspect of his work without question, but couldn't actually connect with the other servants. He became Lars's personal servant when the kingdom's people started hating her. While she was locked up in the dungeon, the butler kept bringing her food. Probably because of his personality, the guy always treated her fairly, no strings attached. Just then, he finished fixing her hair and she gave him a genuine thank you for it. The heroine also noticed that none of the maids ever came to her room. Usually, there's always at least 1 or 2 maids hanging around the Empress's room waiting for orders. But the whole time she's been here, no one's even poked their head in to check on her. Even if you called out, they wouldn't even acknowledge you. Total disrespect. In her past life, Nicole wrote about this a lot in her letters. Honestly, compared to living in a tent on the battlefield or rotting in a dungeon, Lars was living pretty well now, but she couldn't just sit on the sidelines and watch what was happening anymore. On top of everything, she refused to live a life where all she did was put up with crap. Stepping into the hallway and spotting 2 maids, she barked an order for someone to get her a glass of water. Pronto! Shin was about to jump to it, but she suddenly stopped him with her hand. Picking her first target, Lars strolled over to the maid, staring right through her. Grabbing her by the collar and yanking her close, she freaked both girls out. Glaring intensely into the scared maid's eyes, the Empress had to know, was she deaf or something? Not waiting for an answer, she threw the girl to the floor, still burning holes through her with her gaze. Then, bending her right arm, Lars conjured a huge flame in her palm, and the maid instantly went white as a ghost. The Empress wanted to know who ordered the servants to ignore her, and if she didn't get an answer, the girl would be burned to a crisp. Through tearful pleas for mercy, the Empress heard that it was all because of the head maid. Lars was totally thrown, 'cause she figured it was the concubines or even the Emperor himself. Snuffing out the flame and burning that maid's face into her memory, she ordered her to fetch water, pronto. A couple minutes later, the girl was back, hands shaking as she offered up a pitcher and glass on a tray. In that instant, the maid was drenched head to toe as the Empress emptied every last drop of water on her. Lars figured, since the maid hadn't said anything, she deserved the soaking. Tearfully admitting her guilt, the girl immediately started thanking her mistress for showing mercy. With that little lesson wrapped up, our girl dismissed the maid to get back to her duties. Hustling away, the girl stammered out a few more apologies before disappearing. Lars decided that since she was just following orders, that punishment was plenty harsh enough. The old her would have been hurt by something that small, but now things were different. Compared to everything she went through in her past life, this was nothing. Soon after, she put the other 5 maids through the exact same training. They all confirmed the order came from the head maid, and apparently she wasn't that important. After talking to everyone and enjoying the peace and quiet, Lars ordered Shin to bring her the head maid. But first, our girl needed to properly prepare for her arrival. After a while, the butler practically dragged the head maid to her, and she was all, "How dare she pull me away from my important duties?" Plus, this dude just hauls her over here without even asking her. But the second she stepped into the Empress's room, she forgot all about it and was totally thrown. Lars was chilling in her chair, and behind her, a table was flipped over on the floor with cups smashed everywhere. Our girl was absolutely certain that she and Madam had a lot to talk about. Years back, this girl heard young Nicole screaming her head off from inside her room. Red as a beet, she was bawling her eyes out, yelling that she only liked bunnies. The servants and maids did everything they could to calm her highness down, but it was no use. And meanwhile, a ripped-to-shreds teddy bear was lying at her feet, silently taking all the insults and disrespect. Even though Lars was already old enough at that point, she still felt bad for the toy. After that, she saw the young prince scatter important documents about the southern ports all over the floor. Thinking they were unbelievably boring, he ordered a servant to gather them up and take all the papers to his older sister. All Lars could do was quietly watch the servant frantically picking up the documents from the floor. Later, she took that teddy bear and, after fixing it, threw it a huge tea party. Plus, she happily accepted the documents she got from the prince's servant. All she wanted was to take care of her family, so she smiled through the hardships, turning a blind eye to everything. But now, just before the headmaid arrived, she ruthlessly ripped all the curtains in her room and flipped the table over. For her, being completely broken inside was just too overwhelming. Walking in, totally confused, the woman couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Calmly sitting in her chair, the heroine wanted to ask her the same thing. For some unknown reason, no one ever comes to clean her room. Giving orders to the maids was the headmaid's direct responsibility. Horrified by her words, the woman felt a burning mix of shame and anger. Meanwhile, Lars was still trying to understand why no one was paying attention to her. Did the headmaid have any idea how lonely she'd been all these days? The woman was confused why she even had to listen to all this, but she was in charge of the maids. Acting like she had no clue what was going on, the madame furiously insisted that all the maids acted on their own accord. Did this crazy broad really decide to trash her room on her first day here? She couldn't believe it. Grinning proudly at the Empress, the woman wondered how the heroine felt realizing her power. After saying that, Lars suddenly went silent and stared intently at the maid. Puffing out her chest, the woman decided to clarify that by order of the Emperor, all the maids were under her command. Her desires were equal to the Emperor's, and the young lady should be grateful she even got this room. And so the headmaid wanted her to get rid of any false hopes. After all, the girl was just a fancy decoration, an empress in name only, nothing more. Emperor Zephon already has plenty of wives, all of them way more worthy than her. You think maybe the reason the maids treat the lady of the house like crap is because they don't want to take orders from some bat? Especially a princess from a dump like Barry, who's got nothing going for her besides magic tricks. Smirking, the woman thought, it hasn't even been a day, and Lars hasn't even tried to understand the servants' problems. Even if the heroine's just a pretty face, the headmaid could already see a bleak future for her. Still mocking the Empress under her breath, the woman suddenly locked eyes with her. The girl's cold, calm stare sent a shiver of pure terror through every cell in her body. Backpedaling fast, she decided that they always did their work diligently and thoroughly. The headmaid figured maybe there'd come a day when she'd accept the heroine as Empress. Sneering to herself, she figured that's when the other servants' attitudes would change too. But for now, the woman ordered the Empress to clean her own room, 'cause if she couldn't handle that, she sure as hell couldn't handle anything else. Besides, as a loyal servant of His Majesty, the headmaid wasn't about to take orders from some low-born chick with dirty blood. She tried to leave, but then Lars's foot flew past her head, blocking the doorway. It was now obvious to the girl that this dimwit hadn't grasped that she was now the Emperor's wife. Pale with fear, the maid looked into her ladyship's eyes, which burned with rage. Lars didn't recall asking for her opinion, since even if just on paper, she was the Empress. So why the hell should she put up with this kind of crap from any of them? She wanted the woman to give her one good reason why, but the maid was too scared to say a word. Not understanding why she was silent, the heroine decided that talking was pointless here. Smiling, she figured this maid hadn't left her any other choice. First, remembering her haughty words, Lars decided to ask if her desire was really the Emperor's will. It would have been easy to check if that statement was true. The heroine wanted to see if she got a little scratch, would the emperor spend time on his concubine or his headmaid? Either way was fine with her, as long as it meant seeing her beloved husband. Deciding it would be super fun, she grabbed the pale-faced, terrified woman by the face with both hands. Then, grabbing her hair, Lars wondered if the maid hadn't expected this kind of thing to happen after pulling that stunt. Holding her hair with one hand and taking the scissors from Shin with the other, she wanted to make sure everything was still there. Screaming desperately, the woman's face turned blue with terror, and she demanded to know what the heroine was going to do. Since it was only the first day, she decided to limit herself to her hair. Driven mad with fear, the woman started thrashing around and begging her mistress to calm down. She was already ready to take back every word that had carelessly fallen out of her mouth. But the Empress just figured if she kept twitching like that, it wouldn't just be her hair that suffered. Right then, the maid spazzed out, and the blade nicked her cheek. She immediately screamed in shock, and Lars, cracking up, ordered her to sit still. Remembering all the crap they put her through in her past life, the heroine couldn't believe she was screaming over something so minor. The Emperor was a ruthless dude, cold-blooded enough to off even his own protégés. The woman shouldn't sweat it. Her wish was His Majesty's wish, so he'd probably heal her with his magic anyway. Backing away from her mistress in tears, the maid confessed her guilt and started begging for mercy. She also decided she'd order the maids to clean the Empress's chambers immediately. Smirking, Lars couldn't figure out what kind of BS was coming out of this servant's mouth now. Raising the scissors over her again, she decided the head maid would be the one to scrub this room spotless. And just like that, her room was spotless, everything in its place. Before long, the whole palace was buzzing about how Her Majesty threw water in a maid's face. But what really blew everyone's minds was the head maid's new look. You could barely recognize her. The girl herself wasn't having any more trouble with the servants and was finally chilling with her tea. The other maids were giving her the side-eye, still shocked that all this went down in a single day. But what else do you expect from the infamous Bat Princess, who's got the worst rep ever? Back home, she was a notorious villain who dethroned Crown Prince Eric. On top of that, she kept hiking up taxes and throwing parties with the nobles every freaking day. She rewrote the Berry Kingdom's laws like a dozen times, bending the king to her terrifying, fiery will. She even rigged her country's trade routes so their allies would get attacked at sea. The Berry royal family was known for one thing: their golden hair. Except Princess Lars, hers was black as coal, the only one. Between that and her scandalous behavior, people nicknamed her the Bat Princess. Rumor had it she wasn't even related to the King of Berry by blood. Maybe she was the Queen's secret love child? So naturally, word of what his wife did eventually got back to Emperor Zephon. But he didn't even bat an eye. Why was he supposed to do anything about some old maid? Her hair's gonna grow back eventually anyway, right? It's just a matter of time. Not long after, Lars got a surprise invite to a tea party. Shin said hanging out with high society ladies was part of the Empress's public duties, and if we're talking high society ladies, the Emperor's concubines are definitely gonna be there. And on top of that, there's a formal dinner with His Majesty right after. According to Nicole's letters from her past life, she was treated like dirt in Sherriolt. So chances are, nobody's gonna be rolling out the welcome wagon for our heroine this time either. She wanted the butler's take on whether she should go, and the hero decided the lady should do whatever she thinks is best. Reminded of how the Emperor's concubines also treated her like garbage back then, Lars decided to see who sent the invite. Turns out it was the Emperor's fourth concubine, a certain Eliza Annette. Back then, when they came to the cell where the heroine was locked up, she and the other concubines gave her a real cheerful welcome. Eliza couldn't believe it. Was this really the Bat Princess they'd all been hearing so much about? Thinking she was a pathetic sight, the girls gleefully started making fun of Lars, deciding she was a perfect fit for that dungeon. The ladies couldn't believe that instead of kissing their benefactor's feet, this wild woman rejected their esteemed lord's offer. Honestly, if she'd just admit she's a nobody right now, Eliza was ready to hand her a glass of water herself. They figured a princess with zero pride wouldn't have any trouble admitting something like that. Even after all that time, after tons of torture, the concubines still looked at her like she was dirt and mocked her. But now, as Empress, Lars was happy to accept the invitation to tea. She also wanted Shin to order the servants to get her dress ready. If they screwed up even a little, the maids would be personally responsible to her. Soon, it was time for the banquet to start, and the concubines gathered around the round table. They couldn't even imagine the brand new Empress putting that head servant in her place like that. She's gotta be a real piece of work to earn a nickname like the Bat. Thinking it was totally humiliating, the ladies couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing together. Compared to her, their precious Lady Eliza was an absolute saint. Even just sitting there, Lady Annette radiated pure, unadulterated class. Someone like her was the only one worthy of Emperor Zephon. Looks like the heroine's been roughing up the maids, the ones lower on the totem pole. But if she starts that crap with noble ladies, there'll be hell to pay, even if she is the Empress. Meanwhile, Lars glided gracefully to the table, relieved everyone was already there. The giggling stopped dead, and suddenly the heroine was getting the stink eye from all directions. Smiling sweetly, Eliza mentioned that she and the ladies were so eager to see Her Majesty. They also sincerely hoped she'd enjoy the food, which the head chef had slaved over. Lars instantly flashed back to her past life when Lady Annette tossed a bag of food at her feet and stomped on it. Then she kicked him towards the girl like he was garbage, hoping she'd enjoy the meal. Even in that hellhole, there was one decent guy who changed my bandages now and then. Too bad Lars didn't spot him in the crowd now. Meanwhile, Eliza decided to get the lowdown. What was it like for the Empress to live in the palace, and had she gotten used to it? She was hoping the girl would take the question the right way, since all the ladies were seriously worried about her. The Bat Princess from Berry becoming Empress, yeah, that's gotta be a hell of a burden. They'd already heard a juicy rumor that she'd only brought one guy along as a servant. Word on the street was Lars stole the Empress's spot from her younger sister. And on top of that, did she really do that to the headmaid just 'cause she wanted to play Empress? Lars didn't say a word, just chilled and enjoyed her fragrant tea. She knew that even though she wasn't locked up anymore, these ladies still looked down on her just the same. Suddenly, they remembered the head chef had shown off his skills and made a special dish just for Her Majesty. Then, one of the concubines piped up about how she'd heard dark hair wasn't exactly a royal family trait. So she just had to know, was the bat also some kind of love child on the side? Seeing the look on the girl's face, she realized maybe she'd come on a little too strong. Apologizing, Eliza said she was genuinely sorry and worried about the girl. After all, His Majesty Zephon had such beautiful silvery hair. How embarrassed must Lars be, standing next to him with his mousy-colored hair? All the concubines burst into laughter, right along with Lady Annette, and gave the girl a mocking look. This girl was already seeing that pampered Nicole wouldn't have lasted a day here. Those words didn't faze her one bit, and she wasn't about to miss this chance to play with words. Agreeing with the ladies, Lars figured she'd really have it rough if she were born out of wedlock. She also wanted to clarify, if Lady Eliza got pregnant by His Majesty, would that kid be considered illegitimate too? He'd be constantly surrounded by baseless rumors that he was a whore's child, someone who knew nothing of nobility. Plus, he'd only have half royal blood in his veins, which would make even his own father hate him. Also, Lady Annette doesn't have silver hair, and if the kid inherits hers, everyone will doubt his relation to Zephon. There's no guarantee His Majesty the Emperor would even acknowledge a child from a concubine. Enraged, Eliza immediately jumped to her feet, demanding the heroine shut her damn mouth. She and the other girls were shocked that their incomparable Lady Annette would sink to such ignorance. Lars just gave her a sweet smile in return, deciding this was only the beginning. With that, she had to leave the ladies to themselves and head to dinner with her husband. Thanking the girls for the lovely tea, she hoped they'd invite her again sometime. After finding out what color hair their baby will have at tonight's dinner with His Majesty, she'll be sure to let them know. Turning and starting to leave, she was met with silence and Eliza's furious glare. Once Lars had proudly left the room, you could cut the tension with a knife. The concubines looked fearfully at Lady Annette, who looked like an enraged tiger. jumping up and rushing into the hallway. She couldn't understand what baby she and His Majesty were talking about. Did that bitch really think Eliza didn't know she spent her wedding night alone? Besides, there's nothing to brag about with just one dinner with the Emperor. She's had countless dinners with him. Of course, lately the lady hasn't been dining with the master as often as she'd like. Gritting her teeth, she couldn't believe that girl became the Empress. Eliza made up her mind right then and there. She had to get her kicked out of the palace. There's no way His Majesty actually has feelings for that little brat, right? Suddenly, she spotted two servants painting the big doors and stopped dead in her tracks. On the floor next to them were two buckets, filled to the brim with white paint. Remembering the Empress had a dinner planned with His Majesty, a wicked grin twisted Eliza's face. She decided that, in that case, she should help the lady with the decorations for the reception. After a while, the headmaid in Shin helped Lars into a dark lace dress. The whole time, the woman watched her with fear, afraid to even squeak. The heroine decided Shin would do her hair, while the maid could leave. Ever since she moved into this palace, she and the Emperor hadn't even laid eyes on each other. But, seeing as they're married now, it's their duty to, have regular meals together. Zephon only went through with this marriage to take someone from Barry as a hostage. To stop that from happening, our girl needed to prove her worth to him. Luckily, she had plenty of intel she could offer, and dinner was the perfect chance to do it. Later, the girl got a message, supposedly from the Emperor, saying he was waiting for her in the garden. But they're gonna see each other soon anyway, so it makes no sense for him to write that. It's obviously a trap. The heroine didn't care, though, and happily accepted the invitation. She had plenty of time to kill, so she figured she'd give that lady a little attention. Wishing Eliza good luck in her attempts to, hurt her or something, Lars, with Shin in tow, strolled into the garden. Nobody was around, but it didn't feel like anyone was hiding either. The girl figured they were just trying to make her wait as long as possible. Suddenly, there was a weird noise from above, and at the last second, Lars spotted paint flying right at her. She covered her face and managed to dodge a bit, but unfortunately, she couldn't save her hair, which immediately got covered in white splotches. From the window, she saw the concubines looking real smug, and Eliza cheerfully waved hello to the honorable Empress. They all laughed at her, clueless about what was about to happen to them. The main character just calmly stared back at them, while the butler was totally shocked by what went down. The lady was bummed her new dress got ruined, especially since she thought she had a date with the Emperor today. But then, Lady Annette decided that, on second thought, this might even be better. In their opinion, Her Majesty's hair looked way better now than her usual boring dark locks. With that, the concubines strutted off, looking all smug. Meanwhile, Emperor Zephon stood on one of the balconies, watching everything closely. He was curious to see how his wife would react to all this. Keeping her cool, she tossed her hair back and called for Shin. She wanted to send the butler right away to get a new dress ready for her. Bowing deeply to his mistress, the servant hurried off to do as she asked. On top of that, Lars wanted him to get her bath ready immediately. Squeezing the dye out of her hair, she decided to wash all the filth off. After a while, it was finally time for their dinner together, and the table was set right on schedule. But even so, the Emperor sat alone for a long time, counting the minutes as he waited for her. He hadn't touched his food, just sat there frozen, staring into space. She was ridiculously late, and some of the servants figured the lady just wasn't ready yet. But Zephon was sure she was just upset about that stupid paint thing. They call her the Bat Princess of Barry, but turned out she's a wimp, probably locked in her room crying right now. Deciding not to wait any longer, the hero wanted to head back to his room and started towards the door. Suddenly they swung open, and Lars rushed in, offering her deepest apologies for the delay. Seeing her and hearing that it just took a little longer to get ready, Zephon was stunned. Slowly gliding in an elegant dress, the heroine shone brightly with her golden curls. In her past life, after getting splashed with paint, Nicole decided she desperately wanted to go home. The maid tried to calm her down, but the young empress couldn't understand how she could go to dinner looking like this. She was supposed to be the top dog here, but for some reason, nobody wanted to listen to her. I mean, seriously, at the last tea party, Zephon's concubines were straight up humiliating and insulting her. And Nicole was thinking, why does she have to keep taking this crap all the time? A maid rushed to get her a new dress, but the Empress decided she should focus on getting ready to go back to Barry. She didn't get what went wrong. Wasn't her older sister supposed to handle all of this? Nicole decided to write her dad a letter right away, telling him how she was being treated here. When they find out about all this, the whole kingdom's gonna riot against Chariot. But now, the heroine was in her spot, and after shocking the Emperor with her appearance, she went to her seat. Without a word, Zephon also sat down at the table, nervously tugging at his collar. The maids and servants who were supposed to be serving her during the meal were also totally shocked and confused. Lars just gave her husband this genuine, knowing smile, like she was seeing right through him. The dude was floored, not just by how she looked, but by the sheer confidence radiating off her. He swallowed hard, feeling totally thrown for a loop for the first time ever. Barely holding back a giggle, she was like, "Seriously? Does he not recognize the Bat Princess?" She remembered from her little sister's letters that Eliza used to pull the same crap on her. Right now, the girl was just stoked she managed to clean up before the main course arrived. Just like she wanted, she got all the grime and gunk out of her hair. And lucky for her, she didn't have to dye it black this time. Her dad always told her that if anyone found out about her golden hair, they'd attack her, trying to steal her magic. The queen, on the other hand, was always freaked out that something awful would happen to her precious daughter if she didn't dye it. But according to Nicole, black hair suited her way better than her natural color. Believing every damn word, the girl made a mental note to keep dyeing her hair regularly. It brought back her brother's words about how she was always just a pawn, and her nasty hair proved it. But right now, she was stoked to finally show everyone her true self. Even after arriving at Chariot Palace, she dyed her hair dark to avoid any unnecessary drama. Back in her homeland of Barry, golden hair was the ultimate symbol of the royal family. In general, gold and silver hair meant you had crazy magical powers. Her own family pushed her to dye her hair to ruin her reputation. Basically, Lars is showing everyone what she's really worth just by rocking that gold hair. Realizing she'd been lost in thought for too long, she shifted her gaze to the Emperor. Noticing that, the hero suddenly flinched and stared back, totally lost. Stunned by how surprised he was, the girl asked if he wanted to say something. Clearly not expecting that question, Zephon was even more taken aback, a drop of sweat trickling down his face. Grabbing a wine glass from the table, the hero instantly drained it in one gulp. After that, he immediately ordered the servant to refill his glass with wine. Humbly following the order, the servant was surprised that his master was so worked up before even touching his food. While waiting for his glass to be filled, the Emperor nervously adjusted his collar again. At that moment, Lars suddenly remembered the guy who occasionally treated her in prison. She also recalled their infrequent meetings with His Majesty, which didn't last long. Meanwhile, the glass was refilled, and Zephon started actively downing it again. Then he figured the girl had dyed her hair, but she was quick to tell him that it was her natural color. Seeing his confused look, she rushed to say that she had to hide her real hair color because of her family's rules. Those rules were definitely made to benefit her younger brother and sister. Laura knew the truth, that she was just a scapegoat, hadn't spread in Chariot yet, so she had to come up with something. She pretended that her little sister didn't fully inherit the family's magic, and didn't quite have golden hair. But the Emperor knew perfectly well that she also had a brother, Crown Prince Eric. So the heroine decided that even though her brother's hair was the same color as hers, his magical abilities were really weak. Zephon was thrown because the way she said it made it sound like the prince's powers were nothing compared to hers. With an ironic smirk, the heroine decided to remind him that Eric was the heir to the throne. And if the heir to the throne has less magic than the princess, he'll look weak in the eyes of the people. But the hero still didn't get it. Usually, a weak candidate gets weeded out naturally. Lars wasn't so sure. In her past life, she'd been the one who got cut. Changing the subject, she said it was an honor that His Majesty was interested in their family. She was also pretty happy that they were having dinner together, like a normal family. Plus, the heroine's real hair color was a much better match for the Emperor's gorgeous silver hair. Taking another sip of wine, Zephon gazed at his wife thoughtfully. The hero didn't want her to be wrong. He'd never expected her to have the qualities an empress should have. He knew there were plenty of valuable women here already, but questioning his words, Lars thought she was more valuable to him than anyone else. Stunned by such arrogant talk, the emperor instantly went ballistic. The servants visibly darkened, realizing this could end in execution or worse. But the heroine herself still looked confident, staring resolutely at her husband. Zephon didn't get what value she was talking about, seeing as he hadn't even acknowledged her as his empress yet. Up until today, he'd seen tons of women just like her, so he hoped she'd remember that the moment she left this house, she was done for. In response, the girl just laughed, which totally threw him off. If His Majesty kills her, he'll never get the intel on the situation that's about to turn this whole country upside down. Lars really understood just how big of a loss that would be for him. Taking his seat and eyeing her suspiciously, Zephon was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Then the heroine remembered the magnificent ship with the white sails, proudly named the White Meridian. Hearing that name, the emperor and his servants froze, their eyes bugging out in shock and confusion. The White Meridian was the Chariot Empire's national merchant vessel. It sets sail from its home port, makes rounds to ports in colonial countries and trade partners, then heads back. For the Chariot Empire, stuck in a frigid climate, trade was the only way to get vital resources. The White Meridian, loaded with cargo, is scheduled to return home next month. But Lars, a supposed ally of our homeland, is planning an attack on that ship. Their goal? To seize everything on board. If they succeed, the entire crew will be slaughtered, and the Chariot Empire will lose all those resources we paid for. Barry is fully backing their ally Capricorn in this, and they've promised us a huge payoff to cover up the whole thing. The heroine was standing nearby, and she overheard her father discussing the plan with the ruler of Capricorn. Later, when she approached him, she wasn't so sure this was a good idea. After all, their Nicole is the Empress of Chariot. The king, though, thought there wasn't a damn thing to worry about. The kingdom of Capricorn's been our ally forever. We gotta help each other out. The girl knew that, but they were on good terms with the Chariot Empire too, weren't they? That's when Eric chimed in, saying those good terms were just a straight-up lie. Besides, Lars was the one who came up with this plan to begin with, so what's her problem now? But our girl never imagined they'd use her idea for something like this. Dad put a hand on her shoulder, figured nothing's changed, and thanks to her, both kingdoms still win. Chariot'll never find out, and the king was super grateful and proud of his little girl. Sure, it's not exactly ethical, but it's what they gotta do to keep both countries looking good. But if Emperor Zephon finds out, he'll be all over them, even if they deny everything. Just because they're buddies with the Capricorn Kingdom, Nicole's gonna catch heat, and she's their empress. Everything went smooth as silk thanks to the hero, and Dad's decided he's trusting her with everything from now on. Lars was totally stoked hearing that, and she agreed with every single word. Only now is it really hitting her just how dumb she used to be back then. So, after the attack, the Chariot Empire never managed to find out who did it. The Castle Kingdom, where the White Meridian last stopped, had to take the fall and pay up. Word got around that Zephon eventually bounced back from the damage, but it took years of hard work. And all the credit for covering up the crime went to the king and Erica, which was exactly what old Lars wanted. Knowing the White Meridian is coming back next month, the hero decided she wants to speak out about trade. But the heroine figured she got intel that the ship's gonna get hit in a month anyway. On top of that, she knew the exact date, time, and location of the attack. Besides all that, she also had other info that'd be a huge win for the Chariot Empire and the Emperor himself. But first, the girl was suggesting they test out the value of her intel just once. She got a big chunk of her intel back when she was still Princess Barry. Plus, Shin told her about the 10 years, and that's all gonna be her fortune and her weapon. Zephon was itching to know more, but Lars figured there was a time for everything. She knew how valuable the info was. She couldn't just spill all her secrets right away. Staring intently at his wife, the hero was seriously impressed by what she said. What's more, he agreed to check out the attack info against all criteria and attack data. If the White Meridian really gets attacked and they manage to stop it, then he'll acknowledge her worth. This ship was the backbone of his country's resources, and right now, it's loaded with goods worth a fortune. If those criminals actually show up, the emperor's ready to personally make sure they all sleep with the fishes. But if it turns out the heroine's leading them on a wild goose chase, she'll be taking a tour of the ocean floor. Accepting the bet, Lars raised her wine glass, ready to toast to a killer deal. Later, Eliza's room looked like a tornado hit it, furniture and dishes flying everywhere, thanks to the concubine's blind rage. Every fiber of her being was reeling from the words that had come out of her maid's mouth during the Emperor and Empress's dinner. The lady couldn't believe the heroine had shown up there with golden hair. And what the hell could that little bitch even be bargaining with His Majesty about? Backing away from her mistress in fear, the maid didn't know a damn thing about it. Eliza was absolutely livid that the girl's dark hair had turned out to be fake. She was dead set on making that upstart regret ever messing with her. Meanwhile, Lars was chilling in her room, totally engrossed in a book. Their first dinner with the Emperor was over, and the next one probably wouldn't be for another month. Until then, she needed to rethink everything and get a solid plan in place. Suddenly, a maid walked into her room, apologizing to the Empress in advance. Turns out, a message was delivered for her, but something unexpected happened before it reached her hands. The maid handed the lady a bunch of shredded paper scraps that used to be a letter. Right after that, the maid rushed to say she had nothing to do with it. According to her, the message arrived like that, and there was nothing she could do. From a few phrases on the scraps, she figured out the letter was from her father. We also figured out he was digging around, trying to find out what the situation is in Sherialt. Lars, not wanting to deal with it, told Shin to just toss the letter right away. She really hoped the butler wasn't into puzzles, and luckily for her, he wasn't. One less problem to worry about, and who knows, maybe she should thank Eliza for this. Back in her past life, Nicole complained a bunch about her letters getting ripped to shreds. It's probably one of the concubines, and odds are it's the fourth one, Lady Annette. The heroine decided to ask Shin when she'd get a chance to meet up with Eliza. He said that Princess Jane's throwing a Christmas party in the next few days. It's gonna be a huge deal, so all the concubines are definitely gonna be there. Stoked about the news, the girl decided she absolutely had to go to this party. I'm curious what a woman who's just a concubine will dare to do this time. As for today, the main character decided a stroll would be nice. Meanwhile, the third concubine, Sasha Lebedeva, was peacefully drinking tea in a bright gazebo. She was in a massive greenhouse when Lars and her butler came down. She was blown away by how beautiful it was. It was so huge, it was like a giant garden. Smiling as she looked at all the gorgeous flowers, she felt incredibly at peace. Hearing a rustle nearby, she cautiously turned her head towards the sound. Leaving the gazebo, the blue-haired lady sat down on the edge of a big flower bed. She sat lost in thought, looking down sadly, not noticing the main character was there. Lars decided to go over to her, and hearing her footsteps, the lady got really freaked out. She strolled up to the lady, stopped, and gave her a good hard look. Realizing it was the Empress, the concubine was mainly struck by her golden hair. Panicking even more, she figured she'd screwed up big time, and now that Her Majesty was here, she'd be forced to leave. Studying the stranger closely, Lars felt like she recognized her voice from somewhere. Suddenly snapping to it, Sasha apologized for her rudeness and introduced herself to the Empress. That's when our girl realized this was the third concubine. Were the others messing with her? Her prim and proper act was probably fake, and Lars decided she wasn't falling for it anymore. After losing her sight in her past life, she couldn't even tell who was the one messing with her. She got curious. Why was the concubine so nervous? She'd been chosen by the Emperor too, right? Sasha, though, saw it differently, believing she only became a concubine to smooth over diplomatic relations between her country and the Empire. So, the heroine figured, even if she was just playing the innocent lamb, she could still learn a ton. She decided that since they'd bumped into each other, grabbing a cup of tea would be pretty awesome. Sasha was totally thrown, frozen in shock, while Lars, meanwhile, ordered Shin to get a table ready for them. Before long, a small table in a cozy gazebo was piled high with all kinds of sweets and a tea set. The concubine was like a kid, getting excited about every treat, and the more time passed, the more she doubted this was all an act. Out of nowhere, she decided the tea's delicate aroma would be perfect with pignac, which totally confused the heroine. Seeing the Empress's confused look, Sasha quickly explained that it was a super popular sweet from Sherriolt. She was surprised that Her Majesty had never even heard of the stuff, but Lars understood she just hadn't had the chance to before. She didn't know anything about popular sweets because she hadn't been out in society yet. Man, the main girl was blushing hard, totally embarrassed. She figured being an empress and not knowing about sweets was kinda lame, so she vowed to study harder. The concubine apologized again and again, not trying to be a know-it-all, which actually made her chuckle a bit. Wanting to change the subject, Lars decided to pump Sasha for info on the other concubines. Turns out, they're all basically the Empire's connections to other countries. Most of them were gunning for the Empress title, but the Emperor didn't seem interested in any of them. There were even cases where ladies straight up died trying to seduce His Majesty with their looks. He only cared about a woman's value, and before Lars showed up, Eliza was one of the closest to becoming Empress. But the favorite, the one with the best shot at the title, was the Emperor's sixth concubine. The sixth had the most power out of all of them, and she was the one His Majesty considered the most talented lady. Maybe that's why she was allowed a little more slack than the other concubines. On top of that, number 6 was ruthless, getting rid of any woman who got even remotely close to the Emperor. The heroine didn't like that this woman was still lying low, or maybe she's just watching how things play out. Maybe she noticed Eliza's already made her move and decided to see what happens. Besides that, Lars also wanted to find out more about the fourth consort herself. According to Sasha, Eliza's super jealous and hostile, not just to the heroine but to all the other consorts. She's been plotting to become the Emperor's wife, and honestly, her crew's even a step ahead of number 6's. All the consorts are at each other's throats anyway, but nobody even considers Sasha a threat because she's too plain for their tastes. The girl hoped the Empress would be careful because right now, Eliza's most suspicious of her. But Lars didn't get why Sasha would even be helping her in the first place then. The lady just replied that she's only a consort and wouldn't dare go against Her Majesty, and she was already super grateful just to be allowed to live in this palace. I mean, she wasn't even supposed to be in a place like this in the first place, so she saw it as a major blessing. But hearing she wasn't even allowed to mention neutrality, Lars froze. She jumped up and was instantly next to the concubine, totally catching her off guard. Tilting her head up, Lars decided this girl was seriously smart. Hurrying to make clear she wasn't going to hurt her, the heroine thanked her for the great story. Stunned by what just happened, Sasha looked at her mistress, confused, and apologized automatically. Truth was, Lars had just remembered her from her past life, when she'd been weeping over her wounded body. Crying and praying, the lady apologized over and over for everyone else, believing even with power you couldn't do stuff like that. Holding the bottle to the heroine's lips, Sasha wanted to give her some pain-killing wine. Lars whipped her arm around, smashing the bottle on the floor, wine spilling everywhere. She yelled at the girl, thinking that as the first princess of Berry, she couldn't accept anything from an enemy, especially if it's poisoned. Apologizing, Sasha understood the poor girl's anger and decided she wouldn't visit her again. So now, she just wanted the heroine to allow her to pray for her one last time. Folding her hands and closing her eyes, the concubine used healing magic, and Lara felt a noticeable relief. Sasha decided she shouldn't have been in this palace from the start and knew she had no right to pray for the heroine. But still, she hoped the prisoner would give her just 1 minute. She kept praying, and with each second, the heroine felt the pain gradually subside more and more. Also, even though she couldn't see, she clearly heard Sasha's tears falling onto the stone floor. Finishing her prayer, the girl stood up and quickly ran from the dungeon, never returning there again. Lars, realizing she screwed up, dropped her head and started lapping up the wine, which turns out wasn't poisoned at all. Now it finally hit her. She understood who the one person was who actually showed her kindness and gave a damn. Even though Sasha didn't remember anything herself, the heroine was super grateful for everything she'd done. Even more stunned by what she was hearing, the concubine noticed the Empress was suddenly acting totally different. Meanwhile, Lars decided that as soon as she got rid of everyone who pissed her off, she'd formally invite this lady for tea. Later on, the long-awaited Christmas evening arrived, hosted by the esteemed Duchess. Even before the Empress showed up, all the guests were buzzing about the shocking news that her hair had suddenly turned golden. The fact that Princess Berry's got dark hair has been fueling a ton of gossip lately. I mean, the Berry royal family's been known for their powerful magical abilities since way back. Besides, even though the Duchess is throwing tonight's party, all the concubines will be there, Her Majesty included. Everyone was dying to see what she'd look like, and when Lars finally walked into the ballroom, everyone was stunned by her beauty. Her hair really was golden, even though it had been black at the wedding just recently. No one could believe it. Could this really be the Bat Princess? Hearing the guests admire her and say she was worthy to be the Emperor's wife, Eliza and her friends were seething with quiet rage. Lady Annette was burning holes in her with a hawk-like stare, ready to rip out her golden hair by the roots. Suddenly, she overheard her friend also involuntarily admiring Lars's hair. Unable to take it anymore, Eliza stormed over to the heroine, deciding that she and the Empress hadn't seen each other in ages. Meeting Lady Annette with a smile, Lars greeted her cheerfully. Lady Annette smirked, realizing she'd fallen for Her Majesty's trick again, worrying she'd show up in public looking like a bat. She gushed about how hard the Empress worked after meeting with the concubines and praised her effort. The heroine was floored that someone as important as her was even giving her a compliment. Since she wasn't the main attraction tonight, Lars decided to go easy on the makeup for once. So, she was actually grateful that this girl appreciated her natural beauty. Eliza's other ladies-in-waiting and friends were shocked at how smoothly the Empress shut her down. Now, Lars figured she'd take her leave and go say hi to the princess. That's when Lady Annette's posse cooked up a brilliant plan to mess with Her Highness. The second Lars turned her back on Eliza, the blonde chick stuck her foot out to trip her. Good thing Shin was there, or she'd have eaten floor. She caught herself on his arms and glared daggers at those ladies. She realized those were the same chicks from the tea party, the ones always sucking up to the fourth concubine. She smirked, lucky enough to have caught exactly who stuck their foot out. Meanwhile, the Duchess rushed over, considering it an honor to have the Empress at the party. Lars smiled back, thinking she should be thanking her for the invite. While they were chatting away with the Duchess, Eliza and her crew were back to glaring daggers. After talking with the Duchess, guests started lining up in droves, all wanting a word with Her Majesty. Lady Annette and her posse were pissed that everyone was showering Lars with compliments just because of her hair color. They figured maybe they should splash some water in her face to knock her down a peg. Eliza, meanwhile, was chewing her nails, green with envy, trying to figure out how to get the spotlight back on her. Suddenly, Lars walked up, happy to find all the ladies in one place. The concubine was curious what brought the Empress herself all the way over here. Giving a sweet smile, the heroine said she just wanted to chat a little. And another thing, she locked eyes with that blonde chick who tripped her. Catching the Empress's icy glare, the lady immediately tensed up and stared back. Then, the Empress slowly walked toward her, all eyes glued to her. A second later, Eliza's friend screamed in pain and terror, clutching her foot. Lady Annette was in total shock, completely rattled by what just happened. The other ladies turned pale with fear, afraid to even look up at the Empress. Lars clamped a hand over her mouth. She didn't want any loud screaming. The party wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, the heroine's heel was jammed right into the girl's foot, draining all the color from her face. Ordering her to stop right now, Eliza couldn't believe what Her Majesty was doing. But the heroine decided to teach these scumbags a lesson, especially since they were pretending they didn't know about the trip. Lady Annette can keep collecting trash all she wants, but she's got zero chance of getting Emperor Zephon's attention. Hearing that it's because she's worthless sent Eliza into a complete rage. She grabbed a wine glass off the table and chucked it at the Empress, yelling at her to shut her damn mouth. Lars turned around at the shout and felt a shard of glass slice her cheek. The ladies immediately started calming the concubine down, reminding her she can't talk to Her Majesty like that. But Eliza wasn't about to stop, thinking that Bat Princess isn't good enough for the Emperor. Just then, the main character spotted a table knife lying on the table right next to her. Seeing her grab it, her friends decided their mistress needed to get the hell out of there. They figured that woman was capable of anything, and Lady Annette should worry about her own safety first. Eliza smirked at the Empress, figuring she wouldn't have the guts to use the knife against Zephon's favorite. Ignoring her crazy rant, Lars calmly walked over and sliced the concubine's dress with a knife. Eliza just froze, watching her outfit fall apart and expose her body. All eyes in the room snapped to them, and Eliza's friends rushed to help her out. Smirking, our girl figured Lady Annette could only tell her own reflection to shut its damn mouth. Eliza was in complete shock, unable to believe the Empress just did that to her. Of course, the Emperor wouldn't defend his wife, or the concubine, but could Eliza even defend herself? Lars's mind flashed back to when this lady and her cronies were torturing her in prison. Back then, she was on the floor, helpless to say or do anything to protect herself. But now, Eliza was in her shoes, and our girl was happy to let her taste her own medicine. Pointing a finger at the concubine, Lars joined the rest of the guests in mocking her. Everyone was disgusted by the lady's trashy behavior. She'd really hit rock bottom. Thinking the Empress was totally in the right, they couldn't figure out why the lady was acting like she was special. Lars figured she'd been through too much crap to let some concubine break her. Eliza barely managed to stand, and her friends rushed to her sides, helping her get out of there. Turning blue from the humiliation, the lady looked at the Empress like she was doomed, tears welling up in her eyes. Smiling back, the Empress thought she could come to her whenever she wanted, but Lady Annette would be the one regretting it in the end. Meanwhile, the sixth concubine, Camilla Kruzinski, calmly sipped her wine on the side, watching the whole thing go down. Smirking, she decided the princess wasn't a scared little bat after all, but one fearless lioness. Just then, the night's quiet outside the building was broken by the sound of hooves and a carriage pulling up. A fancy ride stopped right at the entrance, totally throwing the guards for a loop. The carriage doors swung open, and out strode His Majesty the Emperor, all swagger and pride. He'd heard his wife was going to show up at the banquet that Duchess Jane was throwing. Made him wonder how the heroine would act in front of all the other concubines. Remembering how she was at that dinner they had, he figured it was worth seeing and decided to check it out himself. Stepping into the banquet hall, he immediately got the feeling that something was seriously off. Even though the party was in full swing, everyone was hanging around outside for some reason. Then he spotted Eliza, looking unusually downcast, cloaked and surrounded by her people. The guests were thrown for a loop by the Emperor's arrival, but Zephon just wanted to know what the hell happened here. Seeing him, Lady Annette's friends immediately rushed up, begging him to punish the villainess. Giving them a disdainful look, the hero was furious they dared address him without permission. They apologized for their rudeness right away. The girls freaked out and backed off. One of the Emperor's men rushed over to the boss, wanting to fill him in on what happened. After hearing him out, Zephon was completely blown away by what the heroine did. Hearing the carriage pull away, His Majesty knew Eliza was headed home. Totally thrown for a loop, he could barely keep from grinning like an idiot. He took off towards Lars, his head spinning with the idea that she ripped Lady Annette's dress as payback. It all clicked the moment she first showed off her golden hair. Grinning from ear to ear, he decided she was a total psycho. The hero had seen enough girls who were blinded by the idea of becoming empress. They all lost their nerve and gave up at the slightest scare. He didn't need to step in, because the concubines were doing a great job of weeding each other out, especially Camilla and Eliza. But this woman was completely different, and you could tell just by looking at her. Now, the Emperor was curious. How would she react to him showing up? Meanwhile, Lars stood calmly, surrounded by worried-looking guests. Stepping in front of her, Zephon gave his wife a condescending look, silently waiting for her to react. Hearing footsteps, our girl smoothly turned towards him, gracefully fixing her hair, but seeing His Majesty in front of her, she immediately got flustered. She was totally thrown off, since she wasn't expecting to see him here. Staring intently at his wife, the Emperor wanted to know what the hell she was up to. Lars figured everything was going great and all the guests were super happy she was there. So Zephon quickly clarified that he'd already heard about Eliza's dress being torn. Seeing a cold smile on his wife's face, the hero decided to ask if she was behind it. Smiling even wider, the heroine chuckled involuntarily, which seriously shocked him. Looking triumphant, she was super pleased that His Majesty was already in the a loop. Looking at her in confusion, Zephon wondered, was she actually proud of herself? He also wanted to know how she dared lay a hand on the emperor's concubine. Eliza is the daughter of the count who controls 70% of the trade with the kingdom of Yulain. Originally, that country was at war with the empire because Yulain's headstrong ruler refused even diplomatic ties. Trading only with the Annette family was the only compromise they were willing to make. If trade relations with the Count are severed because of this incident, their trade links with the ruler of the Kingdom of Yulin will be cut off too. So the hero was hoping that Lars would finally get how serious things really were. After apologizing, she didn't get why they had to cater to Lady Annette now that the king had her. Just then, Princess Jane and her servant rushed to the Empress's aid, carrying a first aid kit. The cut on her cheek was still bleeding, and they wanted to at least give her some initial treatment. Enraged by his wife's words, Zephon stormed over and smacked the princess's servant's hands. The first aid kit immediately slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor, scattering everything. Totally bewildered, the emperor was shocked by such audacity. He couldn't understand it. Was Lars really just asking for punishment? How could such words come out of her mouth when she hadn't even proven her worth yet? But suddenly, she smiled in a way that made Zephon instantly shut up and stare at her, confused. She winked at him, figuring the hero would see for himself soon enough. Then, she brought her palm up to her wound and ran her thumb across it, collecting the blood. After that, she walked over to the emperor and dabbed his lips with her bloody finger, deciding he needed to be patient. At that moment, you could safely say Zephon's whole world flipped upside down, and he was in total shock. Later, sitting in front of the mirror, Lars carefully examined the clear skin on her face where the cut had been. The healing magic the Emperor's servant used on her was seriously top tier. Now she knew firsthand that this country's reputation for healing magic was totally justified. While she was checking herself out, Shin stood nearby, polishing the tea set and staring intently at her. He'd known this woman practically since they were kids, and after serving as her servant here for the past few months, he was stumped. The butler often thought back to the time someone shamelessly dumped paint on his mistress's head. Even with all that, she didn't even flinch, stayed totally calm, and actually turned the whole situation to her advantage. And even after what went down with His Majesty, who usually makes people tremble just by looking at them, she stood her ground, cool as a cucumber. Suddenly, Lars noticed Shin staring intently right at her. Thinking he might have been hit by shrapnel too, she was about to order him healed immediately. But the butler insisted he was fine and could take care of any little scrapes himself. Hearing that, she looked at him thoughtfully, remembering something important. Speaking of wounds, it instantly made her think of that toy she brought with her. That teddy bear Nicole hated and used to tear up all the time was definitely looking rough these days. Shin assumed it should just be thrown away, but she immediately ordered him to fix the toy. He got right to sewing, and in that moment, she wondered how Eliza was acting now, after everything that went down at the reception. The butler realized she wasn't really doing anything special anymore, not even her daily tea ceremonies, which just stopped cold. Lars sighed, bored out of her skull, realizing she hadn't even tried, she just didn't care. Way more important right now was figuring out how to deal with the Emperor, who was seriously pissed at her. As much as she wanted to mess with the other concubines, she was stoked that she'd already managed to really screw with Eliza's head. But for now, it was smarter to lay low for a bit, just chill and do nothing. One of the weapons Lars had in her arsenal now was her memories from her past life, specifically the last 10 years. Even if she was being used, she was still the first princess of the Berry Kingdom who knew what was going on across the continent, even though she was later completely cut off from the real world, stuck in the Chariot dungeon. But after she got back home and was locked up again, Shin filled her in on everything. The girl totally understood that she was only alive right now because of him. Hearing his name mumbled under the mistress's breath, the butler gave her a puzzled look. He figured he should probably fix all the toys, besides the teddy bear, and she immediately agreed. The heroine decided she had enough intel on the future of the Chariot Empire. Neighboring countries were scared of it, and it was always the hottest gossip topic, especially the current Emperor Zephon, who was infamous for being a total savage. The main reason he had so many concubines was because the empire needed to smooth things over diplomatically. Tensions between Chariot and Yulain, where Eliza came from, were already high before Zephon's dad became emperor. Maybe one of the previous Chariot rulers had been bullying the kingdom of Yulin, too. Picking up the toy king, the heroine thought about how Zephon was the one who reached out to Yulain. Suddenly, a moment that would happen to the king of that country flashed into her mind. A brilliant idea was slowly but surely forming in her mind, and a smile spread across her face. She remembered that soon enough, everyone would be flipping out over the sudden death of King Yulain. By taking advantage of this, she could forge stronger diplomatic ties than the ones they had thanks to Eliza. She ordered Shin, when he was done fixing the toys, to submit a request for departure from the palace. Agreeing with his mistress, the butler stared intently at her, never pausing from stitching up the teddy bear. The heroine was radiant, as if her dream had come true, her gaze brimming with resolve and confidence. Looking at the Empress, the butler couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, His Majesty's subordinates hurried after him down the corridor, bringing news of a crash within the kingdom of Kensal. On top of that, the Annette family was still grilling them about the sixth concubine. As for ports where they could land in case of supply shortages, the hero decided to keep searching until the very end. Seeing the confusion on his subordinates' faces, the Emperor barked at them to execute the order. Now! After that, he went into his office, hung his cloak up, and plopped down at his desk. No matter what he was doing lately, Lars's face kept popping into his head ever since that last banquet. He could still taste her blood on his lips, sending shivers down his spine. Running a hand over his lip, Zephon couldn't help but chuckle, totally blown away. Soon after, His Majesty got a request from his wife to leave the palace, and he immediately summoned her. She entered his office, greeting the Emperor, and then he stared at her in silence for a few seconds. Honestly, the heroine never even thought he'd actually grant her an audience. The request stated she was going to the kingdom of Yulain, which really threw Zephon for a loop. Knowing that was Eliza's homeland, the same Eliza that Lars had beef with recently, what was he supposed to think? The only thing that popped into his head was that this was definitely no ordinary coincidence. Smiling back at his intense stare, the girl was hoping to at least hear something. That's when Zephon decided her overly calm face was seriously pissing him off. Lars made it clear she was only planning on being there for 2 days max, then heading straight back after wrapping things up. So if she'd bothered His Majesty with this, the Empress was ready to apologize. Hearing that he was also planning on going with her, the heroine froze in shock. Getting clarification, she found out the Emperor had decided to personally escort her on this trip, unless, of course, there was a reason his wife wouldn't want to travel with him. Deciding there wasn't, Lars was actually pretty stoked about it. That's when His Majesty's staff rushed in to remind him that his entire day was already booked solid. He glared at them, making it clear he makes his own damn schedule. His look terrified the servants, who immediately apologized and hung their heads. Later, leaving his office, she wondered, is he really going with me? Why the sudden change of heart? Is the Emperor up to something, wanting to go himself? Whatever the reason, this news is absolutely amazing. Because of this trip, they can get closer and maybe improve their relationship. Word that the Emperor and Empress would be staying outside the palace spread like wildfire among the servants and concubines. Eliza was absolutely furious that Zephon decided to tag along with that little tramp. Sasha was also stunned that the Ice Cube decided to go on a honeymoon with his wife. Camila, burning with silent rage, knew the Emperor had never even gone anywhere with the concubines before. Does His Majesty really have the hots for Empress Lars? Nobody gets it. Before long, the hero and his wife rolled into the kingdom of Yulain, checked into an inn on the edge of town. The servants trailing them practically tripped over themselves, showing them to their assigned bedroom. When she found out Zephon booked him one room with a big king-size bed, the girl was totally thrown. Just to be sure, she had to ask if this wasn't the Emperor's suite, not like their shared space. As he helped His Majesty with his cloak, the servant rushed to assure her it was definitely the marital suite. Realizing she was about to be stuck in the same room as the Emperor, Lars was straight up in shock. Slouching back in his chair, the hero was like, "What's the deal? Is the missus not happy or something?" Forcing a smile, the heroine thought, seriously? How could I possibly be unhappy about this situation? So, they ended up alone together in one room, just like that, and you could cut the tension with a knife. Feeling awkward, the girl couldn't figure out how things had gotten this way. Not only were they stuck sharing a room, completely against her expectations, but they were eating dinner together, and to top it off, that massive bed in their room was practically screaming that tonight was gonna be different. Just the thought of it made Lars instantly blush and look away, totally flustered. Adding to the tension, Zephon was giving her this intense, smoldering look while elegantly sipping his wine. Every so often, she'd pull out her pocket watch, check the time, and start thinking about what she had to do later. Noticing this, he was surprised that his wife had suddenly become so concerned with the time. Chuckling in response, even she didn't know how it had suddenly happened. Now the Emperor was even more convinced that this wasn't just a simple trip. He'd originally thought Lars was trying to cut some kind of deal here, but it didn't seem that way anymore. It was clear she was plotting something, so he ordered the hotel staff interrogated immediately. But they found no trace of anyone from the Berry Kingdom being here. While they ate, Shin stood humbly behind the madam, awaiting her orders. His Majesty couldn't help but notice that the heroine was always with this guy. That's because the butler was the only person who'd been with her from the start. Zephon was surprised his wife even brought him all the way here from her country. Lars smirked, wondering if the Emperor was jealous of her servant. Slamming his glass on the table, Zephon decided his wife seemed drunk. Smiling back, the heroine herself understood that was just impossible. After the meal, the hero and heroine returned to their shared room with the servants. Lars glanced at the wall clock, realizing it was finally time. She immediately ordered Shin to prepare the carriage, which totally confused the Emperor. He wanted to know what business she had, and it turned out she had a little job to do. Wishing His Majesty a good rest, Lars planned to return to him soon. But suddenly, before she could even take a step, he grabbed her hand and pinned her against the wall. Smiling sweetly, he remembered they hadn't spent a single night together yet. Right after that, he locked them in the room and threw her onto the bed. Looming over her, he slowly began unbuttoning his jacket, staring intently at his wife. He decided that spouses are supposed to enjoy the nights together, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Stunned by what was happening, Lars stared at him blankly, totally bewildered. Back in my past life, around this time, the Emperor would be chilling at his desk, buried in paperwork. Suddenly, he'd hear guards yelling from the hallway, trying to stop someone heading his way. The doors would burst open, and it was Empress Nicole, stoked that Zephon wasn't asleep yet. Without even looking up from his documents, he ordered the guards to drag that woman out of there. Standing her ground, the girl insisted she had something super important to tell him. First off, she apologized for missing their dinner together. The truth was, something awful had happened, and she couldn't stop crying. But no matter how pathetic she looked trying to get his attention, his gaze was glued to the damn papers. Figuring this was her last shot, Nicole wondered what Zephon would do next. Even with all the messed up stuff Eliza put her through, she loved the Emperor with all her heart, being his wife and all. But those words were ignored too, and His Majesty didn't even bat an eye. Totally enraged, the girl decided to go for broke. She wanted her husband to finally know her as his woman that night. Saying she felt a little awkward, she started ripping off her clothes, throwing the servants into a frenzy. Left in just her nightgown, she decided Zephon was a low-down dog for making her spend their wedding night alone. The hero stood up and came over, reaching for her, which made Nicole pretty happy. But against her expectations, he grabbed her by the hair, wondering if this was the important thing she came for. Looking down on her, the Emperor decided that next time, his wife would be punished if she came to him without permission. After throwing her out the door, he decided she was just trash who couldn't do anything but wag her tail. He wanted that gold digger who inherited nothing to go back to her room looking like that. Lars totally froze when she heard him say a husband and wife should enjoy the night together. She was like, "What's up with him? Why is His Majesty, who's never given me the time of day, suddenly acting like this?" Glancing back at the wall clock, she realized how late it was getting. So Lars figured, yeah, it'd be an honor to spend the night with him, but her whole schedule would be screwed. Zephon couldn't wrap his head around it. Was she seriously stressing about the time? And bringing up a schedule at a moment like this, that was just plain weird. Running his hand through her hair, he had to ask, "Is your daily planner really more important than your loving husband?" The heroine knew damn well that scheduling a next time would be a total nightmare. The Emperor thought if she could just win him over now, maybe she could live without constantly proving herself. Then he wouldn't even care how true her claims about the White Meridian attack were. Besides, after something like that, they might just end up with an heir to the Empire's throne. Lars could even solidify her position as Empress because of it. Pondering his words, the girl ran her hand across His Majesty's cheek. She remembered their meeting in her past life, when she was a prisoner of Chariot. Back then, the hero thought he could even make the heroine his mistress. Realizing she was doomed to fall too, he reached out his hand to help her. If Lars had agreed, he was ready to help her achieve anything she wanted. But the girl was dead set against it, seeing herself as a princess of the Berry Kingdom and refusing to betray her homeland. Now, though, the heroine has wondered more than once what would have happened if she'd reached out to that man from the start. It was in that prison that she experienced hellish torments, going through countless brutal tortures. She wondered, if she didn't know all that pain, could she at least prolong her existence even for a little while? Would her will be just as unyielding, or would she break, becoming weak and defenseless? Either way, Lars had long decided that for nothing in the world would she ever go back to being that stupid girl. And now, staring intently at the Emperor, she agreed to bear him an heir. Their child would definitely be incredibly strong in magic, inheriting the talents of both parents. However, the heroine considered herself way more important than anything he listed. With that, she grabbed Zephon by the collar and pulled him close, which completely caught him off guard. After that, abruptly standing up and fixing her hair, she apologized. Heading to the door, she left the Emperor lying alone on the bed. Watching her intently as she left, the hero didn't say a word, while his face looked disappointed. Lars threw on her coat, hoping His Majesty would get a solid night's sleep. She figured that long trip must have completely wiped him out. She also made a mental note that she'd be the one to initiate the hugs when she felt like it. Then she left, closing the door behind her and leaving the hero all alone. Ruffling his sweaty hair, the Emperor finally let out a laugh he'd been holding back. His wife's words about how she was the more important one kept replaying in his head. A while later, the carriage carrying our heroine was safely making its way through the thick forest. Sitting by the window, lost in thought, Lars replayed the recent events. She could still picture the Emperor's torso towering over her. It took a lot of willpower not to give in to temptation. This was nothing like what she went through in her past life. The hero's touch was incredibly gentle, and his burning gaze pierced the coldest shards of her broken soul. And yet, despite everything, she was sure she'd done the right thing. Lars had zero regrets about her choice and trusted she hadn't messed up. Thinking about what the Emperor really wanted, she conjured a small flame in her hand. Meanwhile, the carriage was approaching the river, and Shin steered the horses toward the bridge. Suddenly spotting an obstacle ahead, the butler urgently stopped the carriage and headed to his mistress. Tapping on her window, he hoped it wouldn't be a big deal if they waited a bit. He said they were almost there, but a minor snag had popped up out of nowhere. Turns out, right by the bridge, some bandits had surrounded a carriage and were robbing it. So far, they're still undetected, and Shin wanted to ask the Empress what their next move should be. From inside the carriage, you could hear a dude screaming his head off, saying he'd take the robbery if they just let him live. The butler wasn't sure if he should call the guards or just stay hidden until it was all over. To his surprise, the mistress silently got out of the carriage and headed straight toward the action. Grinning from ear to ear, she was already psyched about what was about to go down. Meanwhile, the bandits had already forced the carriage door open, and one of them climbed inside. Raising his sword, he was about to off the two heroes who were desperately begging for mercy. But then, he heard a weird noise outside and, totally confused, turned around to see what was up. In that instant, he burst into flames like a torch, and his agonizing screams echoed through the whole forest. Utterly baffled, the robbers had no clue what the hell that was. After that, they started going up one by one, and panic just exploded all around. Then, out of nowhere, they saw this girl completely covered in flames. Realizing she was a fire mage, one of the thugs hid behind her and aimed his bow at the hero. He fired an arrow, but she just casually dodged it, which totally threw him for a loop. A second later, that same thug burst into flames too, charred to a crisp. The enemies were completely baffled by this unexpected opponent, but Lars just thought it was a waste of energy. Compared to the war in her past life, this whole thing was kinda boring. Now she had all that combat experience, but in a younger body. Right now, she was wondering if her magic powers after the war were still the same. All she had to do was flick her finger, and the carriage was instantly surrounded by a wall of fire, keeping the enemies away. Compared to those first days on the battlefield, this power was just insane. The heroine could only sling magic around this freely 2 months before the war ended. Shin just stood there the whole time, quietly blown away by his master's power. After wiping out all the bandits, Lars safely approached the damaged carriage. This whole thing was supposed to be a tragedy, the kind everyone would be talking about. Last life, they timed the attack based on when the carriage left, and the robbers got busted soon after. There was someone in that carriage she couldn't wait to meet. Peeking inside, she was happy to say everything was cool and the couple was safe. The heroine acted like she just happened to hear screaming while taking a walk, and these two just got super lucky. Totally relieved, the guy was incredibly thankful to the stranger who saved them. She smirked, acting like she just recognized him and was totally thrown. Seriously? Was that King Uline standing right in front of her? What was weird, though, was the girl sitting next to him wasn't his wife. Lars grinned even wider, wondering if she should just pretend she saw nothing. The guy immediately started denying everything, but she figured he'd just forgotten her. When he heard he was talking to the first Princess of Berry, he shut his mouth real quick. She'd seen him plenty of times at negotiations with her dad, but the king couldn't believe he was looking at the lady everyone was talking about. Even though she was a classy lady with manners, they still called her a villain 'cause she was Barry's scapegoat. He remembered her jet black hair. It felt like he was looking at a completely different person. He was lost, didn't know what to do, but he knew Lars had seen them even if she was the savior who'd rescued them. The king knew killing her right then and there wasn't an option. He wouldn't stand a chance against that kind of magic. Unable to see a way out of this mess, the dude just hung his head in defeat. She remembered from her past life that the king got attacked during a secret rendezvous and died with his mistress. When that whole thing came out, everyone found out he'd been cheating on the queen. Suddenly, the guy remembered she was now Chariot's person and figured out that Lars had married the Zephon Emperor. Smiling cheerfully, the girl kept thinking about what the heck she should do in this situation. Because if the queen, who's head over heels for him, finds out about this, who knows what could happen? Hearing that maybe, just maybe, she'd keep quiet, the king and his mistress threw themselves at her feet, begging. Plus, he reminded her about Barry and Yulane's close relationship, but sadly for him, she now belonged to Chariot. You couldn't exactly say that Yulin and Chariot were tight, you know? So, the heroine figured, why not just make a deal right then and there? Later, Emperor Zephon was sitting on his bed, reading a report his guys got him. Lars walked in and was surprised to see His Majesty still wasn't asleep. She wondered, had he been waiting for her to get back all this time? He shot back, asking if his wife was just getting back from some secret rendezvous. Smiling and taking off her coat, she said it was just a little walk, that's all. The Emperor was even more shocked that this walk was more important than him. She was thinking it probably was, and then pulled a document out of her pocket. Handing the paper to His Majesty, she threw him for a serious loop. Grinning from ear to ear, she acted like she'd just bumped into King Yulin and they'd had a little chat. Even though they didn't discuss international trade, he did say he wanted to build a strong connection with Chariot. As proof of what he said, she was ready to produce the king's signature. After examining the document, Zephon had to admit it really was King Yulin's handwriting. Apparently, he wanted to host the emperor at his castle and would be sending invitations soon. Completely baffled, the hero couldn't figure out how she'd even pulled that off, but Lars just reminded him of what she'd said before, about it all being just a happy accident. King Yulin held a grudge against them, and a couple months back, decided he didn't want to trade anymore. Lars hoped Zephon remembered her promise of that first hug, the one she made before leaving. Looming over the Emperor's body, she was in a really good mood right now. So, as a reward for his service, she wanted her first kiss from him. Before that, he ordered his men during the day to tail his wife as soon as she left the hotel. His Majesty wanted the servants to find out exactly what she was up to. If she's spilling any intel on them, they need to arrest everyone immediately and drag them back here. And in that case, Zephon himself will deliver the punishment they deserve. Death. But according to the report he got, he learned that our girl was meeting with King Yulain. Turns out, the carriage carrying the monarch was ambushed in a brutal attack. But what was truly shocking was the monstrous magical power she displayed in the situation. And to top it all off, she forced the king to sign something with threats. It was like she knew ahead of time he was going to get attacked. Thinking she might actually be a witch, the emperor ripped off his shirt and climbed on top of her, and they melted into a passionate kiss. The next day, the heroine was back in her room, brushing her hair, replaying the night before in her head. When morning came, Emperor Zephon was acting exactly like he always did. He didn't become any softer or friendlier, and he didn't even say a word in the carriage. After all, he's got 6 mistresses, so maybe he just wanted to test his wife out? Staring thoughtfully at herself in the mirror, she decided that if that were the case, it was still progress of sorts. But if that wasn't it, remembering that night, there was only one other possibility, and it sent a cold sweat down her back. Just the thought of him noticing her hands shaking sent Lars spiraling into despair. But the Emperor didn't mention a thing about it, so why did that happen at that moment? While the Empress was lost in thought, Shin stood nearby, looking at her with concern. Suddenly, the heroine's mind flashed back to her past life, to when a bunch of guys were torturing her. Could she have remembered that moment even while getting hot and heavy with His Majesty? Slumping back in her chair with a heavy sigh, she figured that had to be why her hands were shaking. Glancing at the butler, she wondered if he'd ever braided anyone's hair before. After bowing and apologizing, the guy had to admit he hadn't. Lars figured, whatever, she'd kinda already proven her worth by making a deal with King Yulin. She'd strong-armed him into a cooperation agreement between their countries. Plus, the monarch promised to send her and the emperor an invite to his castle. She really hoped he'd send it officially though, 'cause then they wouldn't need any backup. Just then, voices and the sound of a carriage pulling up echoed from outside, piquing her interest. Turning to the maid, she wanted to know what the hell was going on outside. Turns out, they suddenly announced that the 4th concubine, Eliza, was being sent back to the kingdom of Yulain this morning. 2 guys were dragging her to a carriage while Lady Annette was fighting like crazy. Not understanding what they were doing, the girl decided these guys could never be forgiven. Her people were just standing there, looking terrified as their leader was being forced toward the carriage. Eliza was furious, not understanding what right they had to send an emperor's concubine back home. Then, one of the servants spoke up, saying it was His Majesty's order. Hearing that, the lady froze solid, staring at him with total disbelief in her eyes. Apparently, the emperor said he didn't need Lady Annette anymore, which completely stunned her. Turning pale from the shock, she decided it was all a blatant lie, and that he could never say such a thing. You think they actually believe they can trade with the Ulan Kingdom without her family's help? Eliza was dead certain she was the one he needed. Like, who else could possibly be a better match? The lady started yelling orders to be taken to Zephon, and finally, fed up with her screaming, the servants grabbed her and dragged her back to the carriage. Peeking out the window, Lars watched everything unfold, listening to the girl's desperate cries. Giving her a sweet goodbye smile, the heroine was super glad to have met the ex-concubine. Meanwhile, the emperor was in his office, just like always, dealing with work stuff. At the same time, he was mulling over the report he'd gotten about her definitely meeting up with the king of Ulain. Looks like the empress knew beforehand that the carriage was going to be attacked. What's more, his wife even managed to wipe out a whole crowd of bandits using some seriously terrifying magic. Right when they were signing the treaty, she just kept spitting threats at the king. No matter how you slice it, that was definitely no random encounter. More like she knew the king would be there with his mistress. Right now, we need to find out if those bandits were wanted before this whole thing went down. Rumors about the king, a rescue mission, threats, and a treaty of friendship between 2 nations. Plus, this whole issue impacts our diplomatic and trade relations with the Chariot Empire. Remembering that King Yulain is expected to send an invitation, Zephon burst out laughing. If that invite actually comes, he'll be there with his wife, putting on a show of perfect family bliss. He knew that one way or another, the heroine definitely wouldn't be happy about it. The hero's mind flashed back to when she touched his lips with a finger wet with her blood. Right after that, he remembered the sweet taste of her lips and the tender touches that night. The Emperor suddenly felt this weird rush, like pure adrenaline hitting his brain. Every memory of Lars sent a jolt through his chest, spiking his blood pressure like crazy. Clutching his heart, Zephon could barely breathe, his mind totally messed up by what was happening. Soon, Camilla, the sixth concubine, also found out that Lady Eliza finally got scratched by the kitty. Later, after getting another mysterious package, Lars was seriously confused. At the same time, she had to admit, whoever was sending these was really putting in the effort. Meanwhile, the servants, looking at the package's contents in disgust, were horrified that this was happening for the third time. Eliza left the palace 3 days ago, and ever since, someone's been sending the Empress a dead cat every morning. There was no sender's name on the box, but inside was always the same thing. Nobody knew who was doing it, which just freaked out all the servants even more. The maids approached the mistress, wanting to ask what to do with this package. Calmly taking a sip of her tea, she decided this package should be handled like the others. Smiling, she wondered if maybe she should cook it, even though she wasn't in the habit of eating cats. Seeing Shin's face, Lars quickly clarified that she was only joking. Meanwhile, shocked by their mistress's composure, the maids figured they'd never leave their rooms if they were in her shoes. Honestly, the heroine got used to corpses, both human and animal, back in her past life. However, she'd never allow herself to use cats for torment. If she were her old self, even just seeing blood would make her shake. But things are different now. War, in all its forms, really messes you up, and what Lars saw over there seriously screwed with her head. Then, in Chariot Prison, she was constantly surrounded by dead rats. When she finally got back home, people started chucking not just rotten veggies and fruit, but dead birds and animals at her too. Seriously, she'd been through so much crap already, none of that stuff could even scare her anymore. Instead, she started thinking about it and figured the Emperor's concubines were probably behind this dirty trick. The news that she and the Emperor had spent the night outside the palace had already spread like wildfire. Plus, a lot of people think His Majesty decided to send Eliza away because he listened to her advice. Lars was sure that once she figured out who was sending her dead cats, the next move would be obvious. Meanwhile, breakfast was ready and all the dishes were laid out on the table. Deciding to watch the situation unfold first, she picked up her fork and started eating. After eating one piece of fruit from the salad, she immediately grabbed a napkin and spat it out. After that, the main character ordered them to call the servants who work in the kitchen, and the other servants to her. Soon, the cooks and maids, including the head maid, were brought before the Empress. Lars, flashing a friendly smile, was super happy everyone could make it. Pointing to the salad, she wanted all the servants to give it a taste test. Shin hurried to dish out a portion to everyone, while the heroine wanted them to really savor the seasoning. The cooks immediately popped a piece in their mouths, while the head maid stared at her plate with concern. Figuring out who was behind this, Lars ordered everyone to stop and not finish it. What's more, she wanted everyone to spit out whatever they had in their mouths as soon as possible. Suddenly, the cooks and servants felt a weird taste on their tongues, realizing with horror that it was poison. The heroine knew that to get rid of the taste, they needed to rinse their mouths out with water. Approaching the head maid, whose hair still hadn't grown back, she wondered, was this really the case? Knowing that taking a certain stance means you're responsible, the girl called her over with a clear conscience. But if this woman really did poison her, what choice did the Empress even have? Frozen in terror, the head maid figured she'd committed an unforgivable sin, one that meant death. But it wasn't really her fault, because she wasn't doing it because she wanted to. At the same time, the woman couldn't figure out how the Empress knew everything, since she was clearly told it was lethal poison. She decided that if the main character died like that, it would be the perfect revenge. Meanwhile, taking the plate of leftover salad from the butler, Lars was thrown off by how much was still left. Heading over to the head maid, she figured it was a shame to let all this good food go to waste. Standing right up in the woman's face, the main character started forcing the salad into her mouth. Before long, the servants were carrying the woman away, passed out from the overdose. Meanwhile, the Empress was floored that someone tried to poison her with such cheap garbage. She could have ignored it, sure, but there's gotta be a limit to this crap. Hearing that Shin thought he could find her better poison, she smirked, deciding to file that away. If it wasn't actually lethal, then someone was just trying to send her a message. But judging by that woman's condition, if Lars kept eating the poisoned food, she'd be bedridden right now. Ever since she was a kid, her parents forced her to study poisons and build up a resistance to them. Come to think of it, even that was for her brother and sister, so she could check their food for poison. Besides, she could have been poisoned a bunch of times back when she was a fugitive. The odds of dying instantly from this particular poison are super low, plus she easily recognized the taste. So there's someone else besides Eliza among the consorts who's tight with the head maid. It hit Lars like a ton of bricks. The first time she punished those maids, they ratted out the 6th concubine as being tight with her. Right then, it clicked. The answer to who sent the dead cats and tried to poison her was staring her right in the face. That very day, the Emperor got wind that someone had tried to poison his wife. And get this, they also figured out it was the head maid who was behind the whole thing. The Empress immediately spit out the food, and judging by the looks of it, she was mostly okay. But the head maid, the one our girl personally fed, was about to pass clean out. Rumor has it, Her Majesty herself was the one who figured out the food was poisoned and who did the deed. While all this was being reported, one of the servants in the Emperor's office was floored to see the guy chuckling. After hearing the whole story, Zephon ordered them to grill the head maid ASAP and then get rid of her. Hearing him also order a court physician to the Empress, the servants just stared at His Majesty, jaws on the floor. Glaring back at them, the hero decided they better not make him say it again. They jumped up, apologizing immediately and rushing to follow his order. Later, after the examination, the doctor concluded that everything was fine. However, my lady should drink more water just in case and try not to stress or worry for 3 days. The heroine was genuinely surprised that the Emperor had sent a physician to her. She had a strong immunity to poisons, and a doctor's intervention wasn't needed at all. Even in prison, she never died from the poisons they fed her practically every day. Come to think of it, this was probably the 6th concubine's doing as well, and she felt bad that she had even suspected Sasha of it once. Finishing the examination, the doctor also decided to use calming magic on her to ease her condition. Feeling the real power of that magic, the heroine was genuinely grateful to him for it. But the doctor didn't think he deserved thanks. Keeping the Empress healthy was his job. Lars was sure he was a magic-wielding member of the royal family. Seeing her as the Empire's treasure, he also believed she was the only one who could help the Emperor run the country. And from here on out, even if she just catches a little cold, she can feel free to call him. Just then, the cooks and servants, shaking on the floor, started apologizing, totally lost on what to do next. They knew that in this situation, they were just as guilty as the head maid. They'd also be held responsible for not noticing the woman slipping poison into the food. Since they were the Emperor's servants, no one would even blink if he decided to wipe out their families. Smiling back at them, the heroine apologized for even inviting them in the first place. After that, she asked them to reach out to her, which totally confused the servants. Shin just walked past them, handing out a bag of gold to each one, while Lars remembered they'd also taken the poison. On top of that, she ordered the healer to examine every single one of them, which blew their minds completely. Not believing their luck, the guys thanked her sincerely and hurried off to bow out. The girl did it because deep down, she knew they weren't actually going to hurt her. The carrot and the stick. That was the foundation of all royal education. This wouldn't have happened if Nicole was in charge, since she skipped most of her lessons. Chilling in her chair, the Empress smiled as she listened to the cries of the servants who weren't so lucky. An examination by the royal physician was already a huge deal, but the amount of money they got was insane for regular workers. At first, they thought the Empress was scary and ignored her, only listening to the head maid. Well, that woman's finally gone, so no more listening to her crap. The other servants, hearing about it, were green with envy, thinking they should have chugged some poison too. If they side with the Empress, how many more shots like this will they get? Most likely, it'll keep going until she just gets sick of them. Hearing they definitely didn't want to be her enemies, Lars cracked a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, consort Camilla, the sixth one, was getting ready to host a dinner party. She even wrote an invite to the Empress, hoping she'd join her. Later, after getting and reading that letter, our girl was seriously thrown for a loop. Turning to the butler with a smile, she remembered he was a whiz with a needle and thread. Now, with the way things are, she needed to borrow his skills. Later, Lars arrived at the sixth concubine's residence, greeted by Camilla's servants at the entrance. They lined up and respectfully welcomed Her Majesty. A few minutes later, the girl sat at the table, waiting for the hostess to arrive. Truth be told, she never expected Camilla to invite her for a meeting first. Still, our girl was grateful. The concubine saved her some time this way. Soon, the guest of honor showed up, giving Lars an ironic look. The heroine silently watched as the lady walked along the table and took her seat. Camilla was genuinely happy that the Empress had accepted her invitation. She wanted to greet Her Majesty properly, just once. Besides, the guest could eat freely since the concubine hadn't poisoned anything. Realizing that was practically a confession, the main character stared intently at the girl. Then, still in silence, she calmly picked up her silverware and began to cut off a piece of food. Turns out, Lady Kruczynski had already heard about the terrible incident the headmaid caused. She thought this world was awful, but Lars figured she was lucky things went off without a hitch. Glad about that, Camilla thought it wouldn't be good if the Empress just kicked the bucket out of nowhere. Besides, everyone's glaring at Her Majesty because the Emperor's taken an interest in her. Chuckling, she also remembered the number of concubines had shrunk, so everyone's just bored now. But everyone already knew that the main character personally ran off Lady Annette. Lady Kruczynski didn't get how the Empress got to him, what made the hero agree to that. But Lars herself didn't know what she was talking about, because she didn't need to do any of that. That's when Camilla figured that if someone was being screwed over, she could help them take care of the problem. Being the daughter of the Marquis of the Chariot Empire, she had some seriously good connections in aristocratic circles. If the Empress ever wanted someone gone, she could come to Camilla because all her enemies ended up wiped off the map. One of the most effective ways to fight back was to target that person's family or someone they loved. Hearing those words from Lady Kruczynski, the main character immediately picked up on the obvious hint. But that was too predictable, since Lars's body was hardened by war and torture, and besides, she wouldn't mind hurting her own family. So right then, she decided to clarify that she'd cut all ties with her family when she became a citizen of the Chariot Empire. Camilla laughed again, then wondered who was that butler who was always hanging around Her Majesty. But the main character thought he was just a servant she'd brought with her because he was really good at his job. Smirking smugly, the lady wondered if he was so good because of his face or his body. Lars smiled sweetly back, figuring the concubine was just joking, and decided her husband was enough for her. Caught off guard by that reply, Camilla's friendly smile twisted into a furious scowl for a split second. But quickly regaining her composure, she figured His Majesty was the type to sneak around with the concubines too. Still, he also doesn't mind indulging in some rare treats every now and then. Pondering her words, Lars remembered their trip together to Yulin. She'd suspected all along that that night was one of the reasons the Emperor decided to travel with her. Smiling, she found it odd he had a bunch of concubines, but the guy didn't seem interested in them. Thinking that maybe that wasn't the case, she wanted to ask Camilla if Zephon spent nights with her often. Taking a sip of wine, she also thought that maybe after her, the concubines hadn't had a chance yet. Saddened by her question, Camilla shuddered as she recalled that she and the Emperor had never spent a night together. Every night, she's totally alone, just sitting in bed, hoping her man might actually visit her someday. That's why Lady Kruczynski was having a meltdown right now. She was shaking like a leaf. Smiling even bigger, the girl was like, "Has it been a while, or has it never happened?" Look, if His Majesty doesn't see her as a woman, then this whole thing is over. Plus, Camilla's probably freaking out about getting older every damn year. She'll always be the Emperor's wife, but a lady who can't be his real wife? All she's got is her age. Seeing the concubine's eyes full of rage and confusion, the Empress apologized for ruining her mood. She also remembered she'd brought a little something as a thank you for inviting her to dinner. When Shin walked in with the box she'd used to send dead cats, the girl was completely floored. She couldn't believe it. Did Her Majesty really bring that as a gift? Not having a clue what was up with this broad, our girl just wanted her to hurry up and open the damn box. Scared to even imagine what was inside, Camilla carefully lifted the lid. Inside was a plush rat, painstakingly sewn by the Empress's personal butler. Our girl hoped she liked it, but the lady herself was totally lost, like, what the hell is this? Then Lars remembered that someone had recently started sending her gifts, implying a connection between her and a kitty. So, she figured it wouldn't hurt to give Lady Camilla a doll that looked exactly like her. Imagining a vicious cat devouring a helpless mouse, the lady just lost it. Later, before the Empress hopped into her carriage, the concubine came out to say goodbye, bringing a bottle of wine with her. She was genuinely grateful that Her Majesty had graced the place with her presence today. But Lars thought she should be the one feeling grateful for the killer dinner. To show her appreciation for the gift, Camilla decided to prepare something too. While her servant uncorked the wine, the lady was quick to point out she hadn't poisoned it. As proof, she was the first to try a glass of the delightful drink. Watching the main character closely, the concubine hoped this would calm her down. Wanting to continue helping His Majesty rule the country, she offered the Empress a glass and personally poured her some wine. Immediately after, she lifted the bottle and dumped the rest of the wine right on the main character's head. Deciding the alcohol was too good for her, Camilla figured Lars should be grateful it wasn't blood, just wine. Finally, she smiled and wholeheartedly wished Her Majesty a good night. Instantly grabbing her hand, the main character decided that since she'd accepted a glass from the lady, she should accept the same from her. Without much effort, Lars tossed the girl with one hand right into the nearby fountain. Water sprayed everywhere as the terrified servants scrambled to save the lady. Unlike the concubine, the Empress decided to go big, gifting her an entire fountain instead of just a glass of water. Grinning and ruffling her own hair, the girl decided Camilla now looked like a drowning rat queen. Not understanding how this could happen and feeling utterly humiliated, Lady Kruczynski glared fiercely at the Empress. Meanwhile, Emperor Zephon received a letter from King Jerome William Lanos of the Ulan Kingdom. Soon after, he and his wife set off to visit the king's palace. Of course, the heroine already knew the King of Ulan would send them an invitation. Just like he promised, it was a little show, put on for everyone's benefit. Lars figured she'd already safely proven her worth with just that one thing. Little did she know, Zephon would actually decide to bring her along. Then again, it was kinda obvious, since she's the one who bridged the gap between our two countries. But she couldn't figure out why he specifically told Shin he couldn't come with them. Whatever, it's not like we needed to bring him anyway. Before long, the emperor and his wife arrived at the Yulin Palace and were presented to the rulers of the country. The king seemed cheerful, while his wife radiated pure, cold hatred. First off, the monarch was grateful the heroes had traveled so far. He was pretty surprised to run into Empress Lars during his recent tour of the city. Thanks to their talk, the king realized Chariot was a leading nation, and current Emperor Zephon was a great ruler. He hoped the first thing they could do was forget all the crap that went down in the past, and now their countries could sincerely build a great relationship. To really boost both our countries' interests, the ports and cities of Yulain will be open to chariot merchants. Lars admired how the monarch rehearsed his speech, thinking, thankfully, he's not a complete idiot. Plus, the emperor was also grateful to him for making such a wise call. After that, they shook hands to seal the deal on the successful negotiations. After meeting with their highnesses, the heroes headed down the palace corridors. Every few steps, they kept running into servants who were buzzing about the unexpected guests. Looks like you just can't ignore years of bad blood, can you? They had to react somehow, especially since their country's been constantly under attack. And no matter what, the locals probably aren't taking the king's decision about Chariot too well. She's used to hearing whispers behind her back, but she wasn't so sure about Zephon. People were saying the emperor and his wife were terrifying, and how dare they show their faces in the Holy Palace. The local nobles thought His Majesty had lost his damn mind inviting these insects here. Lars kinda got where they were coming from, but right now, these guys needed to watch their freaking mouths. But surprisingly, Zephon was totally chill, like nothing was fazing him. Has he just gotten used to people talking crap about him like this? Back in the Berry Kingdom, Emperor Sharialt already had a bad rep, mostly 'cause he iced his own dad. The old emperor wasn't exactly a saint either, terrorizing neighboring countries to control the whole continent. That's probably why, according to most, they've branded the current emperor as the devil's spawn. These nobles figured that in Sharialt, where the leaders got nothing but magic, people were better off starving. Not taking that kind of garbage, she marched right up to them, and the aristocrats instantly shut their traps. She figured those words deserved a death sentence for them sooner rather than later. They instantly apologized for being rude and admitted they'd taken their jokes a bit too far. Stepping forward, some duke decided to introduce himself to the esteemed guests. Lars shot him a look of pure contempt, thinking the guy was a total jerk. In that instant, the duke burst into raging flames, horrifying everyone else. Completely stunned, the emperor stared at the scene, remembering his concubine's reactions in similar situations. Eliza didn't rebuke those bad-mouthing him, but only expressed sincere sympathy and understanding to His Majesty. Camilla decided it was just best to ignore the words of these small fries. Another concubine sadly apologized to him because she didn't know how to respond to those people. And yet another just pretended she hadn't heard anything, acting like nothing was happening. So, here he was, watching his girl almost vaporize a dude who dared to slander him. Just to be clear, he figured he should mention that she didn't need to go this far to please him. But Lars thought she was just doing what a wife should do. She was totally ready to take the fall for everything she did. Zephon himself should just chill and enjoy the show. Besides, she was way too used to shouldering responsibility for important stuff anyway. That was the only reason he felt sorry for her and offered a helping hand in his past life. I mean, if she really wanted to earn His Majesty's favor, she would have ripped the guy's tongue out right there. For like the millionth time, he was completely floored by the things she was saying. Instantly begging for forgiveness and throwing themselves at his feet, the Duke and the others confessed to their unforgivable sins. They all bowed their heads low, begging for forgiveness for everything they'd said before. The Duke figured he'd just had too much to drink and never actually meant any of it. So they all decided right then and there they'd never dare badmouth the relationship between the two countries again. Watching all that, the Emperor suddenly burst out laughing, which just confused everyone even more. Ruffling his hair, he decided he couldn't even bring himself to be mad at them anymore. After that, he turned and kept walking, his wife hurrying to catch up. The news that Chariot and Yulan were now friends spread like wildfire across the continent. The King of Yulain promised to sort things out and punish anyone who'd treated the guests poorly. Everyone was floored that someone had managed to patch things up with that kingdom without the Annette family's help. The Chariot palace maids swirled around the Empress, trying to cater to her every whim. The heroine never imagined those bags of gold would have that kind of impact. When the cat corpses stopped showing up, she figured a rat carcass might be a good response. Shin took her seriously and wanted to hunt down a couple in the kitchen, but Lars stopped him. The White Meridian is finally set to arrive next week. The Emperor will definitely order the heroine to escort him, so we need to plan everything in advance. Meanwhile, Camilla was absolutely livid with what that woman was doing. Raging in her room, she couldn't understand what was so important about diplomatic ties with Yulain. During her visit to that kingdom, the Empress even managed to wound the local duke. It's a blatant offense, and it's a mystery why the Emperor didn't punish her for it. If Zephon were his old self, he wouldn't have tolerated her interfering in the negotiations. His Majesty would have just tossed her aside, no matter how valuable she is. What really pissed Camilla off was how this chick keeps getting his forgiveness for God knows what. Is the Emperor actually feeling something for her? Even a concubine couldn't spend the night with that guy, and she bought his heart so damn easily. Camilla decided to off her, but since her rival was the Empress, she couldn't leave any trace. As she picked up Shin's file, the concubine suddenly had an epiphany. Her Majesty's personal servant was the sixth son of Viscount Pennyworth from the Kingdom of Berry. His family sold him off because of money problems, and Shin got sent to the palace. He's got mad skills in all kinds of areas, but he's a total loner. 4 years ago, he became the personal servant of the first Princess of Lars. The rumors about him and her being an item Unconfirmed. Still, Camilla had her doubts, especially since this guy was brought in all the way from another country. Plus, Shin was pretty young and seriously good-looking. Looking at his picture and smirking, the concubine thought to herself that Her Majesty clearly didn't have enough cats already. Later, the main character was chilling in her room, savoring some fragrant tea. She brought Shin with her as a reward for sharing intel with her back in her previous life. It must have seemed totally nuts to him, since they barely even spoke. Lars wasn't expecting much, but the guy turned out to be pretty sweet and surprisingly good at cooking and sewing. Suddenly, her maid bursts in, desperate to tell the Empress some terrible news. Just got word that Master Shin has been critically injured. Before, the servants gave him a wide berth, figuring the hero was getting special treatment at the palace. He always looked perfect, like he didn't have a single damn flaw. Shin was always calm, never even crossed his mind to crack a smile. Unlike him, even when the lady smiled at everyone, she wasn't all that different. Everyone just kept using her like crazy, and not even giving anything back. The heroine was totally helpless and getting hammered from all sides, just like him. Hearing on the way that someone attacked him, Lars threw open the infirmary door. The doctors thought maybe she shouldn't see this, but the heroine wouldn't hear any of it. Sitting up in bed looking guilty as hell, the hero greeted the Empress. His face had deep scars from his ears to the corners of his mouth, like someone tore his mouth open. With a sad look, he just wanted to drop everything and make tea for the lady. The doctors were freaked out by what he said and told him to think about his own safety right now. The healers used healing magic on the wound, which normally wouldn't cause any problems, but the cut was so deep, it's gonna leave a scar for good. Even the royal physician couldn't do anything about it, and he felt terrible about that. Still, the hero came to so fast thanks to the doc's help. First things first, Lars wanted Shin to forget all about the tea. She also needed to know what the hell happened and why he was in such a state. A little while back, he was carrying a tray of tea to his mistress. Out of nowhere, Camilla called out to him from behind, flanked by two huge dudes. She wanted him to come over for a second, and pretended it was the Empress ordering him. Dragging him outside, one of the guys held Shin down while the other one started wailing on him. They knocked him to the ground, and standing over him, the concubine felt a little bad about messing up such a pretty face. She decided to doll him up a bit, hoping he'd get the warning to Her Majesty. After the hero finished his story, you could hear a pin drop. Looking at the Empress, the doctors figured she'd lost her voice. He was her personal servant, brought from her homeland, so everyone knew how messed up she was. Gently grabbing Shin's chin, Lars decided he was absolutely gorgeous. Even with that wound, he was still handsome, the best looking of the bunch. Everyone present was even more confused by what they'd just heard. The Empress was hoping he'd be even more careful about his own safety from now on. He smiled back, still wanting to make her that tea. Lars didn't see the point, since Lady Camilla would just have it back at her own palace. Later, a servant burst into the Emperor's office, desperate to deliver urgent news. When Zephon heard the heroine was headed to the 6th Consort's palace right now, he froze. Meanwhile, Camilla was chilling, sipping tea, replaying that recent bloodbath in her head. She hadn't even imagined that servant would offer her zero resistance. He was probably just scared to hurt his mistress somehow, and the consort thought that was fair enough. Still, Camilla was more annoyed that her mood was getting ruined just thinking about it. Even when they were tearing Shin's mouth apart, his expression didn't change a bit. The dude probably knew he was just the lady's lapdog. The thought of Lars freaking out gave the concubine a thrill. Then she heard a scream outside and looked at the door, confused. Suddenly, it burst open with raging flames, and the heroine walked out cool as a cucumber. Seeing that, Camilla and her maids froze, scared stiff. Lars glared at the concubine, barely holding back from ripping her to shreds. Camilla casually brushed her hair back, figuring the Emperor wouldn't go for that kind of stunt. Now the Empress would have a hard time explaining herself to him, seeing as she torched the door. Still smirking like she owned the place, the concubine felt bad for the heroine about her servant. She chuckled, deciding that because her mistress was so dumb, he'd become a worthless piece of junk. Zephon could have healed that wound instantly with his magic, no problem. But the Emperor's famous for never using his magic on anyone else. Spotting Lars walking towards her, Camilla smirked, reminding her she's a pureblood chariot. If she lays a finger on someone His Majesty cares about, he'll toss her out of the palace in a heartbeat. Camilla's arrogance quickly turned to sheer terror as the heroine placed her hand on her head. A second later, the concubine's head burst into flames like a torch. Yanking her by the hair and blasting her with fire, Lars made Lady Kruczynski scream in agony and horror. After having her fun, the heroine grabbed her jaw and started burning the skin off her face. Two guys who helped the concubine mess with Shin ran in after hearing her screams. Seeing them, Lars remembered these were the same guys who tortured her with knives in the dungeon, back in her past life. She lost it, unleashing a wave of fire that instantly charred their skin to a crisp. Meanwhile, black soot poured off Camilla, barely holding it together through the agonizing pain. The heroine flashed back to her past life, remembering the concubines in the dungeon mocking her, calling her ugly. Now this helpless, disfigured girl stared at her, eyes filled with pain and terror. Crouching down and flashing a sweet smile, Lars was seeing someone this hideous for the first time. After a moment of thought, she figured Camilla was now even uglier than a sewer rat. Shaking with terror, the lady couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't even get a word out. Savoring the sight, Lars decided it was her turn to suffer this time. As she unleashed the flames from her hand, she suddenly heard that His Majesty, the Emperor, had arrived. Looking at the concubine and assessing the situation, he had no idea what the Empress was even thinking. Lars brushed her hair back with a smile, seeing no reason to sweat it, just a cute bit of jealousy from His Majesty's beloved wife. Meanwhile, Camilla was groaning in pain, hoping this would finally make the Emperor ditch that chick. Grabbing her by the hair, Lars yanked her head back, all smiles as she kept burning the skin off her face down to the bone. After tossing the lady aside, she decided that this insignificant tax dodger had no right to even look at His Majesty. Completely stunned, Zephon burst out laughing. Seeing him heading their way, Camilla started crawling towards him. But Zephon just strolled right past the concubine, heading straight for his wife. Smiling at him, Lars hoped she'd been cute enough in his eyes. Smirking back, the Emperor thought the answer to that was pretty damn obvious. Rumors about this spread like wildfire among the servants, and the Empress's reputation shot through the roof. A lot of people started sucking up to her, even some royal families whose social standing she could totally exploit. And she got a new headmaid, too, who was the previous one's successor. After apologizing for the late intro, the maid said she's ready to handle whatever needs doing. With the Empress's personal servant out of commission, she wanted to serve her lady with a clean conscience. The MC smiled at her and put her trust in the maid's care. Meanwhile, the third consort couldn't believe Her Majesty had stood up for her servant. When Sasha found out the sixth consort's guards couldn't even lay a finger on her, she was stunned by her strength. Rumor has it the Empress's personal servant took a bunch of hits, and now he can't even go outside. Blaming herself for not warning Lars enough about Camilla, she decided to go visit the injured guy. Quietly walking in with a basket of flowers, the third consort shyly greeted Shin. His jaw was wrapped in bandages, and he apologized for his appearance. But the girl figured she should be apologizing for not warning him sooner about how dangerous Camilla could be. Remembering everything that happened, Shin thought he'd gotten plenty of warnings from the sixth consort. Plus, he'd recently heard from the madam herself that something awful had happened to Lady Kruczynski. The hero felt a little bad that it happened because of him. Sasha was curious what Shin was planning to do next. He'd been through such a nightmare and was scarred for life, so surely he'd just want to bail. Against those expectations, Shin decided that if they'd let him, he'd still want to serve the Empress. The third consort was shocked by how much the Empress was loved by her servant. The hero knew that with a scar like that on his face, he couldn't keep working as a servant of the imperial family, because Lady Lars is going to be an Empress worthy of His Majesty. Shin knew that if she saw him as an obstacle to her goals, she'd definitely kick him off personal servant duty. Sasha seriously doubted that, seeing as the lady's been friendly even to people like her. Besides, she's got a rep now as the Empress with the big heart, and she even stood up for the hero this time, so there's no way she'd dump him over something like that. Pondering the third consort's words, Shin felt genuine respect for Lars. She used to be so busy, 'cause she was getting used back in the royal palace. Being the first princess, she managed to achieve everything through her own strength. Wanting to stay by her side, the hero sadly lowered his eyes to the floor. For a split second, Sasha thought he was looking at his lady, like a woman. Shin sighed, knowing he'd always just be a servant to her. Just then, the front door swung open and the Empress walked into the ward. She had popped into the garden first, hoping to run into the third concubine. So finding her next to Shin totally threw her for a loop. Sasha jumped up, all flustered, and greeted Her Majesty with respect. She'd heard rumors about Lord Shin, and that's why she came to check up on him. Thinking she might be intruding, she went to leave, but the heroine told her to stay. Sitting down by the bed, Lars wanted to get an update on the hero's condition from the docs first. Thanks to the court physician's concerns, Shin will be good to leave the palace tomorrow. Only downside is the scar. That's gonna be with him forever. Smiling at her personal attendant, the heroine hoped he could get back to his duties soon. Plus, she found out that he could actually eat solid food without any trouble. Deciding now was the perfect time for a meal, Lars wanted him to take the bandages off his face. Pulling out some food from the basket, she carefully started feeding him with a spoon. Sasha totally cringed when she saw the deep scar on his face. Lars knew the Emperor's magic could completely heal a wound like that, but he probably wouldn't bother. Scar or no scar, she still thought the guy was a total hottie though. Maybe it's because she's used to seeing guys with scars all the time on the battlefield. Could be that her tastes in guys' looks are a little warped because of it. Suddenly, Sasha decided to ask, was the Empress planning on attending the festival in town tomorrow? This holiday celebrates the arrival of spring, and it's a 3-day bender. Okay, so it's not fancy enough for the royals to show up, but it's huge with the locals. Smiling to herself, she realized this was gonna be the first thing like this she'd ever been to. Plus, if Shin's back on duty tomorrow, he can tag along and keep her company. For some reason, this spring festival thing was bugging her, and then Lars suddenly remembered something. Seeing her all lost in thought, the third concubine didn't want to push it if she wasn't feeling it. Lars knew it's safer for palace folks to stay locked up, but action's gonna be better for the future. Meanwhile, the Emperor just got a formal complaint from the Kruzinski family about Camilla, the 6th concubine. They and some other nobles are ripping on the Empress for how she's been treating the lady. Unless Her Majesty gets the punishment she deserves, these families are ready to cut ties completely. It was obvious the Kruzinski family was strong-arming all the nobles. Zifan didn't sweat it, though. They'd see the results in 5 days. Right now, getting ready for the trip was the top priority. Remembering Lars's words about his sweet, jealous wife, the Emperor felt a warmth in his chest. But then he found out Camilla's assault was payback for hurting the Empress's personal servant. Thinking about Shin and how much the heroine cared for him, Zifan felt a twinge of jealousy and confusion. Meanwhile, King Barry was seriously bugging out that he still hadn't heard back from the heroine. The prince figured all her outside contacts were probably being monitored. Plus, Lars's life could be so messed up, she couldn't even send a single letter. Trying to change the subject, Nicole decided to hit up her parents about that dress she'd been wanting forever. The king and queen wanted intel on Emperor Chariot, but the heroine was as useless as always. The princess remembered rumors about a concubine being forced back home and figured they could do the same to Lars. The only thing you can do with the heroine is use her like before. I mean, does she even have other options? The prince was betting she was curled up in the corner of her room right now, bawling her eyes out. Meanwhile, Lars was chilling in her room, sipping on some delicious tea Shin made. The other servants had seen Her Majesty's generosity before, but they were still shocked she'd hire someone with a scar like that again. The festival's starting soon, time to get ready to make an entrance. Hearing that Shin was going to the festival too, the maids just stood there with their jaws on the floor. The heroine knew his scar would attract a ton of unwanted attention. Deciding to take action, she wanted the hero to cover his face with a scarf. Right then, the Emperor was handing his servant the Empress's festival pass. He was bugging out that she was ditching him again with that servant, especially since she brought him back on purpose. Cut to later, and our girl and her servant are smack dab in the middle of a jam-packed festive street. Lars was stoked the Emperor let her out, sure, but she never thought he'd actually go for it. Though, right now, all she could think about was getting her hands on some exotic foreign sweets nearby. This vendor at one of the stalls totally pegged her and Shin as a couple and tried to sell them something to spice things up. Smirking, our girl was just glad her servant at least didn't look like some creep. According to the guy, nothing sets the mood like a killer helping of shish kebab. When he found out Shin was just her servant, the vendor apologized and gave them one on the house. Out of nowhere, Lars spotted a kid who also wanted some meat, but his mom was dragging him away. She remembered in her past life watching Nicole and Eric head off to the festival from her window. The main character herself always had too much work, stuff that couldn't wait just because there was a holiday. But all that's in the past, and now she's got to learn to live in the present. Looking around, she noticed a ton of beautiful girls everywhere, carrying flowers. Turns out it's a spring festival tradition where ladies buy flowers and give them to their crush. Lars, stuffed with shish kebab, tried to give the last skewer to Shin, but he didn't want to show his scar. So, cool as you like, she handed the meat to one of the soldiers the Emperor assigned to guard her. Now she needed to figure out what to pig out on for dessert. Since this is the long-awaited festival, she needed to have some real fun and chow down on all the good stuff she could find. Inspired by the Empress's words, the soldiers totally agreed with her. She snagged one of those cookies Sasha was raving about, the perfect match for black tea, apparently. Back in my past life, I barely left the palace, let alone hit up a festival. And for the first time, Lars was actually grateful for her country. All that poison tolerance meant she could eat and drink literally anything. Taking full advantage, she eventually hit a wall like, what else is there to try? Then it hit her. Something from her past life. Something that was supposed to go down during this spring festival. Plus, there's been a ton of dogs popping up lately, and something weird's going on at the pet store, too. One of the salesmen tried to get her to buy a guard dog, said it'd be a loyal protector. I can handle myself, no problem, but someone might try to jump my personal servant again. So, she figured, having a couple of those tough-looking, snout-nosed fellas around him at all times wouldn't hurt. Besides, dogs reminded Lars of the old days. Those little guys were even useful on the battlefield. Suddenly, the dog seller's pissed-off voice boomed out. Someone had let the dogs loose. Turns out, it was two real mean fighting breeds, snarling and snapping at anyone who walked by. The seller was sure he'd locked them in their cages himself and put muzzles on them. No way to catch them, but shooting was off the table too, 'cause these dogs were worth a fortune. The heroine noticed those nasty mutts looked a lot like the dogs that helped her out during the war in her past life. She figured out they'd already been trained with commands before. They were originally raised as guard dogs for rich families, but the snobby folks sent the big-nosed dogs back 'cause they were too wild. Now, the army was planning to buy them to use for carrying weapons. Lars was floored that these dogs were causing such a huge commotion. Imagining them locked in cages, she couldn't help but compare it to when she was locked up in a dungeon. Thinking things were going pretty damn well, she casually strolled out to meet her adoring fans. The King's Knights tried to warn her, but our girl figured she had it covered. When they heard she was going to buy them for double the price, the vendors were totally speechless. After that, Lars approached the muscle-bound hounds, who immediately started snarling and getting ready to pounce. Conjuring a small flame in her hand, she was like, "Pleased to meet ya, boys." Seeing the fire rapidly growing in her hand, the dogs suddenly went silent. Lars had seen enough of the battlefield, watched enough of these kinds of dogs getting trained. Tails tucked in fear, the long-snouted mutts still stood their ground, but their faces looked totally confused. Giving them a friendly smile, Lars hoped they understood who was now in charge. The floppy-eared freaks kept snarling at her, while fearfully backing away. Out of nowhere, one of the dogs lunged, trying to take a bite out of her, but she just casually dodged it. Stoking the fire even higher, she was just trying to say hi and be friends, you know? Seeing the flames keep getting bigger and bigger, the dogs straight up couldn't hide how scared they were. Getting the command to sit, they reluctantly started plopping their butts on the ground, real slow. They finally obeyed, heads bowed in submission to their new owner, and then Lars put out the fire. Turning to the seller, she was hoping he'd agree to sell them to her. After finalizing the purchase, the snouty guys got muzzled and shipped straight to the palace. The seller didn't expect the heroine to wield fire magic and figured the rumors about her were BS. Meanwhile, Lars decided to keep enjoying the festival with everyone else. Soon, she started racking her brain, trying to figure out what to get Sasha as a gift. Remembering how much she loves hanging out in the garden, she started bouncing back and forth between the sweets and the flowers. Meanwhile, some dude was seriously pissed that his dogs got caught so quick. If they'd caused more of a ruckus, he would have been able to bring in more gunpowder. But whatever, it didn't matter now, because the festival was packed and the body count was going to be high enough anyway. He reached for the explosives, and that's when Lars caught him red-handed. Knowing he was planning to set off a fiery riot in the back alleys, she thought it was way too brutal. Frozen with a lit match in his hand, the guy couldn't figure out how she knew. Stomping out the match, our girl decided that wasn't what he should be worried about right now. In her past life, this was a major tragedy that even made the Berry Kingdom's newspapers. The fire on Main Street during the Spring Festival parade was devastating, and it was clear right away that it was a terrorist attack. A ton of people couldn't escape the fire. Casualties were heavy. The knights pinned the perp to the ground, and he suddenly screamed, thinking the heroine was on the side of that lame-ass emperor. He couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could support a guy who made a woman like her empress of the great Sharialt Empire. It wasn't enough for him to turn foreign women into his dirty concubines. Now he's got to grab a wife from Berry, too. Turns out, this dude was a nationalist, believing that Camilla, a pure-blooded Sharialt, was the only one fit to be Her Majesty. Which was dumb, because the Empire often picked empresses from other countries. It wasn't that big of a deal. The previous emperor did it too, choosing his wife purely based on magical abilities and looks. Driven to despair, the criminal decided his capture was a sacrifice to the fire of revolution, all to overthrow the emperor. Conjuring a flame in his hand, Lars was like, did he really want to play with fire that badly? Seeing that magic and realizing who was standing before him, the man's fiery rage turned to sheer terror. Lars knew this riot wouldn't accomplish anything, and if a fire broke out, nobody would even get her revolutionary message. Deciding to indulge his pyromaniac tendencies, she blasted a stream of fire right into the bandit's face. After that, they hauled the traumatized psycho off to the hospital, and the Empress returned to her carriage with her guards. Everyone was relieved that they'd managed to prevent a disaster, but they were also wondering why Her Majesty even went down that alley in the first place. After getting the knight's report, Zephon was baffled by all the dogs and the terrorist attacks. He was floored that this woman had stirred things up again and solved a bunch of problems. Plus, he found out there was no connection between her and the terrorist, and it was a mystery how she even knew about it. The criminal's in the hospital now with a completely burnt face, and after he heals, he's facing some serious punishment. Besides the report, the soldiers also gave the emperor a basket of flowers, a gift from his wife. Later, alone, he looked out the window and unexpectedly saw her with Shin. Back in her chambers with her servant, the maids were already congratulating her on a successful outing. The dogs had gotten a little muddy, so they were locked up in the garden for now. Since these were merciless, bloodthirsty warhounds, Lars decided to start training them as soon as possible. She told Shin to deliver one bouquet to the emperor and the other one to Sasha. The Empress herself changed after the walk and headed out to the garden to see the pups. Just in case, the servants had prepared food laced with sleeping pills for them. After thanking them, Lars ordered the cage to be opened, which horrified everyone. As soon as the gate swung open, the dogs cautiously stepped out, never taking their eyes off their owner. The heroine was relieved they still remembered who was top dog around here. After petting their heads, she planned to train the snoots and hand them over to her personal servant for protection. She was really hoping Shin wouldn't mind all this. The hero sighed, thinking those dogs were going to replace him. The girl laughed at that ridiculous idea. She was just doing it to protect her precious servant. But first, they had to figure out what to call them. Shin suggested Zusha and Pusha, but Lars wanted to think about it some more. Both of the floppy-eared guys turned out to be males, and the hero made friends with them pretty quick. Just to be safe, the heroine released a little flame from her hand, then decided it was time for him to take their muzzles off himself. Turns out, he didn't even need the fire. The dogs were looking at the hero with the most loyal eyes. A little later, by order of His Majesty, Lars and Shin showed up for an audience with him. The heroine figured the Emperor wanted to know more about what went down during the festival. But then, Zephon suddenly ordered her to break the contract with her servant. He was ready to cover all expenses for this, or grant Shin a suitable position so he could stay at the castle. The Emperor wanted to protect her rightful position as Empress that way. Lars hoped he'd at least let her know the reason for this decision. According to Zephon, the hero's scar wasn't fitting for how Her Majesty's personal servant should look. Even the cold and unwavering Emperor found it hard to look at him. Her servant knew that his master could have completely healed that wound without leaving a scar. He thought she'd demand her servant be healed, but instead, she just refused to obey the order. Shin was brought to her as a personal servant, and the sixth consort inflicted that wound, so why should he be held responsible? If the Emperor himself was injured, wouldn't it be enough to just conceal the wound? Slapping a dog muzzle on the guy, she figured it was good enough for now. It hid the scar perfectly, and it totally fit her bad girl reputation. If this look wasn't up to par for the Empress's personal servant, Lars was ready to just keep him as her pet. Actually, she already bought pets, but Shin was way more talented than they were. Thinking it was insane, Zephon burst out laughing uncontrollably. Smiling at his wife, he wondered, did she always make people laugh like this? Gracefully raising her hand, she decided she only did that with His Majesty. Later, seeing Shin's new look, the other servants were completely baffled. On one hand, it was still better than staring at the scar, but using a muzzle was kinda weird. Lars knew that mask was made for dogs, and the guy probably wasn't comfortable in it. That's why she got permission and ordered a custom mask. He just needed to hang tight for a bit. Shin was super grateful. Just remembering how she stood up for him to the Emperor brought a smile to his face. Deciding to name the dogs Tichi and Sachi, the Empress finally started training them. The worried servants called in a pro-dog trainer, but seeing how well she was doing, he knew he was useless there. Figuring the dogs were pretty smart, Lars got good at handling them on the battlefield. It'd be sweet to train them to attack only when they see certain concubines. But right now, she was way more worried about their last meeting with the Emperor. What could have possibly gotten him so interested in her personal servant anyway? It seemed like jealousy, but she knew that was totally impossible. The next day, she found out the ship's departure prep was going smoothly. Odds are, the info about their route didn't leak either, so she probably just told them the location. By refusing to do that, Lars wanted the ship to move under her direct command. That's why she ordered them to submit a request for her to board and deliver it to the Emperor personally. Sure, the Sherialt army's unlikely to lose, but they don't have concrete intel on what weapons the enemy's using. So, the heroine decided to get involved herself to guarantee the army's success. Soon, Zephon found out she wanted on the ship and wasn't sharing the location intel with them. Surprised by this, His Majesty couldn't figure out what she was planning this time. Looking out the window, he saw Tichi running from his mistress as fast as he could. Looks like training sessions in the neighbor's garden started today. The dog took off like a shot after the stick Lars threw way too far. So the big-nosed dude ended up running into the area right under the Emperor's office window, which was totally off-limits for him. After watching all this go down, the Emperor decided that from now on, all training should happen right under his window. The servant was floored, because before, even staff weren't allowed to walk there, just to keep the view from the window perfect. As he was about to relay the order to the Empress, he suddenly overheard that His Majesty was also going to sail on the warship. Leaving the office, the hero was clueless about what changes had come over the Emperor's heart. Sometime later, the warship was ready to set sail, secretly tailing the White Meridian. The Emperor was stoked that he'd finally be able to personally verify if the Empress's words were true. Lars thought Zephon would just wait for a report from the port and didn't expect him to decide to sail too. The Emperor knew that ship would soon be trash and was sending it on a long voyage. And on top of that, if it all turned out to be a lie, he'd gladly watch Lars sink along with the ship. He stared hard at his wife and she just smirked back, all confident. Whatever, they're gonna find out everything today. Lately, she'd been totally clueless about what was going on inside his head. It felt like the Emperor was even enjoying something about all this. When he banned dog training in the park a few days back, she figured she'd screwed up again. But it never even crossed her mind he'd let them train in a place this amazing. Then again, ordering the training right under his window, that screamed he wanted to keep an eye on her. Either way, Lars was thankful just for him letting her train the dogs at all. Sometimes she wondered if this guy was trying to control her. Her value was that she was a hostage from Barry, even though Lars had proven she was worth way more than that. All right, today was the day we finally put an end to this whole thing. Meanwhile, the White Meridian was cruising along its route, sailors chilling, just going through their usual day. Suddenly, bam! They felt a massive jolt, almost knocked them off their feet. They peeked over the side, confused, and then, oh crap, a pirate ship and a whole crew staring back at them. The pirates latched onto the White Meridian and gave the order, grab every sailor alive. And of course, they wanted to loot the whole damn ship for themselves too. The crew was freaking out, like, are these guys seriously trying to make Sharialt their enemy? After that, the order came down. Anyone who resists, you cut 'em down. The pirate captain turns to Officer Capricola, hoping to split the loot like they agreed. The commander was even scared to estimate the value of the cargo, figuring there'd be enough cash for the kingdom of Capricola's needs. He wanted to drag Emperor Sharialt, whose power's fading fast, down to the depths and put Capricorn on top of the continent. This route keeps us out of sight of other countries, and if we sink this ship nice and clean, there won't be any evidence left. Suddenly, cannon fire erupted and everyone turned to see what was happening. The pirates were horrified to see a Sharialt Empire warship appear out of nowhere. The officer grabbed his binoculars, hardly believing what he was seeing. When he saw the Emperor and Empress on board, a chill ran down his spine. Totally confused, the bandits knew they wouldn't fire on a royal vessel. When Zephon heard the report that a Capricorn officer was among the enemy, his face darkened. The heroine, on the other hand, was thrilled that the bandits had been caught red-handed. The knights were shocked that another kingdom was involved with the pirates. What's even crazier is that everything went down exactly as the Empress predicted, right down to the ship's location. The Emperor was totally freaked, wondering how the hell she knew all this. Losing their minds in fear, the pirates decided to open fire on the military with their cannons. Meanwhile, the Empire's soldiers were waiting for the order to counterattack. Suddenly, Lars figured she hadn't fully proven her worth to His Majesty yet. Throwing off her cloak, she decided to do it right then and there, right in front of him. The heroine genuinely wanted him to witness this moment with his own eyes. Heading towards the pirates in a small boat, she left the Empire's knights stunned. The Emperor figured it wasn't a big deal, since you can't do anything with corpses. Hearing that this would save him from having to throw her overboard, Shin got seriously suspicious. Even the Emperor's personal servant was lost, 'cause Her Majesty's words rang true. There was no reason to kill her, even if she was made Empress just to use her as a hostage and invade Barry down the line. So if she croaks now, it'll just stir up trouble. But even so, Zephon looked like he was genuinely enjoying the show. Spotting a woman on deck, the pirates instantly swarmed her, sabers drawn. Compared to when Lars faced down the Shariat Empire's army, this bunch was just a bunch of gnats. Wreathed in flames, she threw the thugs into a frenzy of terror and confusion. Realizing it was Barry magic, they freaked, scared she'd torch the White Meridian. When they saw the fire only toasted enemies, leaving the ship and allies untouched, they were even more horrified. Thinking it was impossible, the brigands drowned in the raging flames spewed by the Empress of Shariat. The enemy had never faced magic like this before, and they were completely helpless against it. Lars decided that saving the White Meridian had to be the top priority. She knew what the Emperor wanted from her and the crew, to be valuable tools in his hands. Meanwhile, the pirate captain and Officer Capricorn were backing away from the flames in terror. As she gradually increased her power, Lars realized this wasn't just some fleeting feeling after all. The more she got involved in the fighting, the stronger her magical power became. And now, all that destructive power on a cosmic scale was hers to command. Realizing they didn't stand a chance against that, the surviving pirates scrambled back to their ship. The officer ordered them to get back here now. They weren't finished transferring the weapons. Lars came up behind him, saber in hand, and ripped him open from neck to groin. Then, she blasted a stream of fire at the pirate ship's sails, cutting off their escape. Once all the pirates were clear of the White Meridian, she ordered the sailors to move towards Shariolt's warship. Flicking her hair back, she was on their side and ready to protect them. Besides, she was genuinely grateful to the crew for holding out until the very end. The rescued sailors looked at her with the most grateful and devoted eyes. Lars saw no reason to show any mercy to those who attacked them anymore. Jumping onto the launch, she knew the pirates would soon be fish food. Turning her head towards the enemy ship, she suddenly saw they were preparing to attack the White Meridian and the warship. In shock at their stubbornness, she started climbing towards the enemies. The pirates spotted her on the stern, and at that moment, one of them burst into flames like a torch. That's when the thugs opened fire with their automatics and started chucking rocks at her. Suddenly, a bullet slammed right into Lars's gut, almost making her fall. Refusing to give up, she cursed herself for wasting precious time getting upset. Meanwhile, on the warship, Shariolt's crew realized the Empress was seriously wounded. Even so, she kept climbing the rope, incinerating every enemy in her path. Grabbing a machine gun, the pirate captain decided to finally finish her off. Just then, the fire spread across the ship and was already closing in on the gunpowder. When it went up, the blast was so huge, even the warship got rocked by the shockwave. Looking up at the sky, the Emperor saw his wife flying towards them. Stunned by the massive explosion, the knights immediately rushed to rescue her. While everyone else was running around like chickens with their heads cut off, the Emperor stood on deck, totally messed up. Turns out the White Meridian was still in one piece, so the soldiers scrambled to launch the lifeboats and rescue the crew. Shin, like his highness, was a wreck inside, racking his brain about what happened to his mistress. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was going down, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Clutching onto a plank of wood, our girl drifted across the water's surface. A split second before the explosion, she threw up a wall of flames that completely ate the blast. She was totally confident in her swimming skills, so she landed in the water without a problem. Even with a bullet wound in her gut, she was stoked that the enemy ship was going down. The officer at the helm, now just another dead body. This was her way of hoping she'd proved her worth for good. Closing her eyes, she remembered how often she used to hear words of gratitude from the Barry royal family. They genuinely thought she was the pride of the kingdom, even granting Nicole's request. The whole family was sure they couldn't find a better scapegoat. Searching the area by boat, the knights stumbled upon the Empress's body, already unconscious. After hauling her onto the ship, the doctors found she was still breathing, but her complexion was awful. Besides the fatal wound, she had hypothermia from being in the water for so long. Despite the explosion, there were no burn marks on her body, and the doctors were stunned she used magic to stop the blast. The blood wouldn't stop flowing from her wound, and the doctors could barely keep up changing the bandages. Their healing magic was useless, and at some point they almost gave up on saving the hero. Suddenly, the Emperor shoved them aside and approached his wife himself. That's when he remembered watching her almost fry the Duke of Yulaine right in front of him. And remembering how she smeared her blood all over his lips, he unconsciously reached out to her. A few seconds later, Lars opened her eyes and saw the shock on the faces of the knights standing around. Everyone there was stunned that His Majesty had used his healing magic on someone else for the first time. Judging by the Emperor's expression, he wasn't expecting it from himself either. Soon after, Capricorn sent King Barry a request for help covering up the attack. Receiving it, the monarch couldn't figure out how to counter Chariot's countermeasures. He was hoping for Eric's help, but the prince figured his father could just pawn the paperwork off on someone else. The king knew they had to make Chariot believe they had nothing to do with Capricorn. Unfortunately, they still hadn't found a replacement for Lars, so the monarch had to handle a lot of things himself. Everyone was floored by how much unfinished paperwork the heroine left behind when she bounced. Unlike his old man, the prince didn't see it as a big deal, just said they needed to find a replacement ASAP. Right then, Nicole decided to show off her new party dress to everyone. The king, completely fed up, wanted them to get lost and stop bugging him while he was working. By then, Lars's wound was totally healed, but he still had to keep up with the treatments. Yesterday, our guys ID'd the body of Officer Capricola. Since that pirate fight, the heroine still hadn't seen the Emperor yet. Back then, she never would have imagined she'd end up with such a serious injury. The problem was she underestimated the weapon, and Lars made a mental note of it for later. Suddenly, the Emperor's servant walked in, wanting to know how she was feeling. Dude was stoked to hear she was okay and wanted to pass along a message from the Emperor. Later, the third concubine decided to drop by, bringing a basket of flowers as a gift. On the way, she bumped into, like, 4 servants, who were also apparently visiting the Empress. They all gave Lars a gift from the Emperor, a ton of gorgeous bouquets that turned her room into a garden. Seeing all this firsthand, Sasha was totally blown away by how much His Majesty loved his wife. But Lars just saw it as a routine visit to someone who was sick and didn't dare hope for anything more. Also, the third concubine came to tell her that an order came down this morning to send Camilla back to the duchy. Just then, the doors burst open, and the 6th concubine, totally pissed, stormed into the Empress's room. She was like, what the hell did she do to make the Emperor heal her with his magic even? Does Lars actually think she'll be safe if they become enemies with the Kruzinski Duchy? The heroine sat there, cool as a cucumber, while Tichy and Sachi were totally over her crap. They snarled at Camilla, straight up terrifying her. As the servants dragged her to the carriage, the dogs started clawing and biting at her dress. Fighting back, the ex-6th concubine glared daggers at the Empress. The heroine, on the other hand, was just glad to finally be done with her. Meanwhile, Duke Kruzinski was told that his daughter was suffering, body and soul. In response, His Highness ordered Duke Bazarov to get rid of the Empress, to bring His Majesty back to his senses. The next day, Lars got the intel on that duke's territories, the Kruzinski family, and their connection to the royals. She was sure she'd heard the name Bazarov somewhere in her past life. The heroine remembered that Nicole had been invited to a party at His Highness's place, and there was a little incident. Time passed, and then the Empress got a surprise invitation. Bazarov sent it earlier than she expected, probably with Camilla's help. Just like before, the Duke was throwing a party, but this time it's a huge masquerade. She decided to accept in her reply and ordered Shin to file the permit to leave the city. Donald Bazarov ran the biggest hospital in the Shariat Empire. He rarely shows up in high society, but he's got major clout in medicine. They also dug up that he used to be a royal physician. Rummaging through his files, the Empress stumbled on some interesting intel. Remembering some stuff from her past life, she knew a cleanup was needed here too. Meanwhile, the Emperor was at his desk in his office, staring blankly into space. He realized then that his body had healed the heroine on its own. Totally messed up. He couldn't even remember ever saving anyone before. Besides, the image of his wife, all warrior-like in that fiery storm, was stuck in his head. Magic that strong? You can only use that with some seriously blood-soaked talent. He remembered his dad forcing him to use healing magic over and over as a kid. How many times he'd ditched him, only for Puremouth to kick the bucket again. As time went on, using magic became absolute hell for Zephon. Now he got it. Lars probably had it just as rough. When he saw her magic, the Emperor felt like it could jump right over to him. And now he was actually curious about what kind of life she lived before she met him. Whatever the deal is, Zephon couldn't deny he was drawn to this woman, and he was actually terrified she might die. Eventually, he invited her to another dinner, just the two of them. Lars couldn't figure out why. Instead of punishment, she kept eating with him. Should she take it as an order to keep her mouth shut, since the Emperor healed her with his magic? He gave her tons of flowers, and dinner was way too fancy to be just a normal meal. Suddenly, he got curious. How did she even find out about the attack in the first place? When the officer's body was found, the Kingdom of Capricorn couldn't escape Shariat Empire's revenge. They blamed everything on that officer, but still had to pay reparations and a third of their land to the Empire. But despite all that, all the goods on the White Meridian were kept safe and sound. So, the heroine totally proved her worth, just like she said she would. But Zephon knew there was no way anyone could have just seen something like this coming. Knowing she was cornered, Lars admitted she'd seen a request in the document documents from Capricorn to Barry. After the successful attack, the allies were supposed to help them cover it up. The Emperor decided that meant the heroine was one of the organizers of the hit. That wasn't true, because even though Barry got the request, she didn't know what her dad answered. That meant Barry might be involved in this whole thing, and if needed, we can sort it out in court. But right now, Lars considered herself a full-blown chariot. I mean, before all this, she was the key player in Barry, so she had all kinds of intel she definitely didn't want to share with her loving husband. Zephon stared at his wife, lost in thought. He just couldn't figure out why Barry's family rejected her. They called her a bat and treated her like cattle because she was so badly behaved. And yet, for their sake, she hid her real hair color and her destructive magic. Turns out they rejected her because they had to. Lars was always the Lars family's scapegoat, blamed for every sin the royal family committed. She realized it pretty late and thought the whole thing was totally shameful. The Emperor knew her family treated her like that because of her magical power, a power they desperately wanted to exploit. This woman went through the exact same thing he did, back in the day. So Zephon decided that as a reward for that day, she could ask him for absolutely anything she wanted. Hearing their master say something like that for the first time, his servants were completely floored. Zephon's head was spinning, thinking she'd try to ship off all his concubines or even take his throne. But at the same time, he knew damn well she wasn't about any of that. Instead, Lars wanted the whole freaking world. She wanted to control the entire continent, right alongside her husband. She'd be his rock as emperor, and as empress, she'd give him everything she's got. On top of that, she wanted to make sure nobody on this planet would even think about crossing him. She was gonna be His Majesty's spark, the one that'd burn everything that stood in their way to ashes. The Emperor would have to acknowledge her as his one and only Empress and announce it to the entire world. Smirking, Zephon raised his glass in response and clarified that he was planning on doing that anyway. Soon, news of the one and only Empress, personally recognized by His Majesty, spread like wildfire. The Emperor even personally escorted her to the reparations and territory negotiations for the Kingdom of Capricorn. Finally, the day of Duke Bazarov's masquerade ball arrived. The Emperor looked like he himself had gotten an invite. Sadly, he knew Donald had huge connections to the Krasinski family, and Lars had to go it alone. They both knew some kind of setup was almost guaranteed. Zephon was absolutely certain his wife would return home safe, sound, and unnoticed. Unfortunately, His Majesty can't make it. The Capricorn issues are taking way longer than expected. So, he wanted to confirm, is Shin really going to be her escort? After learning the hero would wait for her with the crew, the Emperor decided to entrust her to one of his personal attendants. At the same time, he figured she probably wouldn't even need the help. Giving her husband a smile, she decided not to bother him anymore. That evening, the Empress rolled into the Bazarov Estate banquet hall, and damn, she was a sight to behold. Everyone was buzzing, whispering about how His Majesty had finally acknowledged her as his wife. Donald walked up to her, figuring he should personally greet the gorgeous Chariot flower. Lars knew he was the one who sent her the invitation for the evening. First off, he wanted to thank her for actually showing up after he invited her. As far as she was concerned, this guy had committed an unforgivable sin. In her past life, Shin told her that Barry's forces had raided the central eastern village of the Chariot Empire. She also found out that officially, the Bat Princess was the one who led the attack. Hearing the date of the incident, she remembered that she was way out west at the time. And right then, after a sip of wine tasting the poison, she faked passing out. Catching Her Majesty in his arms, the Duke was surprised she got drunk so fast. He's the one who filed that bogus report in the last life, and everyone in that village vanished. Scooping Her Majesty up, Donald decided to carry her someplace where she could rest. He took her down to a secret basement, where emaciated prisoners begged for help in cages. Strapping her into a torture chair, he hoped she'd enjoy her time in this place. The Empress wasn't going to be able to get up on her own tonight anyway. He needed to get back to the ballroom now, but when he returned, he'd slice Barry layer by layer. Realizing his true intentions, Lars jumped up and glared fiercely at her captor. Unleashing a blast of fire from her hand, she was grateful to the Duke for inviting her to the real ballroom. Donald was freaking out, eyes wide with terror, not believing what he was seeing. He was 100% positive there was some serious poison in her glass. Even with the antidote, she wouldn't be able to move for half a day, and without detox, she'd be paralyzed for a full day. He laughed like a maniac, demanding to know how she figured it out. Licking her lips, Lars replied that this poison had only a barely noticeable taste. Poisons don't work on her, and she only pretended to be asleep to check something out. The heroine knew something was up, of course, but didn't expect it to be this massive. In her past life, she learned from Nicole's letters that the Empress was invited to Bazarov's party. However, after the celebration, her maid suddenly disappeared. Nicole didn't have an escort, so she had to return alone. They never found the maid, so the dummy asked for a replacement in her letter. Nicole just figured the maid couldn't hack it in Chariot and ran off. But that wasn't it at all. The poor woman was actually kidnapped and tortured by that psycho Duke. The people who vanished from Chariot's East Village are probably his victims too. Most of Bazarov's latest research has been about anatomy. He's especially interested in how mana and the body connect. If he cuts open Barry, who was born with mana, he'll go nuts and turn the people on his estate into lab rats. Then, out of nowhere, Donald mentions the Kruzinski family supplies him with live specimens. According to him, these were all criminals sentenced to death, but the prisoners themselves thought that was BS and believed they were kidnapped against their will. Lars knew they were probably refugees from another country, but that didn't change a thing. She was furious about being kidnapped, but the Duke just shrugged, figuring she wanted to discuss his research. The Empress couldn't figure out how her drinking poison fit into all this. In her mind, it was all over the second she exposed Bazarov's true nature. The Duke couldn't hide how pissed he was that he wouldn't get to crack open Barry's long-awaited sample. Approaching the cages with the prisoners, Lars started melting the bars like crazy. The Duke tried to stop her, but he couldn't even get close because of the flames. Lars figured it was all over and smiled at Donald as his experiment victims ran for the door. Bazarov was totally blown away watching her magic. It was beyond anything he could have imagined. Now, the heroine was ready to listen to him and find out who put a hit on her. Chuckling again, the Duke brought up what the prisoners said about being kidnapped by the Kruzinskis. Seeing the prisoners couldn't open the outside door, the Empress got wary of Donald's unsettling calm. Once he realized the message hadn't been sent, he knew there was no way he could talk his way out of it. Spreading chemicals everywhere and breaking the exit keys, he decided they were all gonna die here together. The heroine realized that trapped in this place, they could be poisoned by carbon dioxide or chemical fumes. The Duke knew the front door was a foot thick and they couldn't melt it down like a grate. So he wanted the Empress to show him everything she was capable of one last time. Deciding that Bazarov had to pay for his trash talk, she hurled a fireball right at his ugly mug. Flames engulfed the psycho from head to toe, but he just kept on laughing. The heroine had learned earlier that even this piece of garbage was a big shot in Chariot's medical world. Without Donald, medical progress grinds to a halt, and the Empire's gonna lose its clout. After snuffing out the flames, she figured she'd get the lowdown on the Kruzinski family from him later. Still chuckling like a maniac, the Duke just blacked out and ate floor. Time was running out, but thankfully, Lars was totally safe and sound. As she headed upstairs, she knew the true nature of medicine would blow humanity's freaking mind, and not even the Empress would be able to do a damn thing about it. Right then, Shin was glued to his watch, waiting for the agreed-upon time. He'd gotten orders from the lady that if she wasn't back by then, he was to go looking for her. The knights burst into the banquet hall, frantically searching and calling for Her Majesty. Suddenly, a bunch of filthy people in ragged clothes came tearing out of a doorway. They ran up to the soldiers, begging them with tears in their eyes to save them. When the knights heard that Bazarov and Kruzinski had kidnapped them, they were taken aback. They managed to escape thanks to a blonde girl who was still being held there. After getting the info, the soldiers bolted towards the door that led to the basement. Suddenly, the Empress walked out, cool as a cucumber, Thrilled, the heroes showed up right on time. She pointed them towards the secret room where Donald was currently holed up. He's suspected of trying to assassinate the Empress, plus illegal human experimentation and abuse. He might have had accomplices, so first things first, we need to seal off this estate. Also, the knights need to keep it classy, because all of high society's gathered here. But before all that, she finally wanted to enjoy the party without the host hanging around. Deciding to scope things out, the heroine headed into the crowd of dancing guests. She noticed that none of them were trying to escape from this place. Suddenly, some dude approached her, hoping Her Majesty would grant him a dance. He'd never seen hair as gorgeous as hers and was stoked to make her acquaintance. Giving a polite smile, Lars pretended she had a meeting to get to. Heading to the other side of the hall, she was bombarded with dance requests from all sides, but she ignored them all. If she'd known this was gonna happen, she would have dyed her hair black. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm and pulled her close. Turning around, she saw His Majesty, the Emperor. Zaphon had arrived at the banquet a while ago, trying to find his wife. Suddenly, he overheard guests whispering that the Empress had just been seen with Duke Bazarov. A few minutes later, he saw knights rush into the hall and head straight into the manor. Watching what happened next, he saw the heroine walk out the door. Looking at her, he couldn't figure out what she'd managed to screw up this time. Seeing the guests lining up to ask her to dance, the Emperor couldn't just stand by. Lars was completely shocked to see him show up there. Zaphon figured she'd gotten herself into trouble again. The heroine remembered him saying he'd be too busy to make it to the masquerade. Judging by the way her escorts were acting, he already knew something was up. Smiling back, Lars realized he'd come because he was worried about her. Illicit dismemberment in the basement, secretly getting people from the Kruzinski family, and on top of everything, attempted murder. Looks like Donald was itching to dissect a member of the Barry family. A little later, the knights hauled the ringleader of this whole party out of the basement. Seeing His Majesty's face, the heroine rushed to clarify that he was still alive. Turning to her, Zaphon needed to know how she'd figured out the truth. The answer he got was that the Empress just plain knew everything. She was proud that all her accomplishments would be credited to the Emperor. His Majesty became the hero who exposed the monstrous human experiments and reached out to the outcasts. A reputation like that will be super helpful for ruling the people. Cutting her off, the Emperor tenderly pressed his lips to his wife's, pulling her close. Totally caught off guard, Lars didn't even register what had just happened at first. Right now, Zaphon only cared about one thing: her safety. In his past life, he personally ordered the hostage returned to her homeland. When he learned it was Princess Barry they were talking about, his personal attendant was completely floored by the order. By then, the Emperor understood that even if he kept that woman locked up, she wouldn't break. He regretted that she never agreed to become his concubine. Lars figured back then that he only wanted information from her and had no other reason to keep her around. When he heard how badly she'd been hurt in her cell, the Emperor was in shock. His offer to cooperate had been completely sincere. No matter how powerful a mage is, they can't fight using healing magic. But the heroine's flame, that could save the Chariot Empire's throne. The dirt Barry had on him, completely worthless. Same goes for Nicole, barely any magic to speak of. At that moment, Zaphon didn't need Barry or her body. All he wanted was the flame, burning his enemies to ash. He decided the heroine needed to look them in the eye and understand. Her family used her for her power, thinking Lars was a dumbass right up to the end. The Emperor thought she'd get him, 'cause they were the same, but he was wrong. And now, hearing him say her safety was what mattered, Lars froze, stunned. Suddenly, angry shouts erupted from the entrance as the nobles were barred from leaving. The soldiers were trying to explain that everyone had to wait while Duke Bazarov's accomplices were identified. As Zaphon led the Empress towards the exit, he decided this had nothing to do with anything. Smiling, the heroine took his hand and obediently followed him. Servants froze, stunned to see the imperial couple leaving the estate. Later, people were shocked to read in the news that Bazarov and Kruzinski had been arrested. It also said that His Majesty personally rescued the people those thugs had kidnapped. What really drove people nuts was the news that they even tried to off the Emperor's beloved wife. And just like that, Donald's phony act was exposed for good. Lars hadn't heard what punishment the former Duke got, but at least Camilla's family was finished. But what really bugged her was that kiss with His Majesty. Plus, the heroine couldn't figure out why he was so stoked that she was safe. Shin figured he got paid way too much after she gave him the cash for the job. He thought he hadn't really done anything special, just gathered some intel, but Lars insisted on rewarding him anyway. Thinking back to her past life, she knew she wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Shin. In this life, he got seriously hurt because of her, so she wanted to take good care of him. She got curious about what exactly he was planning to spend his reward money on. When she found out he had no clue, she decided to take a little walk with him. Once they were downtown, Lars felt a light breeze that really lifted her spirits. She wanted Shin to look around and pick something out that he really wanted. But according to him, there wasn't anything he wanted or was even interested in. The Empress decided to buy him some new clothes, but Shin was always getting new outfits at the palace. Lars was about ready to throw in the towel. She was out of ideas and didn't know what else to suggest. Turning to Shin, she suddenly saw him turn his head towards the pet store. His current mask was custom-made, but did he seriously like a dog muzzle better? Turns out he just wanted to buy new collars for Sachi and Tichi. Lars was confused by his desire, since their collars were already new, but there was more to it. He wanted the pup's collar colors to match the Emperor and his wife. The heroine decided that if it was for Sachi and Tichi, it wasn't really his concern. However, the dude bought them collars anyway, because he felt like it. He'd never been attached to dogs, but these furry-nosed knuckleheads had gotten to him. Seeing from his happy eyes that he genuinely liked it, Lars gave in and shrugged. Meanwhile, while he was working, His Majesty decided to take a stroll in the garden. The servants had never seen him step out for some fresh air during work hours before. Maybe it was because the questions about Bazarov and Krasinski were taking up more time than usual, but on the other hand, it was obvious that the Empress was constantly on his mind. Whether he was relaxing or working, the Emperor kept replaying what happened at the masquerade. These thoughts wouldn't leave him alone and made his weary heart flutter again. At the same time, Camilla didn't understand what was happening or why her family was suddenly in this situation. Neither the Duke's family nor the aristocrats loyal to them were responding to any inquiries anymore. Furious about everything that had happened, she wanted to meet the Emperor just once and open his eyes to the truth. The former concubine knew that even if she could sneak into the castle, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach him. Shortly after, His Majesty's royal physician got a sudden invite to meet with a close associate of the Emperor. Climbing into the carriage and seeing Camilla, he sighed heavily and stared at her, completely baffled. When you're a wanted woman, calling yourself the Emperor's friend isn't exactly smart. Besides, he couldn't help her with anything, but she wanted him to set up a meeting with the Emperor. But before that, she ordered him to immediately fix her face. She'd been ordering him to do it even before she was exiled, but for some reason, the doctor always ignored her. Hearing her say she didn't understand what she'd done wrong, the hero remembered when Shin's body was brought to him, barely alive. So he decided to remind her that the young lady was responsible for countless incurable patients. Threatening him with a gun, Camilla demanded he arrange a meeting with the Emperor immediately. The court doctor had enough power to make it happen. Besides, he had to realize that she was the only person suitable for His Majesty. Camilla sent letters to all members of the imperial family, including the doctor. Turns out she meant every single one of the Emperor's siblings, even the distant ones. The court doctor also happened to be His Majesty's younger brother, and if he doesn't want to drop dead right now, he better follow her orders immediately. Just then, soldiers surrounded the carriage and ordered Camilla to drop her weapon. Hearing they'd open fire otherwise, the girl got scared and complied. As the knights dragged this psycho to the dungeon, the doctor worried about the trouble her letter could cause. Later, he personally told the Emperor everything that had happened. He couldn't even imagine she'd actually send letters to absolutely everyone. The Krasinski family had serious connections with the royal family, so they knew where all the siblings lived. Thankfully, most of them will probably just ignore these messages, but if the letters say the same stuff as the one the doctor got, Lady Layla's gonna get involved. Just then, Zephon's personal servant showed up to announce that the Empress wanted an audience. Turns out, she'd received a letter from Her Highness, Layla Hayden Albert. This woman wanted to visit the Chariot Empire soon, but for some reason, she decided to tell the heroine first. Layla was His Majesty's older sister who married into the Scorpion Empire for political reasons. But her husband recently kicked the bucket, making her the Empress in her own right. Shariotl and Scorpion only had business dealings because she personally hated her brother. Lars remembered that in her past life, the Berry Kingdom had a trade relationship with the Scorpion Empire. But she'd never dealt with the Empress directly, didn't even know what she was like. Still, no point in being scared now. Our girl decided she had to give her a proper welcome. After a while, the Empress Scorpion's carriage pulled up to Chariot Castle. Layla Hayden Albert was the eldest daughter among the imperial family's countless kids. She was the daughter of a concubine and Emperor Zephon's half-sister. This was going to be the heroine's first time meeting her, and judging by His Majesty's face, it wasn't going to be good. Soon, Layla stepped out of the carriage, a smug smile on her face, asking if the girl had actually decided to greet her properly. Letting out a heavy sigh, she remembered that she specifically sent the letter to her brother's wife, not him. Lars knew she did it on purpose, just to find an excuse. Grinning at her, the woman cheerfully greeted the Empress. Right then and there, the heroine got drenched from head to toe. Layla hoped Her Majesty appreciated the Scorpion Empire's magic, linking distant objects across space. Sadly, you can't use that ability on living things, but she still thought it was useful. Lars just smiled sweetly in response, realizing her opponent wasn't just Zephon's sister, but the actual Empress. She was impressed that her older sister could use not only Shariot healing magic, but Scorpion's spatial magic too. That was possible because Layla's subordinates were giving her their power. The woman didn't want the heroine calling her older sis and decided she needed to go change. Later, sitting in the living room, she decided to ask why her brother had decided to officially recognize the girl as Empress. Layla had received a letter from the Kruzinski family saying his chosen one was a rotten lady. Besides, the woman knew what had happened at Bazarov's banquet, and she wanted to know if Lars was just a kid with twisted hobbies. Laughing, the heroine figured she could test her, maybe in swordsmanship. Lila smirked while Zephon calmly sipped his tea, knowing this was a lost cause. Later, during sparring, Lars suffered a crushing defeat at her hands. Despite her victory, the Scorpion Empress acknowledged her skills and praised her opponent. She knew no one in the castle wielded a sword like that, and if the heroine had used fire magic, it'd be a different story. Lars took her defeat well, not expecting Lila to be such a powerful swordswoman. Suddenly, memories from her past life flooded back about the revolution in the Scorpion Empire. Grinning ear to ear, she decided she'd start calling her Auntie. The heroine was forbidden from calling her Big Sis, but she still wanted to address the woman like someone close. Covering his face and turning away, Zephon couldn't hold back his laughter. Totally flustered and pissed, Layla figured she'd rather just have him call her older sis then. Later, soaking in the tub, Lars was thinking she's actually pretty damn good with a sword. No way the Scorpion Empress was taking this seriously, unless she was just trying to mess with her. The heroine never met her in her past life, and she was constantly trying to figure out, what this woman's deal was. But she had some intel of her own, and it was a pretty serious ace up her sleeve. Later, chilling with his sister in the living room, the Emperor was wondering what was the real reason for her visit. He also knew that her interest in his Empress was just a smokescreen. Layla was impressed with his sharp eyes and decided not to waste any more time. Right now, a revolution was brewing in the Scorpion Empire, and because their leader was so careful, even the Chancellor couldn't touch him. They decided to set up free hospitals to win back the people's loyalty, which is why Layla hit up Bazarov's party. She wasn't planning on meeting her brother, but then she suddenly witnessed some crazy stuff at the banquet. With Donald locked up, she wants to snatch Chariot's royal physician, Ilya, from Zephon. If the Emperor's against it, then he'd better give her Chariot's army to crush the rebellion. Zephon thought she was nuts, but Layla figured he should watch his mouth in his position. His barren land provides a third of the Empire's resources, everything we need. Scorpion picks up the other 2/3, shipping their oil to Chariot. So Zephon can't refuse, and if he agrees, she'll even officially recognize that little girl as Empress. Standing in the room, listening to their conversation, the Emperor's personal servant realized nothing had changed. If Layla finds even the smallest excuse, she makes insane demands like it's the most natural thing in the world. But since oil's on the table, even His Majesty can't say no to her. Suddenly, Lila's servants burst into the living room with urgent news. The Scorpion Rebellion had already kicked off. Apparently, the Imperial Army torched the village church, and that's what sparked the whole damn riot. Chancellor Albert's already surrendered to the rebels and is just waiting for Her Majesty to get back ASAP. Lila called BS on the church-burning story, 'cause she never authorized anyone to give orders to her army. Standing up and giving his sister a calm look, Zephon decided she needed to get back to Scorpion, like yesterday. Glaring back at him, the woman knew that if she did, they'd string her up on the spot. The hero knew that too, but he didn't see the point in arguing with someone about to lose her Empress title. He'd be facing some serious problems if he hid his sister and couldn't get Scorpion's oil anymore. But if Zephon teamed up with the rebels and handed her over, there'd be a better chance of keeping those trade deals going. Whipping out her blade, Lila was stunned by this betrayal. The Emperor knew, though, that without his magic, she wouldn't even see him as human. Besides, she'd already tried to off him a couple of times years ago. Standing in front of Sheriolt Imperial Palace, Lars heard the clanging steel and sounds of battle inside, realizing the family feud was already in full swing. Zephon had a shoulder wound, and his knights were desperately trying to contain a rampaging Layla. After kicking their asses, the woman decided she could just die of boredom. She hated her brother for his magic, and believed she should be the Empress of Sheriolt. And if he really was planning to give her away now, Layla wanted to take his head and reclaim the throne. Suddenly, a wall of flame erupted in front of Zephon and his knights, cutting them off from his sister. Apologizing for being late, Lars was worried about how worked up her aunt had gotten. Seeing the blood on the Emperor's shoulder, she flew into a rage and unleashed the fire on her opponent. Dodging the flames, the woman just wanted that brat to stay out of it. But in that split second, the blade of her sword shattered under the intense heat. Still blasting fire at her, the Empress couldn't believe she dared wave her sword in His Majesty's face. Layla couldn't believe the sheer power she was up against, and there was nothing she could do. Watching her sister now, seeing the terror in her eyes, Zephon remembered his own fear when she pointed a sword at him. Realizing he and his wife had switched places, he couldn't help but smile. In the end, Layla wound up locked away in Chariot's dungeon. She realized the rumors about the Empress's power were downplaying it, and her brother really had gotten his hands on a serious weapon. Meanwhile, Zephon gave the order to return his sister to the Scorpion Empire when everything was ready. The heroine realized she hadn't met this woman in her past life, because Barry's trade relations with Scorpion only started after the revolution. The Emperor was pissed when he found out Layla's servants couldn't use space magic to send her back. Lars remembered that in her past life, after the revolution, oil trading got reorganized and put up for auction. Barry and Chariot also tried to get their hands on it, but no dice, so they shelved the whole thing till winter. This led to the Empire running out of fuel and a bunch of people freezing to death. The constant, encroaching cold was always Chariot's biggest weakness. So Lars decided to ask the hero what he thought about Lady Layla. Turns out he didn't think anything, didn't give a damn if she lived or died. Hearing that, the heroine felt a huge wave of relief, which just confused the Emperor even more. She had a plan and some crucial intel, so she wanted Zephon to trust her with this. Later, the woman was still sitting in the dungeon, leaning against the bars with her eyes closed. Lars walked up and gave her a light kick in the ribs with her heel. Startled, Layla jumped. What the hell did she think she was doing? The main character was actually glad to see her personality was still intact. She figured since her aunt was heading back to the Scorpion Empire anyway, why not have her work for her sweet little bro? Meanwhile, back in Scorpion, everyone was on edge because of that recent incident. The church was burned to the ground, and the bodies of the orphans and nuns were never found. People were blasting the Imperial Army soldiers, who looked like they were having a blast. Then, one night, the Empress's carriage suddenly appeared on the streets, escorted by knights. The townsfolk were stunned to see that instead of Her Majesty, a strange girl with golden hair was riding the horse. When they saw the mobile prison behind them with the Empress inside, they thought she'd decided to surrender to the revolutionaries. So, our girl decided to introduce herself, acting like she rushed here to help after hearing about the revolution. The townsfolk went wild knowing Chariot was on their side and started clearing the way for her, no problem. Meanwhile, holed up in a secret room, the rebel leader got worried about the commotion outside. Chancellor Albert, sitting across from him, figured it was Her Majesty Layla finally back. They were both stoked, and the leader decided to head out and greet her. He approached the hidden hatch on the roof when suddenly, bam, it swung open. Giving him a sweet smile, Lars cheerfully greeted the big boss of the Revolutionary Army. Bystanders who saw all this freaked out, realizing they just found the rebel base. Still smiling, she decided to ask what exactly they were doing down there. Ordering the knights to haul him out of the hatch, she pretended they were on the revolution side. On top of that, Lars wanted to hand over the Empress, the one who torched the church, right then and there. Meanwhile, the knights hauled Albert out of the secret room and paraded him for everyone to see. The crowd was totally confused, wondering why the Empress's chancellor was with the leader of the Revolution Army. Turning to the people, the heroine was glad they were finally seeing everything for themselves. Inside the secret room, they also found the church's symbol, all the donations, and even the Imperial Army's flag. The leader of the revolutionaries started pretending the Imperials were trying to trick everyone. Just then, they started bringing out the kidnapped nuns and orphans from the room. Pointing at the chancellor and the rebellion leader, the women started yelling, convinced they were going to sell them into slavery. When they also heard that the Revolution Army had set the church on fire, the townspeople were in shock. Lars knew it would have been super easy for the country's chancellor to cover up a crime like that. It was finally dawning on people that they'd been blaming the Imperial Army for nothing. Just then, the leader of the rebels snatched a sword from a soldier and charged at the heroine like a maniac. Leaping between them and knocking the blade from the attacker's hand, Layla wondered what he even hoped to accomplish anymore. The enemies paled with terror when they saw the Empress. Stoked that her aunt showed up, Lars figured she could have handled it herself. Layla just thought she had to do it herself, or she'd never sleep again. In the blink of an eye, she'd neutralized every single enemy, including their ringleader. Pointing her sword at the chancellor, she wasn't expecting the nobles to side with the rebel army. She still remembered his words about taking care of the revolutionaries, but come to think of it, the investigation wasn't going anywhere. With a swift slash, she cut his shoulder, deciding he wasn't getting off that easy. Kicking him in the liver as hard as she could, she figured his head'd be under the guillotine, not hers. Out of nowhere, the rebel leader snatched a sword off the floor and charged at Layla, ready to swing. Lars saw it, snapped her fingers, and flames erupted right under the hero's feet. Forbidding her from interfering, the Empress launched a rapid attack on the guy. Grinning as Albert went up in flames, the heroine decided she wouldn't rob her aunt of her rightful revenge. Because, since way back, revenge only matters if you dish it out yourself. Everyone there was horrified by what she said, and Layla had no choice but to agree. Later, the whole truth about the Scorpion Empire's revolutionaries was revealed by freed nuns and orphans. The Revolution Army's goal was to steal church donations and sell the kidnapped people into slavery. Back in her past life, Barry had a pretty good relationship with the Scorpion Chancellor. That's when she heard the whole truth about the revolution, but she had no power to fight a huge oil empire. In the end, Lila was executed, and the struggle for survival became the new normal in the empire. After everyone left, the Empress wanted to know how Lars found out about the Chancellor's conspiracy with the revolutionaries. In response, the heroine just smiled and put her index finger to her lips. This secret of hers belonged only to His Majesty Zephon, and she couldn't just spill the beans, not even to her husband's sister. Besides, she decided to remind her that Auntie wasn't Sharioltka anymore. She was the Empress of the Scorpion Empire again. The townspeople and the freed slaves were genuinely grateful to their ruler for saving them. They tearfully remembered how, after the Emperor's death, she single-handedly led the Scorpion Empire to prosperity. Lars originally had no reason to get involved in this conflict with the revolution, but now she was glad to help someone else get out from under another false accusation. Once Albert's connection to the revolutionaries was exposed, the Imperial Army managed to clean up its tarnished reputation. The revolution fizzled out on its own, and everyone involved, including the Chancellor, got executed. Layla successfully defended the Scorpion throne and solidified her position as Empress. As for our hero, she still had one loose end to tie up. Later, she received a document from her aunt stating that a third of Scorpion's oil fields were granted to Chariot as compensation. At the same time, Lars wanted at least half, so this arrangement wasn't working for her. Layla was shocked that she was upset about taking a whole third of the fields, which were the Empire's property. Furthermore, these territories were now Chariot's, and since our hero was the Empress, they belonged to her. Lars was shaken to the core that she acknowledged her as Empress. The woman hoped the girl would understand that the Kruzinski family and Duke Bazarov were not people to mess with. Fixing her hair with a smile, she figured it had been neglected for way too long. Plus, if she'd turned her aunt over to the revolutionaries, she could have gotten half an oil field. Layla knew all this, and she was still blown away that Lars had offered her a hand. Now she got why Zephon valued her so much and wanted nothing more to do with that witch. She seriously hoped she could get along with His Majesty's older sister in the future, but the woman just didn't want to accept her as her little brother's wife. Hearing that, Lars realized she still saw the Emperor as family. Layla figured their hatred wouldn't change even now, but he was and still is the ruler of Chariot. If they actually want to use her, they gotta at least pretend to be family. Either way, the woman was grateful to the heroine for saving her life. On top of that, she was planning on personally escorting her all the way to the carriage. She remembered her recent fight with Zephon and hoped they could still be cool in the future. That's why Layla was putting all her faith in Lars. The heroine was flattered by those words, and right then, the woman doused her with water again. Hearing the request not to catch a cold on the road, Lars barely held back her anger and thanked the old bat. Watching the carriage drive off, Layla smirked, figuring Zephon had gotten snagged by one scary woman. Back home, the heroine slapped the document transferring the Chariot oil fields onto the Emperor's desk. She was a little bummed she only managed to snag a third instead of half. The Emperor couldn't believe the Layla he knew would just hand over a whole third. It was the price for restoring the Imperial Army's good name and crushing the rebels. Hearing his sister was actually hoping to stay on good terms, Zephon was completely thrown. He had to know what his wife did to get in good with that greedy broad. Lars didn't see it as getting in good. She figured it was just a reward for helping out. Suddenly, Zephon noticed a small cut on his wife's finger. She was expecting him to sign the document, but out of nowhere, the dude grabs her hand. The heroine freaked. She dried out the air to get dry, so her hands were kinda rough. Staring intently at the cut, Zephon just started healing it. Hearing his wife's confused voice, he let go of her hand and froze. His body was moving on its own again, and covering his face in embarrassment, he apologized. After sending her off to get some rest, he felt a sudden, intense heat. Lars was confused, and he got it, 'cause something this small shouldn't be a big deal. And yeah, it stung a little, but the Emperor wasn't even mad. Word spread like wildfire about Scorpion handing the Empress that oil field. Even though it was just a third of it, the amount was still insane. Camilla was reading about it in the paper, totally lost. Just like that, the Empress took away Chariot's only weak spot. People were loving the imperial family's moves, thinking they were awesome rulers. His Majesty's second concubine, Nina Alensky, thought the heroine was way too hot for just a berry princess. After hearing Eliza and Camilla vanished, she figured it was time to meet the new gal pal. News of Lars's heroic deed even made it to Barry, and her family couldn't wrap their heads around how things got this far. Eric thought it was just some kind of mistake. Why would that ice-cold emperor even want his sister? Mom figured His Majesty was just using the heroine, since all she's good for is work. Nicole didn't get why her parents were getting so worked up about her. First off, without Lars, they were drowning in work. On top of that, the Scorpion Empire suddenly claimed the Berry Kingdom was in league with the Revolutionary Army. Eric panicked that they might know about his talks with the Chancellor, so Dad decided it was time to find a replacement for the heroine. The prince was happy to announce he'd already found something interesting on that front. He got some pretty good news from his sweetheart, Gina, the third princess of the Verso Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lars showed up for tea with some high society ladies. Ever since she was officially declared empress, invites to social events have been pouring in. Every invite seemed friendly enough, except for the one from Nina Alensky. She introduced herself as the second concubine, and honestly, the invite seemed normal. But after dealing with Camilla, our girl was staying on high alert. Wanting to start gathering intel, she decided to ask the ladies if they knew Nina. The second concubine threw parties all the time, and she wondered if any of the women had been invited. Suddenly, the girls started glancing around nervously, claiming they were happy to be invited. The vibe at the table shifted weirdly, and Lars was thrown for a loop. Nina invited her over anytime, so our girl decided to play it by ear for now. Suddenly, one of the ladies remembered her brother overhearing some rumors about the second Princess Berry at a party a few days ago. Realizing they were talking about Nicole, Lars was seriously puzzled. Rumor has it, she confessed they hired themselves a new secretary. Apparently, she's some foreign chick, kinda nervous, but aces everything. Our girl's in shock that her little sis still hasn't learned to keep her mouth shut. How could she blab about a royal secretary who hasn't even started yet? Figuring they'd be stoked to work with such a pro, Lars knew something was off. Suddenly, she remembered that new secretary from the Kingdom of Verso, the one Shin told her about in prison back in her past life. Meanwhile, Donald was doing research in his cell, humming a happy little tune. Zephon figured he looked pretty damn good for a prisoner. Smirking, the Duke found the Emperor's position kinda boring. The hero was thinking about how to off him, but Bazarov thought it was too harsh, since they live under the same roof. So Zephon decided to remind him that he was only being kept alive for research, for now. The Duke was surprised His Majesty still hadn't picked up any social skills. He often thought back to his days as the previous emperor's court physician. On his orders, he tried everything to cure Zephon of his hatred for others. But Donald believed that emotion suited him best, and looks like the guy hasn't changed since. What the hell was he even rambling about? The Emperor and his goons didn't get it. Then the Duke clarified that Empress Lars had already snatched the Empire from him. She's definitely one of a kind, and Bazarov was dreaming of meeting her again, guilty as charged. Unbelievable, dense, magical power and a majestic presence, all rolled into one girl. That's why Donald thought it was a waste if she just became the Emperor's pawn. He knew he should have made her his woman the day they met, not a lab rat. Ignoring his taunts, Zephon decided not to kill him, but to use him as a lab rat for life instead. Meanwhile, the heroine was sitting in the garden, racking her brain about the secretary. In her past life, she was hired after Lars went to war, but this time it happened faster, so they must have been looking for a replacement. But on the day of her execution, she didn't see anyone suitable. That meant she was being used in secret, just like the heroine was. Lars didn't care about the Barry folks anymore, but she hated seeing someone else treated the way she had been. Sitting across from her, Sasha was worried about Her Majesty's thoughtful expression. Pulling herself together, the heroine hoped the third concubine would recommend something yummy again. Later, the Emperor left the dungeon, consumed by rage. Bazarov was seriously getting on his nerves, and he didn't even want to look at him. Just being around him made Zephon tense up, and it was all because of flashbacks. On the way, he suddenly bumped into the heroine in the hallway, who was just coming back from the garden. Lars was thrown off. She'd never seen her husband so bummed out before. When he found out she was going back to her room, the hero just froze. Suddenly, he broke out in a sweat, and the heroine rushed over to wipe his face with a tissue. Truth is, she was happy he came, and she wanted to ask him something. Later, sitting across from him in her room, Lars was thinking about how the Verso Kingdom breeds unmatched talent. If the Barrys notice that, they check if the person can be of use to them, right? So she got curious. What would happen if they could snag a talent like that before the Barrys do? After a moment, the Emperor decided he wasn't going to question anything his wife told him. He knew she'd gotten an invite to that Verso Kingdom party, and he wanted to send an escort with her. He shot down the party idea this morning, so the heroine was bummed. Zephon also figured she could bring her pet dog Shin along for the ride this time. Lars was genuinely grateful for his trust and decided she wouldn't let him down. Suddenly, the Emperor walked up to her and stared right into her eyes. Then, he gently took her hand and pressed it against his cheek. Seeing him blush like that totally shocked all the servants. Later, the heroes arrived in the Verso Kingdom, just like they planned. From that day on, the Emperor never visited the heroine again. She still couldn't figure out why he'd held her hands to his cheeks like that, and now, sitting across from her in the carriage, he just kept staring straight at her. Suddenly, he remembered her saying that this whole thing would be a bit of a hassle. Smiling back, Lars didn't think so anymore. Plus, she was drawn to the kingdom's unique architecture, unlike anything she'd seen before. So Zephon decided to take a little walk with his wife, which totally threw her for a loop. When the carriage stopped, the emperor refused to head to the capital and decided to look around. The servants were in shock, cause His Majesty only ever went anywhere for official business. The heroine was stunned that they were actually going on a regular walk with the emperor. Realizing this felt a lot like a date, she was a little flustered. Holding her husband's hand, walking past those fancy buildings, she felt seriously out of place. Suddenly, smack dab in the middle of everything, there was a pastry shop, and right across from it, a blacksmith's forge. Lars was totally blown away that every building here had its own specific purpose. The people they passed kept stopping to admire how good the two of them looked together. Pulling herself together, she decided to start her search for the secretary at the local bookstore. After pumping the bookstore owner for details, she found out the girl's name was Chloe. According to him, the poor thing got kicked out of the royal palace, and everyone thought she'd left the country. Someone went to a lot of trouble to make that happen, and now she's desperately hustling for cash in the red light district. Stepping out of the store, Lars was genuinely grateful to Zephon for helping her uncover so much intel. Meanwhile, out of nowhere, the dude leads her to a jewelry store. He remembered that time she'd given him flowers not too long ago. It was a spring festival tradition where girls buy flowers and give them to the guy they like, so the emperor needed to know. Did she actually know about the tradition? Turns out, the heroine only found out about it right there at the festival, from her attendants. He nodded, then decided he was gonna get her a little something too. The hero picked out a bracelet and the vendor started describing it, but Zephon wasn't trying to hear all that BS. Lars was floored by how easily he dropped the cash, thinking he was a real-deal emperor. Bracelet bought, he walked up to her and ordered her to hold out her hand. Totally confused, she watched him carefully put the gift on her wrist. Stroking her cheek, Zephon hoped she'd never take the bracelet off. Later, they had dinner together, and Lars decided to head to the entertainment district. She was embarrassed not only by the shared meal, but also the fact they had to share a bedroom. She was hoping the emperor would let her bring a couple of attendants along. Suddenly, he decided he wanted to go with her, but she thought it was totally unnecessary. Frowning, Zephon didn't understand why she was saying that. She figured with a face like his, he'd stick out like a sore thumb in the red light district, and someone would definitely try to pick him up. But he kept pushing, and Lars even started to think he suspected her of something. Smiling, she decided to ask, seriously, what kind of crazy wife takes her husband to the red light district? In the end, he had to give in, and he agreed. But the emperor strictly ordered her not to take off the bracelet, and she figured the jewelry had some kind of tracking magic. Reaching the spot, they peeked around the corner and watched Chloe beg her client for even a tiny advance. Eric, looking at her with disgust, figured she had some nerve even asking for something like that. Then the girl started pleading to go to Barry right now, so her brother could get help ASAP. But the prince claimed he was way too busy and, deciding to send her to Barry in 3 days, just walked off. The female lead waited for her brother to disappear and stepped out of the shadows. Chloe was startled at first, then tried to offer herself for the night for money to help her brother. Accepting her offer with a smile, Lars decided one night wouldn't cut it. Later, she learned from Chloe that she and her brother had been kicked out of the palace and lost their home. After several doctor's visits, the girl had blown through all her savings. She used to be the secretary for the kingdom of Verso, so this newly appointed general started hitting on her, coming on real strong. Chloe turned him down, and all she got in return was his rage and a bunch of bogus accusations. After that, they kicked her out of the castle and slapped her with a massive fine. Barry promised to help her and heal her brother if she agreed to work as their secretary. She figured her brother was just bait and that he probably wouldn't get decent treatment, so she decided to get both of them out of there, right then and there. What's more, she was planning to get them better treatment than they'd ever get at Barry. Chloe stared at her, totally confused, like, who the hell is this woman? Lars snapped his fingers, and Shin introduced her as the Empress of Sheriolt. Hearing that country's name, the girl remembered they had the best medicine around. Before she could even process what was happening, our girl decided they needed to finish this conversation somewhere else. Meanwhile, the Emperor was stuck in his hotel room, just pacing back and forth, trying to keep it cool. He actually gave a damn, which was totally new for him. He couldn't figure out why he was so worked up, why he couldn't get that woman out of his head. Just then, he got word that the Empress and the others had made it back to the hotel safe and sound. Chloe, realizing this was the fanciest hotel ever, thought this was way too much kindness for her. Lars, surprised by her humility, wanted her to feel right at home and have everything she needed. Shin escorted the girl to her room, complete with a private bathroom, and brought her some fresh clothes. Chloe couldn't wrap her head around the fact that someone like her actually deserved this kind of treatment. Zephon, on the other hand, was thrown by the fact that his wife brought a girl back here with all her luggage. But our girl couldn't waste any time. See, when they found her, Chloe had already snagged an invite from Prince Barry himself. He promised to heal her little brother, so Lars hauled her butt straight here. The Emperor was scratching his head like, why couldn't Prince Barry just hire a top-notch doc and foot the bill? Our heroine figured he was just rushing off to a date or some party. Besides, she had a special offer she wanted to pitch to His Majesty. After their chat, the couple headed to the bedroom and got ready for bed. Lars was all hyped up, wondering if tonight would be a repeat of their first night together. But they just ended up crashing, and she thought, man, His Majesty's been acting weird lately. Suddenly, he rolled over and gave his wife a serious stare. Then he wrapped both arms around her, pulled her close, and buried his face in her hair. While he slept like a log, Lars was totally freaked out, barely believing what was happening. The next day, they showed up at the Verso Kingdom's founding day party at the royal palace. Servants greeted them at the entrance, stoked to see them and waving them inside. When they heard there was going to be another person with them, they were even happier. But when they saw the girl stepping out of the carriage and heading their way, they were stunned. As they kept walking, Lars could feel Chloe was a total wreck. The girl couldn't even imagine she'd ever walk down this hallway again. After that run-in with the general, she had zero desire to ever come back here. And now she was like, am I really supposed to be at this party? The guests were pumped to see Emperor and Empress Sheriolt, who've been the talk of the town lately. Chloe was totally blindsided when they were instantly swarmed by people. Out of nowhere, a guy came up behind her, asking if everything was all right. "Milady?" She turned to face him, and the general recognized her, freaking out that she was alive. He yelled for the guards, ordering them to toss this rat out of the hall, now! Chloe slapped him across the face, accusing him of setting her up, saying he got her fired without warning. And the reason for all this crap was because she wouldn't let him touch her. Shoving her away, the guy was like, what the hell is she even talking about? Lars grabbed Chloe by the shoulders, furious, demanding to know what the general's problem with her was. The former secretary of the Verso Kingdom was hired by the Chariot Empire of her own free will, which means Chariot now has its hands on the kingdom's top-secret intel. Approaching them, the Emperor agreed with every single word his wife said. Not understanding what kind of circus was going on, Eric ran up, deciding this woman belonged to him. Giving him a cold stare, the heroine was glad he'd finally shown up. Her brother was shocked she'd changed her hair back and didn't get why she even needed Chloe. Enraged by this behavior, Zephon demanded to know who he thought he was talking to like that. Just then, Eric saw Lars smugly brushing her hair behind her ear. He was terrified by the Emperor's menacing glare, who'd decided they were the ones who hired the girl. Zephon figured he could keep acting like that if he wanted to turn Chariot into his enemy. Later, King Barry blew a gasket when he found out they wouldn't be getting a secretary. Nicole knew her little bro hired her first, so she thought the heroine was being super rude. The king and the prince are gonna regret trying to pull one over on Barry. The real problem, though, is that they're up against Chariot. Eric couldn't figure out how they knew about Chloe, since even his girlfriend kept her a secret from him. Nicole figured Lars might be involved, but her brother didn't think his older sister could do anything behind the Emperor's back. The princess figured it was still worth trying to talk to her and see if she knew anything. But they all knew they just couldn't risk it. Eric was mortified, remembering how he chickened out and ran from the banquet hall with Zephon's furious glare burning into his back. Because they were relying on the secretary, nothing was getting done and work was piling up. Just then, a servant ran in with some urgent reports. The king, completely pissed, decided the prince could handle it just fine. The monarch saw this as a golden chance for his son to prove himself as the future ruler. It was also punishment for Eric losing his secretary. Any screw-ups, he's taking the fall. He's grounded until he finishes the job, no going outside. The parents decided to hit the party, and Nicole rushed after them to help set things up. Meanwhile, Chloe and her brother made it to Chariot safe and sound. Lars was hoping the Emperor would let her take the girl and show her around. Getting the go-ahead, she remembered that, actually, nothing happened that night. Lying in the same bed, he just held her all night and slept. The heroine sensed that he treated her with a lot of respect. Seeing her mistress's face turn red, Chloe wondered if she was feeling all right. Lars brushed her hair back, trying to act like everything was cool, and just wanted to get inside already. Later, inside this crazy, luxurious room, she couldn't believe she'd actually be staying here with her brother. Turns out, when she was just a secretary at the palace, they had to live outside the castle walls. If she was solo, maybe they'd let it slide, but she couldn't just bring her family into the castle. She was totally blown away by how sweet and innocent her little sister turned out to be. Chloe was ready to do anything for her bro and was gonna grind hard to get stronger. After bringing her to the drawing room, the Empress was ready to introduce her to who she'd be working with. Lars had already sent the lady an invite. Now all that was left was waiting for her to show. Not long before, after getting the invite from Her Majesty, Sasha totally froze up. The girl and her brother were in total shock when the Emperor's third concubine walked into the room. "Sorry for hitting you up so suddenly," she said. Lars started introducing them, and Chloe was relieved her co-worker seemed pretty chill. After hearing the whole story, Sasha found out this girl would be her assistant. The Empress was also stoked to hear the concubines' residence had a room for them. Sasha was blown away by Chloe's story, not understanding why someone so awesome would be working under her. But Lars was totally confident that the third concubine could take good care of this lady. As for her little brother, the main character decided to handle him herself. Sasha shook Chloe's hand with a smile, realizing she was missing a lot and hoping her partner could help. Soon after that, the Emperor got a trade report from the third concubine. It talked about spices from the kingdom of Etwal that the Chariot Empire was importing. Market prices were skyrocketing, so it was the perfect time to re-export some goods to other countries. Zephon realized this had to be the new secretary's doing. The idea was flawless, and if they implemented it right now, there wouldn't be any issues. He was shocked to hear that Lars had decided to entrust Chloe to the third concubine. Unlike the others, Sasha never tried to get close to him. Plus, she used to be a princess of the kingdom of Etwal. The Emperor decided that if they succeeded, he would reward them handsomely. Later, the court physician Ilya came to the heroine, wanting to clarify a few things about Lucas, Chloe's brother. He'd been observing the boy with the other doctors for several days. But even at the Chariot Medical Center, curing his illness is pretty much impossible. Best case scenario, only his digestion and breathing will work, but further recovery's a huge maybe. The doctor wanted to know from the Empress how to even break this to His Majesty. After hearing about the boy's condition from her, Zephon was totally thrown. This disease was considered incurable, and even magic was useless against it, which means that even the Emperor himself was powerless to do anything. Frowning, he knew that just one kid shouldn't matter to him at all. But seeing his wife so upset was driving him crazy. Knowing the secretary would be useful later, he decided to make an exception this time. Leading Lars, he headed toward the staircase that led down into the castle basement. At the very bottom was a dungeon, and to her horror, the heroine recognized the prisoner inside. Duke Bazarov greeted his guests with a smile, but he was totally stumped why the Emperor himself was dropping by his place. And he was stoked to finally see the Empress again. He'd been missing her something fierce. He never thought he'd see her again, so he considered her visit a real honor. Lars obviously hadn't heard about his execution, but she still couldn't believe Donald had been hiding out here all this time. Turns out he cut a deal. They give him certain perks and extend his life in exchange for his research. Since he was a major player in the medical field, His Majesty made some special arrangements. Bazarov became a court physician purely because of his skills, not because of any magic powers. And there probably isn't anyone on the whole continent who could top him in this area. Zephon knew that if he couldn't heal the kid, he'd have to throw in the towel. The heroine was floored that he brought her here and spilled such a huge secret, all to help Lucas get better. Donald never imagined he'd be reunited with the Empress like this. Giving her a warm smile, he wanted to ask if she'd been up to anything special since they last met. All this time, he just wanted to see her face again, and now he was so happy he couldn't even put it into words. Ever since her magnificent flame seared his heart, he'd lost not just his body, but his soul. It seemed like His Majesty reluctantly accepted the heroine, but now everything's changed. And she must be something special if she was able to pull that off. The Duke went a long way with Zephon too, but he never managed to do it. Tired of his chatter, the Emperor wanted to know if Donald was going to heal him or what. With a flourish and a bow, Donald decided he had no right to refuse. But first he wanted to get a look at the patient, and then they could talk details. A few minutes later, Shin personally brought the kid to him. After finishing his examination, Bazarov was bummed he hadn't gotten his hands on such a prime specimen sooner. Standing nearby, Lars figured he must be into the burn scars. The Duke meant it as a joke, since she was still the best research material around. Smirking, she took it as a compliment. Grabbing an empty syringe from his desk, Donald decided to ask what kind of reward he was looking at if he succeeded. Pointing the tip of the syringe at the Empress, he wanted to get at least a drop of her bodily fluids. Walking up to her and taking her hand, he decided blood would be even better. Lars was about to blast him with fire, but suddenly Zephon walked up and grabbed the creep by the head. Shocked by such jealousy, Donald decided payment would be after the treatment. The Duke remembered how good the hero tasted as a kid because he always held back. Not wanting to hear this crap, the Emperor just wanted an answer. Could the boy be healed? Smirking back, Bazarov figured they already had their answer. In the past life, King Barry and his family found out that Lucas was beyond help. The doctors gave him 6 months to live, tops. Then Eric remembered they'd kept their promise and put him in the best hospital, but nobody promised a full recovery. The parents totally agreed, especially since the brother and sister would never see each other again anyway. The prince decided they could just tell the girl her little brother was fighting his illness in the hospital for the rest of her life. And now, after a month of Donald's treatment, a happy Chloe couldn't believe her eyes. Lucas's illness was receding real fast, and now he could move around without any problems. Bazarov was quick to clarify that the treatment wasn't finished. He'd just fixed the root cause. If the kid sticks with the meds I prescribed, he should be totally healthy in about 6 months. Giving the Duke a suspicious look, Lars wanted to get her hands on that list of meds. Donald sighed heavily, agreeing, but he was still surprised they didn't trust him. The girl was sobbing with gratitude because every hospital before had told them the disease was incurable. The Duke just figured they must have been a bunch of incompetent doctors. The heroine knew he was skilled, but never imagined he was this good. It was less than a month from diagnosis to surgery, and the results spoke for themselves. That explained why the Emperor had spared his life. Chloe was genuinely thankful to the Empress and vowed never to forget her kindness. On top of that, Lars made them promise not to spill the beans about Bazarov. Donald had a mind-blowing experience and figured it'd be a goldmine for his research. He reached out his hand, ready to collect his payment. He was expecting Lars's blood, but instead she handed him a hair from her head. Stepping out of the dungeon, she apologized to the Emperor for keeping him waiting. He tagged along to every meeting with Bazarov, but never actually went inside the cell. She was grateful to His Majesty because, thanks to him, they landed a top-notch secretary. In return, Zephon made her promise never to go down to the dungeon without his say-so. Sasha was over the moon when she heard the news that Lucas was okay. Chloe was just as stoked and vowed to work her tail off to pay them back. Last time she got the go-ahead from His Majesty, so goods from the White Meridian are hitting Chariot next month. Right now, Barry's been pushing foreign trade hard, so timing couldn't be better. Remembering this kingdom was Lady Lars's homeland, the girl bowed and apologized. But the heroine wasn't sweating it. She's the Empress of Chariot now, after all. She couldn't forgive them for what they did to Chloe, and from now on, she's only looking out for the Empire. Meanwhile, second consort Nina Alensky was busy scribbling another letter to Her Majesty. Getting it, Lars read that the second consort was throwing a party to get to know her better. This message could be friendly, or it could be a setup. The heroine knew that, which is why she hadn't responded this whole time. But she figured it was time to show her face, so she took her up on the party invite. The other ladies invited were totally blown away by how gorgeous she was. Lars clocked right away that it was a girls-only kind of party. Suddenly, the second concubine came gliding down, all excited to greet Her Majesty. The heroine was grateful to Nina for the invite. Turns out she'd only invited her friends today, so the Empress could kick back and relax. The concubine also sent Sasha an invite, but she didn't show for some reason. Nina was bummed that the third concubine hardly ever came to her parties, so she hoped that next time the heroine could manage to bring Sasha along. Lars was surprised by that, cause it seemed like the concubines didn't get along. Nina sat down next to her, wanting to know what the Empress's relationship with the third concubine was like. Her acting like a kid kinda reminded me of Nicole, but Lars didn't remember this concubine ever hurting her back in the day. Either way, if things get weird, gotta draw a line in the sand right away. Nina suddenly wanted the Empress to be her friend too. I mean, if the Empress is friends with Sasha, it means she doesn't hate all the concubines. Plus, the girl also thought Her Majesty's butler was a total hottie. The concubine was hoping the Empress would agree to wear matching dresses to the party and take pics together. She was obsessed with the black hair the main character had at the wedding, but the gold was gorgeous too. All the girls around happily backed Nina up, agreeing with everything she said. Meanwhile, dinner was ready. Time to get this evening started. Lars was seriously annoyed by how loud and shrill that concubine's voice was. She still wasn't sure, but Nina didn't seem all that bad maybe. Suddenly, one of the girls accidentally knocked a wine glass off the table. While the maid started cleaning, the concubine approached her with a smile, and the lady instantly turned pale with fear. After dinner, everyone escorted the Empress to her carriage and waved goodbye cheerfully. Once the carriage was gone, Nina ordered the girl who messed up to be taken to the house immediately. She personally started beating the crap out of that girl who dared to break a wine glass at a party where the Empress herself was present. Afterward, the concubine pulled the flowers out of the vase, remembering that tonight was supposed to be perfect. So, she decided to force the guilty girl to drink all the dirty flower water. Later, finding out that Lars had been at Nina Alensky's party, the Emperor was thrown into confusion. Turns out, the second concubine had been sending invitations to Her Majesty for quite a while. Now they're seeing each other regularly, and it looks like they're getting pretty close. Nina's homeland was the Kingdom of Pluto, famous for its oil and weapons resources. Still, if our girl really wants to get tight with this woman, she better think twice before it's too late. Thanks to a long period without wars, Chariot had more than enough weapons resources. They weren't hurting for oil either, since Scorpion handed over a third of their deposits. Meanwhile, Nina started visiting the Empress all the time, spending day after day with her. Lars was turning a blind eye to it, because she was just coming over to have a good time. But Tichi and Sachi weren't thrilled with this guest, and they were constantly baring their teeth at her. On top of that, the concubine kept pushing Shin to take off his mask. But the biggest problem was, the main girl just couldn't seem to meet up with Sasha. The reason for that was, she's scared of the other concubines. Nina seemed to be pushing them to be friends, but it just didn't look like it was gonna happen. She was really hoping to hear the main girl say they were buddies now, but Lars wasn't jumping to any conclusions. That was driving Nina nuts, because she was the daughter of Prime Minister Pluto, and being friends with her was a huge win for anyone. The main girl knew that thanks to the second concubine's family line, Chariot could count on Pluto's military backing. Nina was super loud, sure, but Pluto controlled a part of the sea that was about to skyrocket in value. In other words, she was way more useful than Eliza and Camilla, and someone like that was good to have as a friend. Later, Lars suddenly heard from the emperor that he was planning to dump the second concubine. Turns out, her hobby was being a sadistic jerk to people she didn't like. Everyone wants to get in good with her 'cause of the perks, but plenty of people know the truth and stay the hell away. Zephon figured it'd be safer to just force her back where she came from before anything went down. She was totally shocked he'd take action before anything even happened. For now, everything was chill, and Lars had no clue what Nina did in her past life. So, she was hoping that if things went south, she could hit up the emperor for help. He stared at her, confused. Did he even need any concubines? She raised her glass, wanting to know if the emperor cared about her more than the whole damn empire. Waiting for an answer, she was surprised when he just silently downed his drink. Late that night, Sasha was shaking in her room, hearing Nina's loud screams from outside. The second concubine was standing at the entrance to her place, calling for her to come out and play. The next day, she asked Lady Lars if she wanted to take a walk with her. Nina knew a great restaurant and wanted to check it out with the Empress. The heroine turned her down, which sent the concubine into a rage. She remembered that she was always the one asking her to hang out anyway. More than anything, she wanted to see Lars every day and get closer to her. The heroine never had friends in her old life, so she wasn't sure if this was normal. To become besties with the Empress, Nina planned a secret date for today. The concubine even took care of the chaperones and hoped Lars wouldn't refuse. After getting the yes she wanted, she went outside to wait for Her Majesty to get ready. The heroine wanted to hit up the greenhouse today and finally see Sasha, but it was too late now. Before long, they arrived at the spot she'd mentioned earlier. Nina's favorite restaurant looked kinda run down, but the building was massive. The second consort was hard to read, that's for sure, so Lars just decided to trust her. Once inside, they took a seat in the dimly lit room, and soon their table was overflowing with amazing food. Lars was blown away by the meat's incredible flavor, which really pleased Nina. The consort felt a deep sense of relief, since she'd only ordered her favorite dishes today. She figured the rarer the chance to make a dish, the more valuable it becomes to prepare it. When the table was about half empty, Nina decided it was showtime. The curtain went up, and in the middle of the stage was Sasha, tied to a chair, the meat the consort wanted to taste. Meanwhile, the Emperor learned from Chloe that the third consort still hadn't returned. All the staff were freaking out. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. She vanished after Nina Alensky, the second concubine, took her away last night. His Majesty's personal servant recalled that the Empress went to a restaurant today, on Nina's recommendation. Zephon, absolutely furious, ordered the soldiers to start searching immediately. They weren't to return without Lars. The hero was kicking himself for not taking action sooner. Meanwhile, the heroine demanded an explanation from the concubine about what was happening. Nina, with a smile, decided to mention she was planning on inviting a third concubine to her party. If possible, she'd love for the Empress to join them in person. She was still debating whether to butcher the carcass or roast it whole. Salivating at the thought of how tasty Sasha would be, the concubine had been craving human flesh for ages. She couldn't figure out why Lars was making such a scary face. Weren't they supposed to be friends? Realizing she'd been planning this from the start, Lars conjured several streams of flame. Nina genuinely believed that she and the Empress were besties. For the sake of the heroine, her father and the entire kingdom of Pluto will cooperate with Sharialt. And since Her Majesty is Lars, all the concubine's friends will offer her their support. All because the lady was the only woman that Emperor Zephon himself ever acknowledged. As for the second concubine, she just wanted to be Her Majesty's best friend, and Sasha had to go for that to happen. Just then, one of the servants started approaching the bound girl with an axe in his hands. Nina believed that if the heroine enjoyed the taste of the third concubine with her, she'd gain more trust. And the second consort was totally ready to take care of Sasha's whole crew, with love. She didn't see any reason to compare that pathetic lady to someone as awesome as her, so she figured even the Empress would be smarter to be friends with her. Hearing that, Lars flashed back to Nina's voice in Chariot Prison, when Nina saw her without eyes. Back then, the second consort decided to help her out, if the heroine agreed to be her friend. I mean, being friends with her would be the smart move, or she might just lose some limbs too. Lars started yelling back, saying she was Princess of the Berry Kingdom and wasn't about to be friends with Chariot scum. After that answer, Nina pulled out her bayonet and ordered the guards to open the cell door. She decided that if they weren't going to be friends, then it would be fun to run a few experiments. After that, the consort came by every day to play and brutally torture the heroine. Lars finally understood why that lady's voice was grating on her ears so much. Stepping up to Sasha, the concubine laughed and swung her bayonet. Surrounding herself in flames, the hero rushed to help the third concubine. Seeing her fire, Nina froze in place, completely terrified. Laughing nervously, she begged Lady Lars not to rush so damn fast. She didn't get why the Empress was so pissed off in the first place. Seeing the flames heading her way, she pressed the bayonet to Sasha's throat, threatening to kill her. The concubine couldn't understand why Her Majesty was doing this. She'd be way more useful than this girl. While she kept scaring Sasha, Lars decided she didn't want to be friends with her at all. Enraged by those words, Nina felt like her lady had just broken her heart. Ripping the blindfold off the third consort, she wanted to hear Sasha dump the Empress for good. Instead, she started apologizing to the main character for dragging her into this whole mess. Thinking she was being ignored, the second consort jammed a bayonet into the girl's shoulder. Lars figured if she made one more move, she'd be toast. Nina, pressed close to Sasha and pulling out a knife, knew they were too close for Lars to do anything. Slicing the third consort's ear, the second decided to kill them both and become Master Zephon's woman herself. Nudging the knife towards the Empress, Nina decided she had to cut off her own ear to save her friend. Sasha started yelling, wanting Lars to get the hell out of there. That's when the second consort decided to start with her and held the knife to her ear. The main character ordered her to stop, but that meant she had to hurry up herself. Lars figured she'd fake hurting herself and wait for Nina to let her guard down. She was going to show her a little blood and pretend to pass out. Then, the second she attacks, she'd pull away from Sasha. Suddenly, screams erupted outside and an order to open the door immediately. Nina was in shock, not understanding how the Emperor's army got here. Shin bolted towards the door, desperate to open it as fast as possible. Turning away from the third concubine, the second one ordered the servants to stop the butler. Now! Seizing the moment, Sasha rocked the chair and crashed to the floor, shoving the concubine aside. In that same instant, our girl unleashed a fiery blast at Nina. Bursting inside, the knight saw the second concubine writhing in agony on the floor, engulfed in bright flames. Lars dialed back the flames, deciding to just torture her slowly instead of killing her outright. The burning lady started begging for mercy, and that's when our girl pinned her hand to the floor with a dagger. After hugging the crying Sasha, she decided they didn't have to worry anymore. The soldiers arrested all the servants and decided to handle the rest themselves. Meanwhile, still burning Nina's skin, the heroine remembered there were others she still needed to get revenge on. Later, back at the palace, she went to meet with the Emperor. He figured she'd been spending too much time alone with the second concubine. Lars felt bad things went down like this, and was grateful he'd sent soldiers. She was wondering how His Majesty was planning to deal with Lady Alensky now. The hero had suggested just sending her back home from the start. His wife, though, would have loved to get revenge herself. She thought he'd send her back to her room after that, but Zephon suddenly got interested in her wound. We're talking about the cut on her ear, the one with the bloody cotton ball on it. She was going to see the court physician later, but then the Emperor unexpectedly got close to her. He put his fingers on the little wound and started healing it with his magic. A few seconds later, her ear was good as new, and Lars gave him a confused "thank you." After that, he let her leave his office. That same day, our girl met up with Sasha, who felt terrible for making her worry. Plus, the third concubine was grateful for the court physician she'd sent, which meant she wouldn't have any scars. Lars wouldn't regret doing anything for her precious friend. For Sasha, those words were both a huge honor and a total shock. She also wanted to thank Chloe, who got the word to His Majesty just in time. Seeing how worried the Emperor was, the secretary realized just how deeply he loved his wife. The fact that he immediately sent soldiers was kind of a big deal. He'd never done that for anyone before. And let's not forget the bracelet Zephon gave Lars in the Kingdom of Verso. That was a real love move. Apparently, if a guy gives a woman a bracelet with stones the color of his eyes, it means she's his. After that, the Emperor started inviting Lars to dinner together all the time. He saw the confusion in her eyes and realized she had no idea what was going on. Looking closely at her, he decided he just missed her, that's all. If she was so into business, maybe she could give him some useful intel again. Raising her glass with a smile, Lars hoped he'd find this intel about new revenue streams useful. It had been a while since she arrived in Chariot, and now autumn was here. Sitting at dinner that time, the Emperor felt like a completely different guy. She also knew the Kingdom of Pluto wasn't just the second consort's homeland, but also a sea where the price would skyrocket. But right now, nobody knew about it yet, and the port was in a really isolated spot. That makes trading tough, but they're pulling out tons of high-quality pearls every year. For now, nobody's caught on, and this is Chariot's chance to monopolize the sales. Zaphon was lost again. If nobody knows, how the hell does his wife know all this? But if her intel checks out, he's willing to look the other way and not ask too many questions. Lars knew those pearls were top-tier stuff. Even Barry wanted to get their hands on them in her past life. Eric promised all his girls jewelry made from it and was scrambling to buy some. Nicole, in her letters, was also complaining about Nina showing off. Considering Pluto did a ton of damage to the Empress, Zaphon decided to invade right away. But the heroine didn't think it was that necessary. All they wanted were the sea lanes, which they could pick up on the cheap. No need to mobilize troops. They'll want to bury this themselves if we hold them accountable. On the flip side, if a war breaks out, Chariot's gonna take losses, big or small. No time to think it over either. Word about the pearls could get out any minute now. And if other countries see Chariot going after the sea lanes and starting a war, they'll immediately suspect something's up. That's why the heroine wanted to handle the negotiations herself and decided His Majesty had nothing to worry about. She decided to handle everything, like both an empress and a victim, resolving the issue smoothly. The Emperor figured that if that's how she wanted it, that's how it'd be. The servants were floored that the notorious tyrant actually listened to her and backed down from starting a war. Lars was about to leave, but then Zaphon suddenly stopped her. Remembering their last night together, he scratched the back of his head and decided to escort his wife to her room. The servants were even more stunned when His Majesty calmly walked his wife, arm in arm, down the palace hallways. Reaching her room, our girl said goodbye to the Emperor again and was about to head inside. Suddenly, the dude got curious. What are you even supposed to say at a time like this? Lars, just messing with him, told him you usually say, "sweet dreams." The Emperor leaned in, his lips close to her ear, and gently whispered those words. After that, for the rest of the day, the heroine just couldn't get it out of her head. That night, before bed, she carefully took the bracelet off her wrist and hung it up where she could see it. The Emperor was nothing like he used to be. It was weird eating with him so often, and the way he sent soldiers to rescue his wife. Plus, he'd even started healing her with magic, something he never used on anyone. And it all culminated in this bracelet, which apparently had some deep meaning. Lars no longer had any doubts that he completely trusted her. His kindness felt like love, but she doubted he was even capable of feeling something like that. Whatever the case, that tyrant of an emperor was treating her with real respect. So the heroine decided there was no way she could ever lose his trust. She was planning on taking control of everything with him. But if she belonged to the emperor now, then who did he belong to? Picking up the bracelet, she brought it to her lips, sighing dreamily as she remembered His Majesty. Meanwhile, Zaphon was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, breathing heavily. More than anything, he just wanted his wife by his side right now. The next day, Shin helped his mistress braid her hair. At that moment, the knights grabbed Nina and dragged her kicking and screaming to the carriage to send her home. The girl had been thinking hard, and she believed the Empress should give her another chance. Coming outside, Lars calmly watched the soldiers shove her into the wagon. Seeing her, Nina started struggling even harder, calling out to her mistress. Grinning ear to ear, she genuinely wanted to make amends with the main character. She'd been racking her brain about how she acted, and now she was sure they could be friends. Unable to hold off the knights for long, she ended up in the carriage, even wanting to apologize to Sasha. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she begged the mistress to forgive her and take her back. Watching the carriage pull away with a cold stare, Lars wished good health to the former second concubine. Now that business was taken care of, they needed to get ready for their own trip. Planning on heading to the sea, the main character decided it was still too early for a swimsuit. At this point, nobody knew that there were pearls hidden in the waters of Pluto. That's why Lars wanted to make their visit as low-key as possible. If they made a big move, other countries would immediately take notice. That's why we had to make damn sure the info about the pearls didn't leak until we controlled the port. The day before they left, the heroine and Shin put the dogs through a little training. Looking at the happy mug of that big-nosed mutt, they were ready to have a freaking blast. Plus, these furry heroes are going to be tagging along on this expedition. Meanwhile, the Emperor was chilling by the window, calmly watching the training in the garden. Spotting him, Lars started grinning and gave him a friendly wave. But His Majesty's stone-cold face didn't change, not even after a few minutes. Usually, he'd have looked away by now, so who knows how long you're supposed to keep waving. Giving a sheepish smile, the heroine just couldn't get used to this. Nicole in her place would have winked, but the Emperor probably wouldn't dig that kind of behavior from the Empress. Lars decided to stop dwelling on useless crap and went back to training those goons. He needed to be totally ready for whatever tomorrow brought. Meanwhile, Zephon got a brand new message out of nowhere. Suddenly, his butler noticed the flowers the Empress had given him, sitting on the table. They'd been there so long they were already dead, so the butler figured he'd toss them. Because they were a special type of flower, they'd lasted way longer than they should have. Out of the blue, the Emperor decided he wanted to keep them and started healing the flowers with his magic. Seeing that, the butler was completely stunned and couldn't even speak. Zephon, for his part, decided to take care of his wife's gift a little longer. Back in the kingdom of Pluto, Nina's dad was absolutely losing his mind with rage. He couldn't believe they were sending his daughter back from the Empire. And on top of that, a notice arrived saying she attacked Empress Lars. After a while, the main character arrived in the kingdom of Pluto and headed straight for the castle. Meanwhile, the dogs were sleeping peacefully on their rug. The king and queen were shocked by the Empress's unexpected visit. Sitting across from her next to the Prime Minister, they lowered their heads in dismay. Lars apologized for the suddenness of her arrival. The monarch figured it was no big deal, considering Lady Olenski's outrageous rudeness toward her. Hearing that, the main character remembered Nina's assassination attempt and threats against Her Majesty, not to mention the kidnapping, assault, and attempted murder of the Estvol Kingdom's princess. So Lars was like, are they seriously trying to pass this off as just bad manners? If this is Pluto Kingdom's official stance, then that's how they all feel about the Chariot Empire. Thinking it was all one big misunderstanding, the king wanted to settle this peacefully. The heroine remembered just how pissed Zefton was, and how he even decided to mobilize the troops. For the Chariot Empire, this was the perfect excuse to launch a full-scale war. The monarch knew Pluto didn't have the muscle to stand up to a whole empire. Suddenly, he heard the Empress put the brakes on her husband. At least that's how it was for now, and the rest would depend on the king's reply. Which means Lars, as a party involved, can only pin the blame on the Olenski family. The ruler was ready to dish out any punishment for that family, including stripping them of their status. But the heroine figured that giving Chariot a slice of the Pluto Kingdom would be enough to satisfy them. Turning blue with fear, the king was clueless about what territory she was talking about. Lars wanted a small port and the surrounding territorial waters. If it avoids a war, isn't that price worth paying? Later, after receiving the land transfer document, the heroine thanked them for their decision. If it had been their main port, Pluto's trade could have taken a hit, but thankfully it was just some backwater town. Nina's dad understood that, worst case, they could have ended up severing all ties with the Chariot Empire. Catching up to Her Majesty by the carriage, he hoped she could spare him a minute. The Prime Minister wanted to apologize in person, and he felt terrible for what his daughter did. Still, he thought Nina always had a special way of making friends. His daughter was dead serious about wanting to get close to the Empress. Lars figured out from what he said that he'd been babying that former concubine since they were kids. Nina sent her dad tons of letters, going on and on about how badly she wanted to be friends with Her Majesty. After looking at those documents, she saw that the handwriting really was the girl's and the seal was legit. Now, Nina's crying herself to sleep every night, thinking the Empress hates her guts. The girl's heart's crushed, which is why she didn't show up to the meeting today. Lars agreed that for a while there, they really were tight with her. Lady Olenski's behavior was a lot like Nicole, who used to fake being nice too. Nina turned out this way because her dad and brothers spoiled her rotten since she was a kid, so she doesn't know how to keep her distance or tell right from wrong. It sounded a lot like how the Barry royal family raised the heroine's younger sister. Seeing the guy groveling at her feet, she figured she could forgive his daughter just for him. But as she engulfed him in flames,